Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Scion Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Spectral Conduit Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The end of the world begins with the unrelenting anger of a boy who never truly grew up, and the desperation of another who wants nothing more than for them both to see a better future. While Izuku Midoriya hurtles towards the coffin in the sky in a fight he may originally have been destined to win, these two boys brothers shrouded in fire and pain and bitter resentment exchange blows that seal the fate of billions. "Dad's ignoring me again," growls Dabi in resignation. The inferno-devouring Kamino Ward roars hot and blue around him. He rises atop a spire of flames, and below him four heroes grit their teeth against the heat. That always makes me feel a little depressed, you know? You'd think I'd be used to it by this point. Blue eyes glare down at the youngest Todoroki standing defiantly below. I can't believe he didn't come himself. Instead, I get stuck with his third son and some sidekicks. Guess this is his answer to my question. On the ground, there are words exchanged around Shoto Todoroki, but he is rather heedless of everything except the brother he never knew looming above. The brother that, despite how juxtaposed their lives turned out, shares so many experiences with Shoto himself. "Tuya, Dabi," Shoto grits. "I think you have the wrong idea. I'm not standing here because our dad told me I had to. I'm here of my own accord because I want to be the one who stops this madness." Dabi stares him down. Contempt lines his face. "Tell yourself that, but the truth is you're still acting as Dad's perfect pawn." Shoto didn't spend his entire life rebelling against that title just for his absent brother to insinuate it has any truth. "No. That would only be the case if I kept trying to be a hero while ignoring you." "Yeah, sure. Fair enough," Dabi scoffs. "But in the end, this battle isn't about soldiers acting on orders. Our armies don't matter. This is about each of us getting our resentments out on the table, one person against the other, each trying to achieve our own goals." He exhales a sharp breath, and smoke rolls off his tongue. "This world has been out of balance for a long time now, and some of us won't accept that. Superhuman society has reached an end. You may not see it yet, but it's the truth." Shoto is fundamentally opposed to the notion. For the sake of his friends, for those who finally taught him what it was to both love and be loved after so many years suffering at the hands of people he loathed to call family, he has to believe there is hope for a brighter future yet. But such a fantasy is one Dabi abandoned long ago, and so rather than ignite a pointless debate, Shoto switches the topic. "You survived the fire," he says. There's a pleading note to his voice that, try as he might, he cannot repress. "So why didn't you come back home?" There's a lot left unsaid beneath a pretty little word like home. The fragile grin on Dabi's face indicates he's well aware of it. "Do you really want to know?" he asks softly. "Okay, then. I'll tell you. One last story for my little brother." Shoto doesn't anticipate Dabi being quite so raw about his emotions, nor so open about the events following the fire at Sokoto Peak. His brother gains a far-off look after uttering the first few sentences, and from there seems to forget he's in the middle of a fight entirely. Shoto knows he should take advantage of the distraction, but neither he nor Endeavor's sidekicks move as the eldest Todoroki son recounts the last decade of his life. It doesn't feel right to attack someone so deeply, mentally entrenched in the past, nor does it feel right for Shoto to interrupt his brother when he's finally getting answers to the questions he's had for months. At some point, Dabi's flames roar high around him, shrouding him from view of those below. When he concludes his story, they flicker apart to reveal a figure that looks minutes away from total cremation. Shoto's jaw clenches at the sight. "You've been prepared to die this entire time," he says. It's a statement, not a question. Dabi doesn't grin, but his eyes scrunch in a way that implies he would, had he still had lips. "I'll burn all that Dad holds dear," he rasps. "That's the reason I'm still alive. His suffering will be proof I existed." "I told you I'm not going to let you do that, big brother." And so their fight begins in earnest. More words that are meaningless in the grand scheme of things get exchanged as the broiling heat of Dabi's fire skyrockets at an unbearable rate. It takes all of Shoto's concentration to maintain the cold flames rippling across his chest, strength building slowly as he waits for Dabi to make the first move. When Dabi unleashes whip-like arcs of fire upon the battlefield, a larger and more sloppy imitation of Endeavor's Hell Spider attack, the few heroes and villains scattered around go flying. Ingenium Tenya Ida gets blasted to the fringes of the flame-shrouded arena, where he hesitates. With his metal armor and engines prone to overheating, Ida is a very large liability in this fight. Already he can feel the sharp pain of sizzling skin where his exhausts meet flesh. Although he had jumped at the chance to help Shoto, nothing about him is built to withstand the blows these brothers will exchange. so he hangs back, observing every detail he can to determine when his speed may be needed. On the front lines, Endeavor's sidekicks try to push through the brunt of Dabi's inferno as Shoto prepares to launch a counterattack, but Dabi is fast, and in less time than it takes to blink he's skittered behind Shoto and sent his younger brother flying. He screams words that the youngest Todoroki doesn't hear, mind too preoccupied with ensuring the only upper hand he has against his brother doesn't flicker out of existence. Then Dabi is upon him, and it's all Shoto can do to keep focusing on the flames liking his chest as Tuya rains down hit after hit with burning fists. The younger Todoroki's head snaps to the side with every punch he's forced to endure until suddenly he's in the air, one last quirked punch from Dabi propelling him painfully into the side of a building. Dabi takes a moment to breathe after his onslaught, but his breath catches when through the billowing smoke he sees the flames on Shoto's chest grow brighter. Ice creeps its way across the building face, and a glance down at his charred, frost-covered fist confirms what his little brother has accomplished. Flash fire, Shoto whispers, pained and reverent. The roaring blue fire around them dims under his presence. Dabi's mind hooks onto every word. I want to show you how I turned it into something better. A move meant to stop you. His little brother brings his hands up to cup the air on either side of his torso gently. The two-tone fire flares. Call me half-baked if you want, but listen to me. Our father was a madman. Our family was a nightmare. Even so, you're the only one of us who chose to burn people. Oh, how Tuya hates. No one else. Shoto declares, bracing his feet against the shattered glass of the building. I won't let you destroy any more innocent lives. And then he's plummeting. The fourth story is a long way to fall. Harnessing the pull of gravity to enhance the strength of his punch may be enough for Shoto to inflict serious damage against Dabi, should the hit land, especially when it means clashing blizzard-cool determination against Dabi's scorch-blistered spite. With that in mind, maybe in another universe, one that isn't exactly kinder, but does perhaps simmer with a dash more hope, this moment would culminate in an outcome that's enough to sideline Dabi for a time. In this universe, however, as Shoto falls like a shooting star and Tuya's rotted skin alights under a sight almost seraphic, something primal snaps deep within the mind of the older Todoroki. Time canters left. Perception shifts right. Dabi inhales, and the fire that's been roaring mindlessly around the arena since the beginning of the fight leans closer. Dabi exhales, and it physically whips him back, like a dancer pirouetting their partner away for a momentary lapse in song. Shoto's eyes widen when Dabi neatly evades his blow at the last second. He reroutes his offensive blast into something soft that peters out at the edges, desperate to cushion his fall before he hits the ground hard and takes himself out of commission. Frost and ice bloom broad around the point of impact, but it's not enough to catch Dabi in the aftershock. From his position almost halfway across the battleground, Dabi watches the fire on Shoto's chest flicker out. He doesn't hesitate, there's a window of mere seconds for him to get the upper hand, so he takes it. Breathe in. Blue fire enters blackened lungs. Breathe out. It spews forth from the palms of his hands, rocketing him forward in a twisting inferno. Flames leap from the landscape to adorn his charred shoulders. Even more fall from his lipless maw in liquid-like waves. When Endeavor's sidekicks tumble into his path in an attempt to slow his approach, Dabi doesn't spare them a glance. The fire of the arena strips them to ash before they become relevant enough for him to spare them a thought. He's almost upon Shoto by the time his little brother understands what's happening. Reflexively, Shoto summons an enormous wall of ice that spears its way out of the ground, but Dabi was prepared for this. He guides the fire off his shoulders with a JRK of his wrists, and it hungrily throws itself against the frost like rabid dogs snapping at prey. The meeting of such extreme temperatures skyrockets the pressure of the surrounding air. Shoto and Dabi are forced apart as a thunderous snap rips through the space between them, ice obliterated in milliseconds. They go flying, and it is here that Dabi's inability to feel pain makes all the difference. While Shoto fights to regain his bearings beyond ringing ears, full-body whiplash, and the dark spots that threaten to consume his vision, enough of Dabi's mind grounds itself in the present for him to truly, consciously understand what Shoto's flash fire actually means. His hatred breaks him. That move is something far beyond Endeavor's wildest dreams. It exceeds what their old man could have possibly hoped for when he conceived the idea of a perfect child. Dabi doubts it's something his younger brother learnt from their father at all. To have found a way to not only perfect both quirks, but wield them simultaneously with such complete, independent mastery, that should have been Tuya's birthright. Jealousy bites an acrid kind of poison deep into Dabi's veins. He may have lived and breathed hatred like a drag for the past decade, but this fresh rage that rears its fanged head in Shoto's direction is something else entirely. It tastes like battery acid antipathy collapsing under the weight of a supernova. It feels like being 10 years old, and realizing your father no longer thinks you worthy. It makes Dabi's hatred of Endeavor seem almost juvenile. An ungodly scream rips itself from Dabi's scorched vocal cords. With such newfound white-hot fury bolstering him beyond the limits of his useless limbs, he blasts his charred corpse of a body towards his younger brother. Shoto gets precisely 2 seconds to cough, look up, and witness all the hellish glory of his brother shrouded in a maw of writhing, hungry blue fire before the flames are upon him. It's in these last few milliseconds of heat and ash and anger where Shoto Todoroki realizes the incredible pointlessness of his existence. For so long he's felt like a wild horse toiling after his father, bucking at the reins but ultimately helpless to do anything but follow the fool towards an oasis he claimed lay ahead. Shoto couldn't see their destination, nor most of the path towards it, but he had let himself be soothed by the idea that, eventually, there would be an end. Maybe it would take years, and sure, he would probably lose most of himself in the process, but one day he would be free. That honey-rich prospect was enough to keep him begrudgingly docile about his position. At this moment, though, as he stares at flesh and bone and blood who, a decade ago, was in a position not too dissimilar to Shoto now, he can see that his hope for an unshackled future was nothing more than his own foolishness obstructing his vision like blinders. Karma's been dogging Endeavor's heels far longer than Shoto's been alive. Of course it was only a matter of time before it snapped around to consume not just him, but all those in proximity as well. All that pain. All that anger. All those dozens and hundreds and thousands of hours and days and weeks and months spent being broken over and over again to satisfy his father's lust for power, and this was always going to be the outcome. Shoto was never destined to be free. When Dabi just about comes face to face with his little brother all torched flesh, and lolling jaw, and eyes boiling from his skull, unable to withstand the furious heat that sears him from the inside out, Shoto doesn't see a villain before him. Instead, there's a white-haired 14-year-old child who, for all his monstrous qualities, has perhaps never looked quite so human. Shoto can't understand the all-encompassing need for their father's acknowledgement that roils hot beneath Tuya's skin, but he can remember the only thing he ever actually wished Endeavor would give him. Coming from Shoto, the act is all but meaningless, but at the very least he hopes it will provide his brother and maybe even Shoto himself some comfort before the inevitability of their situation consumes them. Shoto opens his arms right as Tuya collides with him. He wraps blistering forearms around broad shoulders, fingers sinking grotesquely into one's flesh, but at this moment Shoto isn't entirely present, nor does he care for the deteriorated costume that calls itself Dabi. Instead, he's 4 years old, clutching a brother he wants to love more than anything else in the world, and all he can think of are the hazy, half-their memories of a boy with fire in his eyes and the drive to be a hero just like their father. Shoto will never forgive Endeavor. Perhaps he can never forgive Tuya, either, for the part he played in clawing their family towards this exact moment in time. But forgiving and understanding are two vastly different beasts, and Shoto finds in the great, minuscule clarity that fills his lungs in his last choked breath that although peace is beyond him, acceptance is not. It's this he clings to as the world whites out. Boy. Boy. It's Ida who makes the call, of course. There's nothing left of anyone else who could. His psyche is so deeply saturated in shock that he doesn't realize his comms have switched to broadcast what he says next to the entire Hero network instead of strictly HQ, where all reports are supposed to be sent before being disseminated to necessary parties. 2. Todoroki is down. There's a split second where the heart of every hero collectively drops before they remember who Shoto's foe was. Tsukachi is the one to voice the hope that flickers gingerly in everyone's chests. Ida, please confirm. By Todoroki, do you mean Tuya? Has Dabi been defeated? Over. The next moments of silence are unbearable. Ida doesn't reply. Tenya, Ida, please confirm. Has Tuya Todoroki been? Dabi is dead, comes the whisper. Then, in a hoarse voice that can barely be heard over the dull roar of fire in the background, Shoto? Todoroki is dead. And so begins the end. Boy. Boy. The dominoes so carefully aligned by the heroes in their desperate plight to halt All for One and Shigaraki's destruction begin to fall, but in all the wrong places. On Okudo Island, the news of Shoto's demise shocks Uraraka so badly that she staggers while attempting to sidestep one of Toga's knives. The blade drives itself into her heart instead of her shoulder, and as Uraraka falls, Toga's eyes widen. The blonde bridles at the sight, caught off guard by a throw she didn't anticipate being fatal, but before she can begin to process the light fading from Ochako's eyes, Froppy barrels towards her with an anguished war cry and lashes her tongue to send Toga flying. The two brawl. When Toga finally manages to disable Tsu long enough to rush to Ochako's side and check for a pulse, liking the brunette's blood off her wrist and shedding sharper features for Ochako's softer ones, desperately intending to start a blood transfusion, she's halted mid-transformation when no beat presses against her fingertips. She tries for a pulse again, clutching at Ochako's neck, but when the other girl's head rolls lifelessly to the side and her half-lidded eyes remain unfocused, something snaps deep within Himiko. Her breath comes in stabbing gasps for a moment. Then she's giggling madly, with an expression that doesn't match the sound. When she turns to Froppy and draws a vial from her pocket, Tsu can't do anything but helplessly watch from the ground. Toga had severed her Achilles tendons earlier, now all that's left is to stare down the absent gaze of someone only halfway there, and watch as the killer brings half a dozen drops of blood to her lips. Toga swallows. Then she shifts. Then she splits. Gang Orca is too far away to intervene when Toga, now wearing the face of Twice, levels a finger at Tsu and orders Sad Man's death parade to tear her limb from limb. Boy. Boy. At the Jaku Hospital ruins, in front of the warehouse currently keeping a sleeping Gigantomachia contained, Ashido hears Ida's message and freezes. Beside her, Mineta asks what's wrong, but Mina can't have heard that right. There's no way Todoroki, of all people, could have lost let alone been killed. He was one of the strongest in their class. If he was defeated, because she refuses to believe he is dead, what chance did the rest of them have? Pinky, watch out! Kodai from 1B shouts, and the sound of metal slamming into something hard rings out from behind Ashido's head. Mina jolts forward and tosses up her arms in defense, pieces of splintered rebar cutting her skin as the debris Kodai had managed to enlarge between Ashido and a villain wielding an enormous hammer gets smashed apart. The villain growls and lets the momentum of his failed swing carry around into another smash, but Pinky's head is back in the game now, and so she manages to jump up and off the hammer's flat head instead of taking the hit full force. When she lands, a brief scan of the perimeter shows the tail end of a sludge villain she'd seen once on the news vanishing from the fringes of the fight. She's about to mention it to the 1B heroes present, worried about what a quirk like that might do to an ally unprepared for its attack, but then a nearby villain with a skull-shaped gas mask says something that makes her mind blank all over again. Let it be known that any who attempt to stand in our path will be annihilated, the villain growls. Trampled, just like that pathetic UA teacher. The battlefield goes quiet. Or maybe it's that Mina's ears have stopped working. All she can hear is white noise as she looks over at the villain, and tries to comprehend what she just heard. The fact that this villain knows the details of Midnight's death at all suggests. I've got you now, the hammer villain shouts, weapon pulled back over his head for a crushing blow, but then Kirishima is there, knocking him out with a rock-hard punch to the face, and the mallet goes flying. Sorry I took so long. Red Riot barks. Has there been any sign of Gigantomachia waking? But Mina doesn't hear him. In fact, she doesn't even turn around. She's still reeling from Ida's damning words, and now, with what the Skullmask villain had just said, Ashido doesn't realize she's moving until her acid-covered fist slams into that BSTRD's face, cracking his gas mask and sending the villain reeling with a grunt. Mina uses the opening in his defense to press her advantage. So much for not fighting for revenge. Mina had never wanted to be the kind of person who responded to violence with more violence, but with Todoroki out of the fight, and the distressed voice of one of Gang Orca's sidekicks relaying what's currently happening on Okudo Island through her comms, Ashido realizes that this is real. People her friends, those she cares for, are dying. Nothing she's done so far has been of any significant help, and now hearing about how the rest of their operation is falling apart, Mina becomes utterly terrified that if she doesn't fight viciously to put every single villain before her out of commission, there mightn't be anything of her friends left to return to. She screams as she gets up close and rains down hits on the villain. Behind her, Kirishima swears and leaps to cover her back. The masked villain tries to pull away from the onslaught, but right as Pinky is stepping back with hands pressed together, intending to down him with a funneled spout of acid, the villain gets pulled into the air by another enemy with a purple cloud-like quirk. Before Mina can adjust her attack angle, the masked man holds some kind of device high in the air and presses a button. Immediately, a deafening, high-pitched noise screeches across the battlefield. Ashido winces and clamps her hands over her ears instead. That's enough of that, the villain snarls. There's a kind of bubbling noise when he speaks. Ashido thinks his nose must be broken. Even if you pathetic heroes try to stand in our way, we've outsmarted you. These sound waves have been fine-tuned to perfectly mimic all for one's voice. They can slip past any obstacle, no matter what measures you may have put in place. Mina only has a second to feel her gut plummet before Gigantomachia bursts from the warehouse behind her with an earth-rending roar. DMN it. Kirishima yells. Okay, plan B. I'll get Shinso. But when Kirishima moves, the Skullmask villain crashes down on top of him and gets him pinned. It's a slight delay, and one that Red Riot ultimately shrugs off quickly, but those 30 seconds of struggle mean that when he reaches where Shinso should be safely hidden behind a small building, he instead finds the purple-haired boy in the clutches of the sludge villain. Shinso's eyes are rolled back. He's lax in the hold of the amorphous who's clogging his airways. It doesn't look like he's trying to fight anymore, and Kirishima is suddenly very, very afraid he may already be dead. Looks like another brat has blown my cover, the villain gurgles. And just when I was about to slip out of here in this new meat suit, too. He was so much easier to subdue than that kid from last year. Kirishima is already moving, tearing hardened fingers through the parts of the villain that aren't in Shinso's throat, but a quirk like this isn't something his own power can combat. His fingers slide through grime, and it splashes right back into shape. Kirishima's fear escalates when he sees Shinso's eyelids flutter, but then Ashido is there, and she's mixing her acid with the villain's body, and the sludge is retreating out of Shinso's airways as the villain roars in pain. Kirishima stoops to lower the boy to the ground while the villain flees, cursing them with words neither he nor Ashido pay any attention to. Shinso doesn't move. Kirishima swears, voice strained with panic, and begins CPR. It takes 2.5 minutes, all of which Mina spends fending off villains that try to take advantage of such vulnerable prey, but finally Shinso chokes. Ijiro stops pumping his chest to frantically roll him into the recovery position. The purple-haired hero vomits until he coughs up bile, and when his body finally goes limp, utterly exhausted from the strain of expelling fluid from his lungs, Kirishima lets his own shoulders drop. He tugs Shinso into his lap to check the boy's neck for a pulse. He finds it weak, but steady, and is relieved to know that although his friend absolutely needs a doctor, he will be okay without one for now. Kirishima, Ashido pants to his left. Ijiro turns his head. Mina's surrounded by downed villains, some of which look frighteningly still, and is staring at him with empty eyes. When she turns her head to the stretch of battleground outside the ruined Jaku Hospital, Kirishima follows her gaze. His relief over Shinso being alive abruptly shatters into a brutal kind of horror when he remembers exactly why they needed their friend in the first place. MT Lady is down. Down, down. The kind of down where her head is missing and Gigantomachia is over her body, grinding his teeth, hands pinning her limp arms to the ground, roaring at the place her skull used to be with a breath that showers bloody rain onto those below. Then the monster tilts his head as if he heard something, swings his gaze southbound, and begins to lumber towards whatever has called for his attention. More than likely, towards All for One. With the giant gone, the battlefield falls eerily silent. Even the villains don't seem to know how to react. Oh my god, Ijiro whispers. Oh my god. Boy. Boy. Near makeshift Fortress Troy, Fat Gum and Aoyama finish cuffing the last of the Tartarus escapees and turn to face All for One's assassin, Kunita. It's only when they lay eyes on him that they realize the villain's quirk has been spreading unfettered this whole time, slithering across the battlefield to restrict the movements of the other 31 heroes present. Aoyama tries to take a few steps back, but a vine slides around his waist before he can and rips the naval laser belt from his body. It retreats to deposit the ruined support gear into Kunita's hands. Aoyama feels sick knowing that without it, his quirk is more a hazard than a help. He falls into a panic when the villain strokes a flower by his head and Fat Gum goes down, smothered beneath writhing flora. Then Aoyama's own arms are being tugged into suffocatingly tight bindings, and when he tries to pull free, the plants thicken to keep him rooted in place. The villain starts singing All for One's praises. It's all Aoyama can do to ignore the slimy feeling bubbling in his gut. Kunita says he is a fool for going traitor, but Aoyama already knows this. He was a fool before, thinking he could betray his friends, and he's a fool now to turn on the single most powerful man in the world. The only redeeming part of it all is that by already being a fool, making more foolish options becomes all the easier. Even though he knows this plan could go horribly wrong, Aoyama stops fighting his quirk and lets it spill unrestrained from his body. The battlefield glows under the arcs of light that shoot across it. Aoyama doesn't have faith that his attack will cause any substantial damage, is just hopeful that maybe a stray blast will be enough to break free of Kunita's plants, but then Hagakure is there, absorbing Aoyama's power and refracting it back at the surprised assassin. The villain falls dazed to the ground. Hagakure quickly cuffs All for One's lackey. Then she's at Aoyama's side, stripping the last of the plants from his feet, and they both rush to free the other heroes before Kunita's plants devour them whole. Ultimately, this fight is the only one that goes according to plan. Aoyama, Hagakure, Fat Gum and the other heroes round the villains up and obey Tsukachi's command to return to the UA bunker before their luck can go awry. Boy. At the brawl with All for One, Endeavor hears the news of his son's deaths and utterly shuts down right there in the middle of the fight. The flames around his feet keeping him airbound flicker and die. Hawks curses and sends feathers he can barely manage to do without into the other hero's costume to keep the man from plummeting to the ground. All for One can't stop the hysterical laughter that bubbles in his throat at seeing his enemy so distraught. After a few words of gloating that go unanswered by a vacant-gazed Enji, the Scourge of Kamino launches his attack. Hawks rushes in and desperately tries to redirect the blows, but with All for One simultaneously using 5 different projectile quirks that all move in unique, unpredictable ways, there's only so much he can do. A serrated, bone-like lance spears Endeavor in the gut, while a crystalline crescent cuts deep into the groove between his neck and shoulder. Hawk's eyes widen at the pained grunt that rips from his hero's throat. In the split second Hawks freezes, All for One jolts forward in a flurry of blue-gray. Bruised flesh and grooved metal teeth snap into existence to replace his arm. He plunges his fist towards the hero, and the mouth his hand has distorted into bites deep through Enji's side, punching clean through his lung and severing one arm from the elbow down. The man goes limp. All for One's grasp becomes the only thing preventing him from falling to the earth far below. Hawk screams Endeavor's name, but the man is unresponsive. All for One wishes this broken hero before him could see the delighted smile that spreads across his face. With his helmet in the way, however, he satisfies himself by conveying this insane glee through his voice as he leans into whispered Ming words next to Endeavor's head. A perverse ripple of euphoria makes his fingers twitch when Enji coughs, and the hero's blood splatters against the side of the villain's mask. Poor Tuya's body, the Scourge tenderly sighs into Endeavor's ear when the man stops convulsing. You never found it. He leans back just enough to see a void of hopeless realization flicker through Endeavor's eyes. Of course not, he continues, it wasn't there anymore. The son you thought dead was returned to you through my work and foresight, and where is he now? Dead at the hands of your youngest. What a waste it was to lose them both. All that effort, on both our parts? I suppose our work is quite thankless. Pure, unbridled hatred kindles deep within Endeavor. With the last of his fading strength, the number one hero tries to detonate himself in the hopes of wounding All for One even slightly, but this shattered father was defeated the instant word of his son's deaths filtered through his comms. All for One merely chuckles and lets a cocoon of slime-like liquid wash over the man's fickle attempt to harm him, and Endeavor's fire snuffs out for good at the same time his eyes go glassy. To the side, Hawks watches in horror. Endeavor was the only shot they had at defeating this demon. Without him, their fight is hopeless. When All for One turns the hero's way with an outstretched hand and a snide, "Now, Nagin's replacement, tell me, are you quick enough to dodge this?" Hawks knows he doesn't have enough time to evade. This was really it. Well, then. God. How disappointing. Kigo had always known that his dream for a future where heroes had too much time on their hands was a far-fetched one, but he'd really hoped he'd be proven wrong one day, you know? Maybe he would never get to enjoy a society like that himself, but at the very least the next generation could have enjoyed that time of peace. With the way things have been going, though, Hawks would honestly be surprised if there was going to be a next generation at all. There's not much to do other than close his eyes and accept his fate. All for One's arm swelling with power is the last thing he sees before he surrenders himself to his inevitable death. He mentally braces for the pain and nothingness, and then he's flung to the side, a bright flash stinging through his eyelids, ears suddenly full of a painful screech. His eyes snap open, and he takes a second to right himself in the air before looking around, bewildered, to see who saved him. "Go, Hawks!" Tokoyami shouts. On the kid's back is Jiro, her earphones extended and blasting whining sound waves towards All for One. Somehow, it's nullifying the villain's power. Sheet! What the hell are the kids doing here? Get away! Hawks screams. This is no place for you. You'll die. That they will, All for One growls. Hawks whips around and slams his wings down, moving himself as fast as he can into the villain's line of attack, but he's a fraction of a second too late to stop one of the 5 boomerang-like projectiles that peel themselves from All for One's cuticles and grow in size as they slice through the air. Hawks manages to stop 3 of the remaining 4 with one of his wings. His feathers get torn to shreds, and he falls lopsided for a second before he can right himself. Then the 4th projectile lodges in his shoulder, and he stifles a shriek as it digs into his flesh, rolling over the top of his arm to create a crescent cut before coming to a stop. The hero frantically turns to see where the last boomerang ended up, hoping beyond hope that Tokoyami dodged it. He's relieved when he realizes the kid has, then his heart plummets when the projectile swings sharply around in midair and hurtles back towards All for One on a path that will cut right through the student's new trajectory. Hawks opens his mouth to shout a warning. Jiro sees the look on his face and whips around, raising an earphone in an attempt to stop the boomerang's return slice, but the projectile is moving too far, too fast. Before she can pump out another shockwave, it slices clean through her earlobe and comes millimeters away from slashing her neck. She rears back in pain and topples from Tokoyami's back. There's blood pooling in Hawk's mouth. Tsukuyami. Retreat, he bellows, coughing and turning to spit the fluid to the side. He flinches when this action puts him face to face with All for One, who looks like he's done playing games. The villain grabs his neck, Hawks chokes, and sends all the feathers he has at the BSTRD in an attempt to slash something vital that will get All for One to drop him, but the Demon King's arms turn bruised blue again, and mouths on black-red tendrils unfurl from his wrist to snap up Hawk's quirk. With only a handful of feathers left, there is little the hero can do to break free. Out of the corner of his eye, Hawk sees Tokoyami just barely manage to catch Jiro. He's far too close to missing the girl for comfort. All for One pps his head and follows Hawk's gaze, even though the hero knows his enemy is blind. A chuckle rumbles in All for One's chest. "You're trembling," he says in the kid's general direction. Jiro's got one hand clutched over her ear and the other fisted in Tokoyami's cloak. She's staring at All for One with abject terror. "Pitiful child. You've been training in the classroom, but this is real life." Then he's raising a fist, and it's distorting into more of those black-red tendrils to form an enormous cannon-like mass that he levels at the fledgling heroes, and Hawks knows that whatever attack he's about to launch, if the kids don't dodge it they're dead. There's no better use for the last of his feathers than to save lives. Hawks manages to get them under the cannon mass and forces its trajectory up into the sky, right as All for One looses a gigantic golden blast. Tokoyami swoops down at the same time, the beam just barely misses the top of Jiro's head. Hawks has never felt more relieved in his life. He meets Tokoyami's frightened eyes and hates what he knows his baby bird is about to witness. "Run, now," he grits. His voice, unfortunately, garners All for One's attention. "Lucky move," the villain says, hoisting Hawks higher into the air, "but, little bird, you forget your place. You are nothing, and these extras are delusional supporting characters, never meant to stand beside those who could pose an actual threat. They are but children who presumptuously thought they could best the Demon Lord. Tell me, did any of you really think you were anything special?" It's rhetorical, of course. All for One's hand clamps tighter around Hawk's windpipe before the hero can reply. Hawks thrashes and claws uselessly at the BSTRD's hand. He can't breathe. "Hawks!" Tokoyami screams. The world is going black on the fringes of the hero's vision. Good, he thinks when he sees that, despite Tokoyami's desperation to help, the kid's keeping his distance. There's time yet for him to flee. "Go," the hero chokes, eyes fixated on his mentee. "Go." Then, with a revolting crunch, the world ceases to exist. All for One tosses the hero's body aside and dusts his hands as the bird falls. Well, less a bird now, without his wings. The number 2 hero crashes to earth, much the same as any mortal man. Perhaps there's something humorous to be said there about wax wings, but now is not the time to gloat. When All for One turns to dispatch of the foolish children who thought they could stand against him, he is distracted by several apparitions that fade out of nothingness and wrap their ghostly hands around his arms in an attempt to forbid him the use of his power. Disdain curls his lip. Seeing the vestiges of those he has stolen quirks from is nothing new, but their ability to prevent him from using his power certainly is. All for One can only guess that they have managed to find a foothold in his own immense strength somewhere, and are using it to rebel against him. It's no matter, though. A well-placed thought that bends them to his will forces their hands off his skin, and he returns to the task at hand. Unfortunately, when he looks up, it's to find that those UA brats have already turned tail and fled like the cowards they are. They are both still within hunting distance, of course, but although their fear provokes an almost canine instinct in All for One to chase and kill, he decides pursuit is not worth the bother. It's not like they will be alive much longer, anyway, once Tamura emerges victorious from his own battle. No, Demon Kings do not waste time with side characters. There are more important matters to attend to. All for One turns to the horizon as the lumbering figure of Gigantomachia makes itself known, and he waits until the beast has come to a stop, panting, at his heels. It awaits his directives like the good dog it is. The supervillain takes a self-indulgent moment to place a hand on his pawn's brow. Its power is just as immense as it was designed to be. Finally, All for One says coolly, "Next time, do not keep me waiting. Especially not when I have such an important task for you to complete. Tell me, Machia, are you ready to do my bidding?" The beast roars its assent. A grin stretches wide under All for One's mask. Very good. The task is a rather simple one, really. All I want you to do is find any survivors, he purrs, and kill them. Oi. Oi. At Takoba National Stadium, Sato, Shiro and Ojiro's fight goes as well as can be expected. Their job of rounding up and taking down stragglers from the Paranormal Liberation Front is a long and tedious one, but comparatively not as difficult as most fights their classmates are currently engaged in, considering they don't need to deal with any of the front's lieutenants. When their comms start to flood with disaster reports, the three grit their teeth and do all they can to focus only on the battle at hand. If what they're hearing is true, then there is time enough to mourn later. Right now, if they don't deal with the flood of PLF villains surrounding them, they will ultimately end as 3 more names on an already far too long list. After a stint of relatively easy takedowns, real trouble presents itself in the form of Gashly Igu, a tall and shadowy man with a top hat and white mask, who summons a swarm of baby-like puppets from the black mist in his overcoat. His presence on the battlefield results in one single minute where too many individual mistakes collide into one nightmarish scenario. Ojiro gets overwhelmed by puppets and goes down, earpiece ripped from his head by tiny hands and crushed under stubby feet. Shiro uses his tape to pull himself from the mass and screams his classmate's name, whipping around as fast as possible with the wind roaring in his ears to try and tug his friend free. A few dozen meters away, Sato springs to action, downing 10 sugar cubes and entering a mindless rampage to destroy as many puppets between him and Ojiro as he can. All 3 1A students are so preoccupied with their respective panic that they don't hear Tsukachi's frantic alert ring through their comms. Shiro's first attempt to free Ojiro fails when a stray blast from a PLF villain slams into the side of his helmet, breaking his earpiece and sending him flying off trajectory. His second attempt almost works. Sato manages to crush enough of the puppets to let Ojiro extend a hand and Shiro grabs hold, but more baby-like minions swarm over Ojiro's lower half, dragging him back down before the tape hero can pull him to safety. When Shiro is swinging back for his third pass, a shadow falls across the stadium. The hero looks up and the blood in his veins freezes when he does. Gigantomachia looms above. Gigantomachia looms above. Sheet! Shiro yells. He needs Ojiro free now, but Sato's quirk-induced rage means the muscled boy has lost sight of his original target and is moving off course, pummeling villains in the wrong direction to where Tailman is flailing. Ojiro fights like hell to get himself free, but the sheer quantity of puppets dragging him to the ground is an impossible force to best. Shiro can't pull him out like this, not without getting on the ground himself, which will put him at too great a disadvantage. Ojiro strains to look up, and sees the giant looming over the stadium right as an enormous hand smashes down, collapsing part of the overhanging roof and flattening a cluster of PLF villains. His face drops, then he's craning his head towards Shiro as best he can, trying to ignore the puppets that use his shoulders as a foothold to attack his face. Shiro, the tailed hero screams. Get Sato somewhere safe now. Shiro doesn't want to leave Ojiro in the writhing mass of lackeys any longer, but he also knows that if he ignores Ojiro's command he may waste precious time on another failed rescue attempt that could very well result in his other classmate's death. With that in mind, he bellows his understanding, then uses the momentum of his swing to deliver a crushing blow to the side of Sato's head that knocks the rampaging boy unconscious. Using a coil of tape, Cellophane pulls Sugarman's prone form to the side of the stadium, where there are relatively stable-looking chunks of debris piled in a way that leaves a sizable crack between the topmost slab and the ground. If Shiro doesn't want Sato to be seen by Gigantomachia, and therefore not made a target, he'll need to make sure Sato is hidden, and while under any other circumstance dragging an unconscious hero under debris instead of away from it would be stupid at best and lethal at worst, if it really comes down to it Shiro knows that with Sato's strength, his classmate will survive being crushed by this small part of the stadium's roof. What he will not survive is being crushed by Gigantomachia's fist. Shiro positions Sugarman under the concrete slabs and dances out of the overhang as another giant hand crashes to the ground, making the shelter shake precariously but thankfully not collapse. Then he spares his classmate a brief, mournful look, silently wishes him luck, and thwips himself back into the air. By the time Shiro arrives back at Ojiro's location, there's barely anything left visible of his classmate. A shock of blonde hair flashes between the puppets' bodies every now and then, but otherwise the only evidence of Tailman's presence is a slightly deformed lump in the sea of enemies. From above, Gigantomachia roars, and must decide that fists are no longer an efficient form of attack. The giant stoops a shoulder and crashes through the side of the stadium, collapsing a huge chunk of the wall and sending debris flying that squashes a number of puppets on the fringe of Ojiro's fight. When the towering figure steps into the arena, the ground rumbles enough to dislodge some of the foe babies from Tailman's head. Zero takes advantage of the opportunity. He sends a quick prayer off to whatever gods will listen, and throws himself into the fray. Ultimately, he knows there will be no coming back from this decision. But what is a hero if not someone who puts their life on the line to try and conquer the impossible? When puppets shroud both students' visions except for a tiny patch of blue sky that soon grows dark under the descending heel of Gigantomachia's foot, Ojiro hates that he finds comfort in the fact he will not die alone. Small mercies, he guesses bitterly. The world goes black. Boy. At Central Hospital, Koda hears the news of his friends' deaths and goes immobile. His control over his animals slips. Shoji sees the flock of birds that had been swooping across the plaza disperse, and leaps back from his fight with a scalemail-clad spinner to see what's gone wrong with his friend. When he spies a shell-shocked Koda being smothered by kicking and screaming heteromorphs, he doesn't hesitate to fling himself off the side of the building he's perched on and descend into the fray. He's too focused on ripping bodies out of his path to notice how Spinner takes advantage of the distraction and scuttles towards the hospital. Towards Kurogiri. Present Mike sees the lizard go and is about to pursue, but a yelled, "Sensei! Catch!" draws his attention instead. Koda's in his arms before Mike can react. He gently sets the hyperventilating kid against the building ledge they're on, and glances down at Shoji, who is struggling to get loose from the heteromorphs without inflicting them with any serious wounds. "Go!" Shoji yells. "I'll be fine. Stop Spinner." Yamada only hesitates a moment before skiing in a breath and letting loose a powered scream at the crowd, dispersing them enough for Shoji to get the upper hand. Then he's nodding at the kid, leaping to the ground, and yelling at Rocklock and the police to back up his students while he sprints towards the hospital. As he goes, he hears the spider heteromorph who had been acting as Spinner's right-hand man yell something at the crowd that has the people screaming their assent. He forces himself to put their battle to the side and focus on the task at hand. He needs to get to Kurogiri to Oboro and do whatever he can to ensure the Nomo doesn't break free. When he rounds the corner to the hallway leading to Oboro's room, he skids to a dead stop. Spinner is at the far end, in a pool of his own blood from where he's bled around the scalemail armor that's ripped through his flesh, and is laughing to himself in stilted hiccups. When Yamada looks at the chair where Kurogiri should be, no one is there. His gut plummets. They had one job, and somehow he'd managed to arrive too late and lose track of the single most important person in this entire war. With Kurogiri on the loose, there's no telling how their fight will go. Everything is about to be turned on its head. Yamada retreats around the corner and lets his back hit the wall. He radios in the bad news to Tsukachi. Then he turns the corner again and stalks down the hall, intent on disabling the villain who caused everything to go awry. By the time he's done with Spinner and re-emerges relatively unharmed from the hospital, most of the heteromorphs have fled. There's a defensive group of armed policemen surrounding a lump on the ground. A small group of doctors from the hospital have laid out a stretcher, and several of them alongside Rocklock are gingerly moving someone onto it. Koda stands off to the side with a blank look on his face. Hisashi's heart leaps into his throat. He can already tell what's happened before he sees the kid's face. When the doctors hurry past with the stretcher held between them, Yamada gets a clear view of Shoji looking beaten, battered, cut up, and bruised. He isn't sure which wound is the one that took the kid out, but the amount of physical trauma he has sustained doesn't look good. When Shoji's time of death is called 35 minutes later, Hisashi has no idea how he's going to break the news to Shoyuta that one of his kids has died under his husband's watch. Boy. Out at sea, lunging between American fighter jets and unable to do anything except listen to the world fall apart through his comms, Izuku forces himself to move faster. He can barely believe what he's hearing. His friends can't be dead. It has to be All for One trying to trick him. He refuses to believe they aren't okay. He kicks One for All into overdrive and prays the raw power flooding his veins will get him to the coffin in the sky before any more of his world breaks. When he finally crashes through the coffin's electromagnetic barrier, everything falls off kilter once he realizes the worst-case scenario has already happened. He's too late. Izuku whips his head around wildly, barely hearing himself ask if everyone's okay. He takes stock of the heroes he knows are here. Mirio's doing whatever he's doing, halfway sunk into the ground in front of Shigaraki. Nijire and Tamaki are down, but he can faintly see their chests rising and falling. Mirko is limp against a tree and missing both arms, but there's no blood, so that has to mean something. Outside the barrier, Aizawa, Monoma, Manuel and Mandalay are staring in with wide, shell-shocked eyes. Edge shot is missing, and when Izuku turns around, Best Jeanist is frantically lurching between clutching his head desperately and hovering jittering hands over Kaken's. There's blood everywhere, and but Kaken's. There's a hole. Why is there blood? What? There's a wound, a gash. There's something on Kaken's. In Kaken's. Gone from Kaken's. His chest is missing. There's just. It's blood. His eyes are blank. Why are his eyes? He's dead. He's dead? He's not. He can't be. Dead. But Katsuki cannot die. Izuku won't allow it. If anyone speaks, Izuku doesn't hear. He stopped hearing everything the instant he saw. Blood. He doesn't think, doesn't breathe, doesn't do anything but give in to mindless instinct. Katsuki will die. Is already dead? So he moves. It will take too long to power FA Gene, so Izuku crouches, pulls Black Whip Taunt against the ground, moves over 100% of One for All into his legs and shoots towards Katsuki in the blink of an eye. As he moves, he raises a hand to his face and bites down hard into the skin at the base of his thumb. He doesn't flinch when he tears out flesh and tendon and sees bone and spits it all to the side heedlessly. He's kneeling next to Kaken, torso cradled to his chest, in his lap, tilting his friend's head back, pressing his hand to Kaken's lips. Nobody has time to stop him and Izuku is pleading, please, this needs to work, this needs to. And it's futile, but what else is he supposed to do? Kaken can't be. Surely isn't. Swallow it, Kaken. Please, come on, I need you to drink, Katsuki, FING One for All Nana, N, Banjo, Hikage, Bruce, Kudo, Yoichi, keep him alive. He can't come on. Kaken isn't breathing. His mouth is flooded with Izuku's blood, and his red eyes are staring at the blue sky, and Katsuki isn't breathing and Izuku is rubbing his neck with the side of his hand to force him to swallow because his fist won't respond because he bit through nerves because Kaken needed to drink his blood, ingest his DNA, become his vessel and he can't feel 3 of his fingers but that doesn't matter because Kaken needs to swallow his blood because he's going to. He won't. He can't. He swallows. It's faint, but Katsuki swallows, Izuku sees it. One for All is in his system and he has to be okay, because One for All is going to. Midoriya. Izuku is yanked to the side and Katsuki tumbles from his lap and Deku is reaching for him with a strangled cry but there are hands on his shoulders forcing him back, away, turning him to look at. Midoriya, get it together. Mirio snaps, grasping Izuku's cape and shoving them both down to dodge the hands that lash the space directly over their head. Mirio sinks into the ground and rockets back out with Izuku clutched tight, propelling them both onto the side of a building right before the space they were occupying gets crushed by what Izuku realizes are Shigaraki's hands. I'm sorry about your friend, but Edge Shot is doing everything Mirio launches out of the way of another strike that shatters windows in his wake and drags Izuku further up the building, everything he can to save him. Right now we need you, Midoriya, so get it together. But Kaken. Shigaraki swipes his hands horizontally, and Mirio pulls Izuku to his chest, leaping them further up the building and then across to another rooftop as the top half of the structure they were on topples to the ground far below. "Your friend will be okay," Mirio says. He motions down. "See? Genist has already moved him out of the fight, they're doing everything they can to." Another swipe of those hands arcs down from above, and this time Izuku has the wherewithal to drag himself onto a floating platform with Black Whip. Mirio is hot on his heels. The older boy skids to a stop on their new perch and looks imploringly at Izuku. Izuku, I know it's hard to see him hurt. I can barely stop myself from going to Tamaki and Hado right now. But you know how dangerous Shigaraki is, and you're the only one who stands a chance at fighting him. We've done all we can to hold out, now we need you, or no one is making it out of the coffin." The weight of his statement hits Izuku square in the chest. A glance down shows that Mirio is right. Best Genist has used spools of thread to move Kaken to the very fringes of the battleground and is doing what he can to stem the bleeding. From here, Izuku can just barely see Katsuki's chest pumping up and down rhythmically. Edge shots work, he guesses. A glance to the side shows Aizawa yelling something he cannot hear, with a desperation and intensity that Izuku knows is directed at him, even if his sensei's glowing eyes cannot stray from Shigaraki. Across the field, Amajiki, Nijire and Mirko still haven't moved. An ice-cold jolt of fear lances through Izuku's body when he realizes that if he does nothing, if he doesn't wrap his fight up with Shigaraki quickly, there is a very real chance that 4 more lives at minimum will be lost here today. Izuku can't do anything for Katsuki right now. He can't do anything for his friends on the other end of his comms. What he can do is enact what they spent countless hours planning, and ensure Shigaraki does not leave this arena. Knowing what has already been done to his friends in his absence makes an ugly kind of fury roil beneath Deku's skin. Below, Shigaraki glares up at him and sneers. He whips his hands out to the sides, as if to accentuate the pathetic state the heroes are in. Poor Kaken, the villain snarls. "Do you want to tell why you're late? I'm sure you have an excuse. Toga's the one to blame, right, Izuku Midoriya?" Izuku doesn't think he's ever really felt hatred. Not until now. To his right, Mirio gives him an evaluating look before nodding and vanishing through the ground. "Why don't you say something?" Shigaraki presses. "How about, nobody expected this to happen? Or maybe, it couldn't be helped. Go on. Avoid taking responsibility, just like everybody else." Energy is burning so hot through Izuku's veins that he's barely keeping a lid on it. The excess sparks off his skin and leaks from his tear ducts and uncoils from his mouth and whips the air into a frenzy throughout the entire perimeter of the coffin. There's something acrid pressing against his sinuses. Perception narrows to only him and Shigaraki. The absolute rage he feels knowing that fate has allowed his world to be stripped raw by someone who desires nothing but its destruction bucks at his hands and leaks purple black-green from his skin. Shigaraki's face twists into something beastly. "I hope you liked the present," he bites. "Sorry it wasn't wrapped." "Kid," Daigoro says from Izuku's left. Ninth doesn't react. Banjo eyes the tendrils of Black Whip spooling from his protégé's skin, observes how it seems uncontrolled and notes how, deep within their shared one-for-all bond, he senses a clarity he knows Izuku hasn't felt in weeks. Something wild replaces the caution Fifth was going to offer. It's reflected by the feral grin that splits his face. "Huh. I shouldn't have underestimated ya, eh? You know what you're doing. Go give him hell." And like a bloodhound let off its leash, Izuku launches from his platform and descends on Shigaraki with crucible-like power. The villain doesn't have enough time to move his hands between them in defense. He only has a split second to bring his arms over his head and plant his feet solidly on the ground before Deku smashes into him with enough force to make his legs buckle. Before he has time to retaliate, Izuku rebounds low and surges up from the ground with a roundhouse kick that launches Shigaraki back a few dozen meters. The villain digs clawed hands into the ground to halt his backwards trajectory and roars something terrible. Deku roars his grief right back. Their fight becomes a clash of brute force, billowing purple smoke, chains of black-green and enough pressure whipping the air heavy that it makes the ears of all present pop. A cold part of Izuku watches how each of his attacks are met with either casual indifference or strained loathing, catalogues what doesn't work, and tries to determine how much of Shigaraki is currently being occupied by All for One. He's not sure there's any Tamura left. Izuku glimpses Mirio moving Amajiki, Nijire and Mirko off the immediate battleground before the other hero loops back to assist in the fight against Shigaraki. The older student propels himself forward to take advantage of the sparingly few openings that present themselves. With him covering the brief PRDS where Izuku can't retaliate, they very, very slowly begin to whittle Shigaraki down. It's when Izuku is slowly ramping up his power for another ultimate attack that it happens. In mere seconds his calms, which he had been largely ignoring to focus on his fight, descend into absolute catastrophe. Over all the voices, Izuku can just make out Tsukachi screaming, "All for one suspected destination Deku, brace for." And then he hits. The electromagnetic shield flickering offline is the only warning Izuku gets of the imminent threat before All for One crashes into the center of the arena with a shockwave that blows everyone back. On the roof outside the now disabled force field, Aizawa, Monoma and Manuel barely stop themselves from being flung off the edge of their perch entirely. On the fringes of the fight, Best Jeanist curls protectively over Kaken, the other downed heroes tumble back like rag dolls. Izuku doesn't even stop to think. He immediately whips his head to where Mirio has frozen and shouts, "Lemillion, get everyone out of here now." It's enough to spur the other student into action. Mirio doesn't acknowledge the command, he just moves. Izuku spins back to All for One when the villain chuckles a low laugh full of far more amusement than the situation warrants. "How noble," the demon says, "but ultimately pointless. Regardless, what a pleasure it is to finally make your acquaintance." 9th. Beside the villain, Shigaraki snarls and tries to fling himself towards Izuku, but All for One holds up a hand that brings his other self to a dead stop. This is bad. It is, quite possibly, the worst outcome that could have occurred. Shigaraki alone was already an impossible matchup against both him and All for One. Not only is Izuku woefully unprepared, but there is almost no way he can possibly emerge from this fight victorious. Time. Izuku needs to buy time. He doubts there is anything to be done now, but at the very least he can stall long enough for Tsukachi, All Might, Nedzu, and whoever else may be in the command center to try to figure out what the F to do. At least Izuku knows the self-anointed Demon King likes the sound of his own voice. All for One, Izuku growls. Izuku Midoriya, the villain purrs. It sounds like he's tasting the words, rolling the syllables in his mouth to see how they feel. It makes Izuku physically sick. Was Endeavor not enough of a challenge? You just had to come and personally fight a 16-year-old, too. All for One makes a sound that's not quite a laugh and not quite a growl. It's a noise more akin to that of a monster than a man. "Oh, come now, little hero," he says. "Don't sell yourself short. You are far more a challenge than those phony heroes thrice your age, even if your power is still incomparable to my own." "God, do you only speak in backhand compliments?" Izuku quips. "I have no idea how Shigaraki tolerated it so long. I would have expected someone of his temperament to have tried to disintegrate you years ago." Shigaraki snarls. All for One's mouth lilts into a not-quite grin. "Believe me, he tried," the villain says. "But that is to be expected from a child disillusioned by society." Then he tilts his head, and though Izuku knows he has no eyes, he feels intensely scrutinized. "If anyone should understand such misfortune at the hands of the world, it should be you," All for One continues. "I have looked into your history, Izuku Midoriya. I know how your peers despised you. I know how your teachers overlooked you. I know how the heroes you admired rejected you on countless occasions. So how is it that, despite everything, you came to be All Might's successor? Do you not feel slighted? Do you not seek revenge?" He pauses slightly and rolls a wrist. "Would you not have rather wrought vengeance on the world by my side?" The insinuation that Izuku could ever be anything less than a hero is almost enough to give him whiplash. To be honest, it wasn't something that had ever crossed his mind. Not even at his lowest. The thought of being anything other than a force for good, of being anything other than someone who would take the hands of all those kids misfortunate enough to be in the shoes Izuku himself once filled, and telling them they can do it, they can be heroes, too, is, quite frankly, unfathomable. Perhaps some people grew lost the older they got, when they lost sight of all the childish dreams that once drove them. Perhaps it took others most of their life to determine exactly what, if anything, they wanted to contribute to the world. But for Izuku, the instant he had learnt what it was to be a hero, he had known he found his calling. Truthfully, there wasn't room for anything else in his life. Amid all the bullying, all the rejection, all the jeering words and cruel eyes and "I'm sorry," Izuku's, anything less than that all-consuming, helpless need to save would have broken him long ago. He'd seen the statistics for kids like him, after all. He'd known that without that something in his life, without the underlying drive to be more than what he was born that came hand in hand with heroism, life would simply not be worth living. Izuku's merit had always been tied to his capacity to give. If his ability to sacrifice was the only thing of worth he could contribute to the world, then of course he would relinquish everything he had. What else could possibly be greater than that? Why would he ever need anything more than that merit? Izuku meets All for One's gaze head on. "I would see myself dead before I ever even thought to become what you are," he spits. All for One considers him for a few moments. Then he hums. It's a dissatisfied kind of sound. How interesting it is, he says emotionlessly, that two people can be so different. Izuku doesn't think it's all that interesting at all. There had obviously been something deeply wrong with All for One long before he gained the power he has now. All the time in the world, all the power at his fingertips, and the villain consciously chose to become this. Izuku will never be capable of understanding it. I suppose it makes little difference to our situation now, All for One sighs, although I had hoped you would indulge me with a more detailed answer. Shigaraki shifts restlessly, and after a glance down, All for One raises a hand in the hero's direction. Izuku falls into a battle-ready stance. I think the time for talking has passed, don't you? The villain questions. Izuku grits his teeth and steels himself. One for all bubbles just under his skin, ready for any kind of attack their enemy might throw his way. Then All for One clicks his tongue and swings his arm towards where Aizawa and Monoma crouch on the edge of the coffin's perimeter, and Izuku's stomach plummets. Tamura, the villain drawls. It sounds like he's lavishing every syllable. His head doesn't turn from Izuku. I'd say those ants have meddled in your fight long enough, wouldn't you agree? Shigaraki's face splits into a gleeful grin. The villain doesn't hesitate before launching himself towards the heroes, and though Izuku throws himself after him, he knows he's going to be too late, he won't. Shigaraki whips his arms in front of him. With their length, all those hands converging together on a horizontal trajectory to crush those caught between them, there's no time for Deku to whip them out of the way, they're going to be. A scream tears itself from Izuku's throat and all he can picture is Katsuki, all he can hear are those dimming messages over his comms listing which of his friends have died. Now his sensei is Aizawa's going to and Monoma and Manuel, there. Izuku reaches forward. Black Whip bridles at his wrist and leaps into what will be a futile attempt to drag Shigaraki back, because he's too slow. And then another comet is plummeting from the sky right in front of the heroes, so fast Izuku can't track its movement. It's only when Shigaraki's arms get halted right before they clap together, caught by the armored figure's jet-black gauntlets, and the new hero raises his head with the mask over his mouth sliding back to reveal that smile that Izuku realizes it's All Might. Boy. With All Might present, the fight evens out. Izuku has rarely had the chance to fight by his side, but they fall into a rhythm quickly, and from there rotate between combating All for One and Shigaraki as the battle demands. Even with their combined might, however, All for One's mere presence destabilizes what might have otherwise been their win. All Might's gear takes several harsh blows and starts to spark. Izuku suffers a bludgeon to the head and remains stunned long enough for Shigaraki to dislocate his shoulder and break his wrist. The villains remain relatively untouched and press their advantage. At some point, the American fighter jets arrive and assist in the evacuation of the wounded heroes. Mirio stays long enough to see his friends and comrades safely loaded on board, then he shoots back to the perimeter of the coffin and helps protect the aircraft from stray blows that come their way. The jet carrying Aizawa, Monoma, Manuel and Mandalay falls back a considerable distance from the battleground, but within a close enough range to let the two quirk-erasing heroes keep their eyes fixated on the villains. Out of the corner of his eye, Izuku catches a glimpse of the electromagnetic barrier flickering in an attempt to be brought back online, but whatever All for One did to take it down persists. There's a palpable frustration building in the air. Without his quirks, All for One is weaker and easier to handle, but where he falls short, Shigaraki's physical strength prevails. Similarly, although All Might's armor puts him at a level significantly above the average hero, he doesn't have anywhere near the power he did in his prime. He cannot wield One for All's Inferno any longer, and so his and All for One's matchup becomes secondary to Deku and Shigaraki's almost deific brawl. Although their injuries mean that the heroes are being whittled down, neither side makes any significant progress. They fall at an impasse. When the break needed to tip the scales finally arrives, it does not lean in the hero's favor. Izuku has rent some of Shigaraki's larger limbs from his body, and All Might has just gotten All for One on the ground to rain hits upon a now maskless face, when the grin All for One has worn throughout the entire fight splits into something positively demonic. All Might halts, fist drawn back, and something in his gut sinks deep. He's well accustomed to All for One's flair for the dramatic. He knows that a smile like this means something worse is coming. What did you Yagi starts, but All for One is already speaking. Poor Toshinori Yagi, he purrs. It seems your plans have already taken the lives of so many fledgling heroes, and in a matter of hours, no less. That you would come here, after all that, and put even more in danger speaks to your arrogance. Yagi lets his fist fly and strikes a square hit to All for One's jaw before wrapping both hands around the villain's neck. What have you done, All for One? The villain chuckles past the blood that bubbles from his mouth and spits to the side. Me, he asks with a false affronted tone. He turns that sickening grin back on his adversary. Why, I haven't done anything at all. You should be aware by now that every action in the world is either a provocation or retaliation. Hero society has already issued the challenge by disparaging those who may have otherwise thrived under proper guidance. Now you are merely experiencing the consequences of such an action. Toshinori roars and raises the villain's head, only to smash it back into the ground. Speak plainly, BSTRD. The villain wheezes out a bark of laughter. Then he presses himself off the ground, ignoring the hands crushing his windpipe, and bares blood-stained teeth in his rival's face. In a voice All Might will never forget, he hisses, "Look up." Yagi freezes for less than a second. Then, with a mounting horror greater than anything he has ever felt, he cranes his head back to see. Oh, God. The sky is dark and swirling with black-purple mist. As Toshinori watches, Sad Man's death parade rides from the portal and plummets into the coffin below. Those in the first wave don't survive the drop. Those in the preceding waves drag themselves from the filth of the deceased and thrash towards their master's enemies with long, syllableless wails and grasping fingers. For every second they move, more copies of Twice peel themselves from the existing clones' bodies. Toshinori looks at Izuku. Izuku stares at the nearing horde with aghast despair. Terrified eyes meet terrified eyes for a split second, and then All for One is surging beneath All Might, and Shigaraki is whipping a crushing fist towards Deku. They both go on the defensive against Demon Kings and infantry. All for One swipes at Yagi, then sidesteps a retaliatory punch. That Dmed grin is still on his face. Toga Himiko's power is so lovely, the villain snarls. He dances away from an armored blast and ducks under a kick, shoving a clone between him and Toshinori to briefly distract the hero. So many uses. So much potential. I'll have to take it as my own someday, but for now young Toga knows exactly how to use her ability. Do you not agree that sitting by the wayside can be just as effective as assault, All Might? Yagi throws the clone aside and grits his teeth. What are you? But a shadow suddenly rears behind him and cuts off his question. The hero whips around, and his eyes draw up to where hundreds of Toga's clones of Twice have piled themselves high around the perimeter of the coffin. The realization of what's about to happen hits him like a freight train. Sheet, he bellows, turning desperately to lay frantic eyes on where Izuku is barely holding his own against both Shigaraki and a score of the villain's lackeys. Izuku! Watch out, they're blocking Aizawa's line of. But before he can finish his sentence, a shrill bark of hysterical laughter rings out behind him. The next thing he knows is dirt in his teeth and pain shooting up his arm from where All for One's wrist has inflated and warped itself into a draconic mouth with too many fangs that don't pierce All Might's armor, but are enough to wrench his shoulder back at a painful angle. Across the battlefield, Izuku's eyes widen at the sight of the clones. Then he's frantically scrabbling away from where Shigaraki reaches with a grasping hand towards him. The villain misses the hero and disintegrates a large square of the ground instead. Izuku catches himself with float before he can tumble through, and touches down a beat later when a section of replacement cement rockets up to fill in the hole. He goes on the defensive when Shigaraki realizes his quirk has been reinstated, and the villain switches from using brute force to moving as fast as possible in an attempt to land a lucky hit. Yagi breathes a sigh of relief knowing that Izuku won't be caught off guard by the villain's sudden ability to use their powers. He issues a voice command to his armored suit and wing-like appendages snap out from his back, careening into All for One and freeing All Might's arm so he can roll to his feet and continue his fight. The villains aggressively switch up their attack patterns and go on the offensive. As they fight, Deku and All Might begin to realize that despite their best efforts, there might not be anything they can do against the combined force of powers like these. It's not until a few minutes have gone by that something significant changes. Izuku manages to land a lucky hit that sends Shigaraki flying, and the villain's back smashes into one of the poles formerly keeping the electromagnetic barrier operational. When the villain pushes himself to his feet, his quirk disintegrates the metal, and with there being no replaceable ground beneath it, decay leaps from the metal to the rim of the coffin and keeps spreading. Izuku's gut goes into freefall and his feet lift from the ground even though he's not using float. He realizes that the horizon is at an angle, and the city below is rising to meet them. Deku whips around, scanning the perimeter of the battlefield to make sure there's no one liable to plummet off the side of the rapidly descending structure. Yagi is holding his own, his suit unfurls jets from his back, and he and All for One continue their fight in the air. The distraction gives Shigaraki the opportunity to slam one of his oversized fists into Izuku's shoulder, which sends the boy flying off the side of the coffin. He's over open air long enough to see Gentle Criminal's quirk spill into existence at the bottom of the floating island's mass, then he's catching himself with float and rocketing back towards Shigaraki, who attempts to bat him away again. He dodges and touches back down on solid ground as the coffin levels out. Their fight continues, but now both heroes are aware they have a time limit. They do what they can to try and wrap the fight up quickly, but there's nothing to be done when their every blow is matched by the villains. The swarm of clones multiplies, and multiplies, and multiplies until there's a shout over the comms telling the heroes on the coffin to take cover. Izuku glances at the horizon and realizes it's rising too fast. Gentle's quirk must have failed. The continually increasing mass of Sad Man's death parade must have exceeded his weight threshold. He dodges another attack from Shigaraki, and launches himself over to where Mirio staggers and almost falls off the edge of the coffin. Perhaps the boy's quirk could prevent him from being killed by a fall this high, but Izuku has no desire to take the risk. He scoops the third year up and jets off the side of the coffin with float, launching to the right when Shigaraki leaps after him and tries to bat him off course. On the coffin's rim, All for One throttles All Might off the side of the structure and the pair continue exchanging blows as they fall. Deku, get me close to the ground and I'll be fine. Mirio yells over the wind. Izuku nods and disables float, shaking his legs as the pair fall to power up enough FA gene that he can kick at the air and send them both careening faster to the ground. When they're about 50 meters from the earth, Mirio pats Izuku's arm and goes intangible. Izuku immediately pulls himself up and zips to where All Might and All for One are close to hitting the planet's surface. Neither are doing anything to slow their descent. Izuku sees All for One rip the last wing from All Might's back and doesn't think twice. He shoots out Black Whip and catches his mentor around the waist, letting Yagi swing around in a circle and careen back towards the sky so the inertia of his plummet doesn't break the man's back. Izuku sees Yagi's ascent reach its zenith and the incoming fighter jet that zooms to position itself beneath the hero. Then Shigaraki's there, and All for One's right behind him, and Izuku only barely dodges an arm that might decay him before plummeting into the path of red-black tendrils that latch around his ankle and slam him to the ground. The impact hurts. Izuku was able to prevent his bones from shattering by activating float at the last second, but that doesn't fully stop him from hitting the ground hard. He groans, and manages to lift his head right as the coffin finally collides with the city. It's only when he hears the deafening sound of metal rending, earth crumbling, and structures collapsing that he remembers with gut-wrenching horror that there were people inside the coffin. There were teachers in there. His classmates were in there. Cementos and Powerloader and Mei and the other support course students and Yayorozu and Kaminari and others from the hero course were in there. Shigaraki and All for One land explosively 50 yards from Izuku. Izuku cannot tear his eyes from where the coffin is still coming to a rest in the enormous crater its mass has created. Mirio appears at his side at some point, but Izuku can't look away. Izuku, come on, you need to get up, Lemillion pleads desperately, shaking his lower classman's shoulder. We need to fall back. Tsukachi gave the command we need to leave. See what happens when you try to play hero? Shigaraki jeers from somewhere to the side. The villain steps forward, intending to put an end to Izuku Midoriya now, but All for One raises a hand to block his way. Tamura, All for One says, a wicked smile pulling his face into something inhuman, let them flee. We have all the time in the world to chase, after all. A guttural noise bubbles in Shigaraki's throat. But they're weak. If we strike now, why rush? They will not recover from the damage we've inflicted today. The villain turns his head, and Izuku's nerves burn under the intensity of his eyeless scrutiny. Let them rest. Let them recover. It will make the hunt all the more fun, don't you agree? A pause. Then Shigaraki's chapped lips also tug into an equally feral grin, and his head swings to rake Izuku with an evaluating glare. Well, master, when you put it like that. And that's the last Izuku hears before Mirio gives up on trying to rouse him and scoops him into a bridal carry, fleeing with Izuku held tight to his chest. Izuku can't think much beyond the nausea eating him alive. There are twin pairs of eyes dissecting his departure, failure and horror devouring him whole, and guilt submerging his brain into something horribly acidic. He knows, in the innate way one does when faced with the unthinkable, that there is nothing that can stop the way he is about to break. Boy. After their retreat, the survivors fall back to the UA bunker. There are pitifully few heroes remaining. Of the 20 Class 1A students, only half return alive. Of the 10 deceased, only 4 bodies are recovered. Shoji, Shiro, and Ojiro's families elect to have closed casket funerals. They want their memories to be of bright-eyed young men, not partially recovered corpses in no state to be seen by the living. When Mitsuki and Masaru Bakugo demand to see Kaken one final time, Izuku curls outside the door to the morgue and forces himself to listen through their grief. He flees like a coward before they emerge, and cannot bring himself to answer when they knock on his door hours later. Despite their need for a respite, the surviving heroes aren't given any time to mourn the dead. Their failure to put an end to All for One and subsequent return to the bunker sends the civilians into a terrified frenzy, fearful that All for One will retaliate and put them all in the crossfire. The fragile tolerance society had for Izuku shatters completely. Protests break out. The only way the few remaining heroes will be allowed to stay in the bunker without the public initiating a full-blown civil war is if All for One's largest target leaves. All Might, Aizawa, Present Mic and what remains of 1A fight viciously in his name, but Izuku could barely bring himself to be happy with his situation at UA the first time 1A brought him back from his brief stunt as a vigilante. This time, the crowd's demands for him to leave are too logical to ignore. He cannot make peace with the fact that his mere presence in the bunker may cause the death of thousands. In the dead of night 3 days after their failure, Izuku writes a note apologizing to his mother and uses float to ascend to the surface. When he gets past security and feels brisk wind on his face he takes off, Fa Gene roiling sharp beneath his muscles to put as much distance as he can between himself and the only people who ever felt like home. He doesn't stop moving until he's 200 kilometers from the bunker and collapsing to his knees in a field of rotting crops. The concerned murmurs of the One for All vestiges surround him, and in that moment Izuku wants nothing more than to tear them from his head because he doesn't deserve their sympathy. He was too late to the coffin, and look what happened. Things couldn't have resulted in a disaster any larger than this. The everything of the last few days catches up to him, and he can't support his body as the weight of it all finally settles in his brain. His hands crash to the ground, and then he's scrabbling at his chest because he can't breathe. Izuku had been in shock for the last 3 days, and now that he's alone and realizing his friends will never come back, it's like someone's punched a hole clean through his lungs. Yaoyorozu and Kaminari and Shoto and Uraraka and Tsu and Shiro and Ojiro and Shoji and Mineta and Kaken are gone. They're gone, they're not returning, not ever, and they'd all just brought Izuku with them to UA not 2 weeks ago, but now that's gone too and now they're gone, and they're never going to. It's a miracle All for One doesn't sick Shigaraki on him, because Izuku doesn't move for 56 hours. Every last second of that time is spent in a state of delirium between slightly more conscious panic attacks. All he can think of are those red eyes. His red shoes with Kaken's red blood staining the soles get ripped off at some point in a fit of suffocating fury and tossed somewhere into the distance. Izuku can't get those glassy eyes out of his head. On the 6th day post-failure, Ida finds him. With the help of Nedzu predicting where Izuku may have ended up based on his trajectory, 1A had been sweeping the countryside desperately trying to find their missing comrade. The engine-powered boy notifies the rest of their class, and after placing a tentative hand on Izuku's shoulder that goes entirely ignored by the boy, Ida realizes that Izuku is far too out of it to respond to any of the questions he asks. He carefully scoops his friend up and moves to reconvene with their teachers and the rest of 1A. They head to makeshift Fortress Troy, where Aizawa, Yamada, Yagi and their classmates have set up their new base of operations. Izuku may not be welcomed back into the UA bunker, but they'll be dead if they let him deal with the aftermath of everything by himself. After they get him comfortable and Aizawa works on grounding his student and bringing him back to the present over the course of a few weeks, Izuku is treated rather like a wild animal. No one has any idea how to help him, especially not when they're each dealing with their own grief. After all, what is there to say? Nothing that happened was okay. Nothing will ever be okay again. In the brief PRDS of lucidity Izuku has, he tries to leave. It's more half-hearted than it was that first time. His classmates take to keeping a guard over him, and eventually he realizes that all he's doing is causing them trouble. He curls up in his room and keeps himself bed-bound even as his limbs scream for him to move. Aizawa runs himself ragged trying to support his class. It's only because of Yamada that he remembers to eat and drink, both of which are stunted and hard to track when the weeks blur together in a haze of nightmares and dissociative episodes. Yagi tries to support his students and fellow teachers where he can, but it's obvious his primary concern is Midoriya. Izuku flits between being unable to let the man go and incapable of looking him in the eye. Yagi lets the boy cry into his chest and wraps protective arms around his protege. It's not much, but it's all Toshinori has left to give. He buries his head in Izuku's shoulder one evening after the boy has exhausted himself into a fitful rest, and finally lets himself weep. Boy. In the fallout, Izuku becomes intimately familiar with grief in all its forms. He sees it in Ida, in how the boy stares with a detached sort of disgust at the mufflers in his legs, in how his fingers twitch as if he wants nothing more than to rip the offending quirk out over and over until he's faster. Until he's the fastest. Until there's no one he can't save in less time than it takes to blink, because he failed Shoto, and maybe if he hadn't been worried about overheating engines he would have been there for every other classmate who didn't make it off their own battlefields. As class president, the weight of his inaction bears heavy on Ida's shoulders. He shuts his emotions off from the world and throws himself into any busywork he can find. When chores run dry, he cobbles together what he can to make his classmates' lives a little more comfortable, determined not to let anyone go without anything that could give them strength. He sees it in Kirishima, when the unbreakable boy shatters in the wee hours of the morning and his quirk won't turn off as he gasps through panic attacks. In how he perks up at any sound resembling an explosion, and teeters off-kilter when he realizes it didn't come from Bakugo. There's more black in his hair than red now, roots reverting to their natural color since hair dye became a luxury, and Izuku sees how Kirishima takes to avoiding his reflection. The boy is less confident in his interactions with his peers. He makes up for it by being thrice as protective, throwing himself heedlessly between his classmates and any perceived threat with a snarl on his lips and a wild glint in his eyes. He sees it in Ishido, in the brief moments of hilarity that so rarely grace their camp, when the girl forgets everything that's happened and turns to make a snarky comment to Ochako, or Tsu, or Denki, or sometimes even Bakugo, only to find empty air that breaks her all over again. When a Tartarus escapee with a pink-tinged gas quirk assaults their base, her body locks up. Izuku barely has time to JRK her out of the fight with Black Whip before the toxins put her out of commission for good. She breaks down after the villain is cuffed and admits she had only been able to think of midnight. Kirishima finds her hours later scraping her arms raw in an attempt to stop seeing pink, and when he gently gets her to return to their dorm's common room for the night, where the whole class has taken to sleeping as a unit, Izuku watches her acid slowly burn through a long-sleeved green shirt and sweatpants she won't change out of despite the sweltering heat of the dorms. She doesn't look at her hands for 5 hours. He sees it in Jiro, in how she fashions a necklace she refuses to take off from one of Momo's smallest nesting dolls that she scavenges from the girl's dusty room, in how he finds her at the crack of dawn practicing bow staff techniques with a metal pipe and distant eyes. She takes to pausing each of her classmates in their tracks at least once a day, gently rolling back sleeves to rest her remaining earphone on their wrists, needing to hear their heartbeats as loud as possible so she can be positive they're still alive. On the nights when everyone tosses and turns, sleep too far beyond their reach, she retrieves a battered guitar from her dorm and plucks soothing melodies into the night. He sees it in Tokoyami, in how it's rare now for him not to be wrapped in Dark Shadow's embrace, in how the boy grows closer to Jiro in the way only two people who have looked death in the eye can be. When there's not much for the class to do other than wait for attacks or opportunities to retaliate, the bird-headed boy brings an inkwell and reams of paper down from his room and spends days creating protective ofudas that he plasters over every available surface. He insists that everyone carries at least 3 on them at all times. His feathers grow unkempt. It's only at the insistence of Dark Shadow that he finally allows Koda to preen them. He falls asleep halfway through the process, and doesn't wake for 13 hours. He sees it in Hagakure, in how the girl masters keeping herself visible, but flickers like a ghost when the dorms grow quiet and there's less to distract her from the fact that every classmate she was closest to is now dead. When the sun goes down, she paces the dormitory halls restlessly. From sunrise to sunset, she stands out in the light and tries again and again to make the rays her body refract stronger, more blinding, quicker to heat and easier to control. It comes as a dull surprise to Izuku that for someone so expressive, he never sees Hagakure cry. He sees it in Sato, in how the boy could always bake but never cook, in how he wakes early and practices preparing lunch and dinner meals for the class in an attempt to create foods he knows the survivors will enjoy despite the limited ingredients they have available. He slightly burns the first few dishes and undercooks the next couple, but no one tells him anything other than thanks. It may not be Kaken's food they had all grown used to, but Sato is the only one keeping them on a somewhat healthy diet, and there's really not enough words to express their gratitude for his determination to keep them well fed when there's so little else to look forward to in their new routines. He sees it in Koda, in how it was rare for him to be without an animal companion before the war, but now is nigh impossible to find him without at least a few trotting at his heels. The survivors take to leaving their doors open so the dozens of stray cats and dogs that flock to their base have more room to roam, and no one complains about the handful of times the animals create a mess. The dorms had felt unbearably empty without half their class, and while the animals aren't anywhere near a replacement, they do provide comfort on the nights where everyone needs to feel a weight on their chest or fur in their hands so they can remain grounded when memories of pale faces threaten to break them. Izuku finds it devastating that Koda becomes somewhat of a chatterbox when there are so few people to listen. The boy gets into the habit of nervously rambling about everything and nothing whenever a silence drags on too long, as if he can't stand knowing that the people who would once fill the quiet will never voice their thoughts again. He sees it in Aoyama, in how the boy practically becomes mute, in how he refuses to voice his input when the class debates battle plans, in how he accepts any directive without question, because he's absolutely crushed by the guilt of thinking he's responsible for their friends' deaths, and although he could never do enough to atone, he can put himself into the survivor's servitude. The class tries to encourage him to join in on daily discussions, but Aoyama shuts down entirely and isolates himself, holing up in his room until it's time to complete a chore or attend a meeting. Izuku watches how after the boy has to engage with more than one person at a time, he retreats to the roof of Troy and collapses, raking nails across his skin with a frantic, vacant gaze, as if trying to physically scrape off the feeling of being watched. He sees it in Aizawa, in how the man's eyes pause too long on the crumbling buildings that now make up more of Japan than intact ones, in how his sensei sits with his back to corners and face buried in his capture weapon, head counting their class over and over as if to reassure himself that in the 5 seconds since he last laid eyes on his students they haven't been captured, or injured, or killed. He's the first to his kids' sides when they have panic attacks, and draws them into carefully firm hugs when they wake screaming from nightmares. His students try to return the care he shows them, but he brushes off their concern. Only Yamada's persistent reminders to eat, drink, and sleep keep him somewhat functional. He sees it in Yagi, when the man leaves a room and believes himself to be alone, and his legs can't support the failure that weighs on his shoulders. In how he slumps against the nearest wall with a whine in his throat and a sob caught between his teeth. In how he seeks Izuku out every day, sometimes spewing apologies he can't bite back, sometimes just to lay a hand on his kid's shoulder for the reassurance that Izuku is, at the very least, still breathing. Izuku finds him more often than not spending hours in a dajiza, prostrating himself before the headstones the class had placed behind Troy. There are no bodies buried there, Yagi pays his respects to the dead all the same. Izuku feels it in himself, knows it's there through the pages, and pages, and pages of notes he feels compelled to write about everything from the villain's weaknesses, to what All for One might be planning next, to all the aforementioned observations about his surviving classmates, and every single detail he can remember of the deceased. A desperate kind of anxiety drives him. He fears that, without it all scrawled down, he'll forget what made the people he considers family so special. When he runs out of ink and paper and his hands get too shaky to keep within the lines of a notebook, he writes on the walls of half-decayed buildings using ash, or the sharp end of rebar, or sometimes even his own blood. He needs the world to know they're heroes. He needs future generations, should they be so lucky to exist, to understand the people who gave everything to save them. He needs there to be tangible proof of what they sacrificed, and why the universe is all the darker for it. Yes, grief has made itself known to Izuku. These days, there's very little else to feel. Boy. More people join them after a time. Tsukachi, Sansa and a handful of other policemen arrange for a limited number of envoys to move supplies and civilians between the UA bunker and Troy. Shinso and Fat Gum arrive on the first vehicle over, alongside enough supplies to last 1A 3 months. Subsequent envoys bring the families of most 1A students. When Mitsuki and Masaru Bakugo see Izuku, they drag the kid into a hug and refuse to let go for the next 2 hours. Inko flits around them anxiously, wringing her hands with a heartbroken expression as her boy wails endless apologies. Mitsuki opens an arm when she realizes Inko is hesitant to intrude on their grief, and, with tears tracking down both their cheeks, the two mothers gently lower their huddle to the ground. They quietly comfort Izuku and each other until the kid sags into an exhausted sleep. The families of the other deceased slip past silently, trailing light hands across the adults' backs in wordless gestures of support. Troy becomes a community of its own. It's crowded with so many people, but not uncomfortably so. The surviving 1A students had already mostly taken to sleeping as a group in the communal lounge, so they collectively decide to offer up their rooms to their families instead. When they go to pack necessities from their dorms to take downstairs, they hear muffled sobbing through the walls as the families of the deceased go through what few possessions their children left behind. Time trickles slow from there. With so few heroes remaining in reasonable enough condition to fight, going on the offensive is impractical. Life becomes a simple matter of survival and defense against the few Tartarus prison escapees who are psychotic or desperate enough to attack Troy. Although many of the jailbreak villains intend to do harm, their skirmishes are more an annoyance than a legitimate threat. The real danger lies in the fact that All for One and Shigaraki go radio silent, keeping everyone in a dreadful sort of suspense for months. July has almost come to an end before the villains finally make their move. Izuku had thought that by obeying the civilians' demands and leaving the UA bunker, he was keeping the people there safe. He had thought that, since he was the largest target, if anywhere was to be attacked it would be Troy. He's proven fatally wrong when Shigaraki launches his assault. The worst part is that with as dorms situated so far away, no one knows the underground stronghold is under attack until it's far too late to mobilize. Without Aizawa there to disable his quirks, Shigaraki makes laughably quick work of the bunker. It takes, at most, 45 minutes for the last of society to be reduced to dust. Aizawa finally receives a distress call when the carnage is almost over, and with fracturing sanity bears witness to Nedzu's final words. When the line goes static, he slams his earpiece to the ground and punches a hole clean through the nearest wall. As he slides to his knees, hyperventilating, he wonders how he can possibly break the news to his kids. Eri had been at the bunker. Troy had been deemed too dangerous for her, what with the target on Izuku's back. The kid Aizawa had grown so attached to was likely now buried beneath 150 feet of rubble, and he was too late to help and too crippled to dig her body out, if she somehow hadn't been decayed. What the hell is he supposed to do with this knowledge? Telling everyone could never have gone any way other than poorly. Aizawa will go to his grave with those expressions branded into his mind. He will never stop feeling the aftershock of Izuku slamming him against a wall, blind anger overtaking his kid when Aizawa's quirk robbed him of his own before he could throw himself out the nearest window and pursue a delusional compulsion to save people that no longer exist. The bunker had been too far underground, and Shigaraki too fierce a bloodhound to have missed a chance to kill. Aizawa knows there will not be survivors. He doesn't get a wink of sleep for the next 3 days, and doesn't rest more than a few fitful hours a night for the next 4 weeks. There are too many distraught children to comfort. There are too many false images of a little girl's broken body stamped into the space behind his eyes. That he can only imagine what end befell Eri and not know with certainty how she died, that he doesn't have a body to bury, and doesn't even know for sure if there is one, makes everything worse. It dawns on everyone, after the shock wears off, that this is really it. The end is truly in motion. They're long past being able to fix things. Nobody could come back from this. The only thing Troy is any good for now is being a coop for sitting ducks, and All for One is sure to tire of their inaction eventually. Time is a commodity they have frightfully little of, and there isn't much they can do with it other than wait to be killed. It isn't fair. They've learnt, in the hardest comprehensible way, that nothing ever is. Boy. They're largely left alone for the next 3 months. They hear, through almost indecipherable radio frequencies, that All for One has turned his gaze towards eliminating stragglers across Japan. The only chance anyone has at surviving is if they flee the country, but airports closed down at the start of the war, foreign nations refuse to supply aid in fear of incurring Shigaraki's wrath, and anyone with a quirk who could get them out has already long since departed. Food and water become the biggest threat to their daily stability. When the UA bunker was destroyed, their supply of both went with it, and with most resources in the region having already been claimed by now dead civilians, there's nothing left to loot within an 18-mile radius of Troy. They lay out every container from the kitchen on the roof of the dorms to catch what little rain falls. It tastes like rust and something acidic. Koda locks himself in his room when the few woodland creatures that had hesitantly taken to sheltering outside their base need to be butchered. It's enough to keep them going for a few weeks, if everyone keeps their water and food intake low, but with so many mouths to feed it's nowhere near enough. Yamada, Yagi, and half the parents and older siblings volunteer to venture further from Troy in an attempt to find a supermarket or grocer that's been overlooked by scavengers. The idea is met with reluctance by everyone, but they have no choice if they want to remain alive. The goodbyes that follow are teary and final. Nobody wants to imagine the worst, but at this point anticipating anything else would be foolishly naive. When Izuku wakes 12 days later drenched in sweat to the feeling of something fundamentally wrong shifting inside One for All, it's to see the vestiges comforting Yagi. At first, caught in the bleariness of having just awoken, Izuku feels his heart sore knowing that his mentor is safe and back home. Then he glimpses the kitchen through All Might's shoulder, and it finally clicks why the sight of the dead comforting the man is so out of place. The understanding of what's happened hits Izuku's gut hard, and he desperately heaves himself up to lean over the back of his couch and empty his meager stomach contents on the ground. Half of his classmates are already awake. The other half have slept light ever since the start of the war, and quickly come to consciousness from all the noise Izuku makes. They try to comfort him, assuming his bile to be because of a nightmare, but they don't know. They have no idea that their teachers are dead. They can't yet comprehend that their parents have been killed. Aizawa rises from where he's taken to sleeping between his students and Troy's main entrance. When he meets Izuku's eyes, he falters. He sees how Izuku glances to the side and chokes around a panic attack. He tracks the kid's eyes to empty space and, with a bone-cold horror pervading his skin, he understands. They're all dead. Yamada is dead. Shuta's expression shatters, he barely catches himself against the side of a couch when his knees give way. His students stumble to action, caught between comforting Izuku and panicking over their sensei's sudden illness, but Aizawa wards them off, unable to bear the thought of being touched or coddled when his world is collapsing. He clamps a hand over his mouth to keep from expelling his own stomach contents, and staggers to the kitchen sink to GG on bile. The sun is peeking over the horizon, and 1A has come to their own understanding of what's happened, by the time either Izuku or Aizawa are ready to speak. They wait for the parents who had remained at Troy to come downstairs, then Izuku explains what Toshinori's vestige says of his demise. There is nothing in the entire FING world Izuku hates more than All for One. His fury reaches its melting point 5 weeks later, when Shoyuta has to drive rebar through the chest of a Nomu that assaults their base with Hisashi's voice. When night falls and Aizawa ascends to the roof to scream his grief at the world, Izuku launches himself into the darkness with the intent of finding and killing the BSTRD who did this to them, but all he finds are high-end Nomu that, in the face of his rage, he spatters like ticks. When he returns to Troy early the next morning, worn out and frustrated and so broken, he only feels worse knowing that, just like Yamada, there were people behind those monsters too. Boy. All things considered, Izuku has to be grateful for how his mother passes. Heart failure, Shinso's father, a doctor Izuku had unknowingly met in passing, concludes. The man drapes one of their least dirty blankets across her body. Izuku hadn't realized she had been sleeping without one. Likely, she had given it away to one of the other families who had small children to warm. He stares at the new blanket, at its clashing red and blue polka dot pattern and the faded blood from somebody else that stains its hem brown, and can only think about how in life his mother would have hated it. In death, she can't complain. Izuku knew the insurmountable stress of their situation would take its toll on her eventually, but he had childishly refused to give the thought any credence. He hadn't been able to truly grasp the idea she might die before him. Seeing her now, laid out like this, cold to the touch and so distinctly absent, he finds he still cannot process the fact she is actually gone. He spends half an hour fixing her hair. It's messy from the night's sleep she hadn't woken from. He smooths her clothes and dispels any rumples from the blanket, muttering gentle nonsense she will never hear. Although he tries not to glance at her face, he can't help but hate what he sees when he inevitably looks. Even in death she doesn't look at peace. The frown lines on her brow are more pronounced in the absence of her pallor, and without life to give her color, her eyes and cheeks show just how sunken and hollow they really are. She's lost so much weight in so little time. She almost looks like the mother he remembers from when he was a child, but more emaciated. Izuku isn't sure how long he sits by her bedside. No one interrupts his mourning. When what must be hours elapse and the weight of his loss finally hits him, Izuku realizes he has no more tears left to cry. He slides out his dorm's open window and mindlessly loses himself in the burn of muscles that comes with running through unsteady terrain. The inertia of catching himself with Black Whip each time he leaps off a ledge too high and falls too fast is the only thing keeping his mind off the grief that pounds through his skull. In those moments of free fall, and if not for the ghosts hovering over his shoulder, Izuku thinks he might find some comfort in the view from halfway down. Boy. Shigaraki descends on Troy late one afternoon in what the survivors can only guess is November, based on the way frost nips at the air. His arrival isn't quite a surprise. They knew All for One would grow tired of waiting eventually, and the sparse radio communications they'd been receiving had gone silent weeks ago. All things considered, they put up a good fight. Everything is still over in less than 15 minutes. By the time the villain decides he's had his fill of death, only Aizawa and Izuku are left standing. Shigaraki bares his teeth in something too feral to be a grin and tells them they have a week. Then he leaves, taking the last of the hero's strength with him. Izuku collapses. Shoyuta turns to the side and heaves. They both stare at piles of dust being blown away by the wind and choke on the fact that when they die, the only proof Class 1A existed at all will die with them. Death has come to be numbly expected. Izuku just wishes he had something left of his friends to bury. Boy. For days after they lost what little remained of the world, Aizawa gives up on his attempt at an early morning sleep and finds Izuku sitting on the only intact ledge of Troy's roof. His kids staring out over a devastated landscape, watching sunrise paint Japan in bloody hues. There's a faint breeze in the air that stirs up the dust coating what used to be a city, and as Shoyuta breathes it in, he wonders which of his students are poisoning his lungs. Unseen by Aizawa, the vestiges of one for all drift aside from where they had been hovering around Izuku, giving the man a clear path to their ninth. All 8 had spent the night in a sickening kind of silence, lending Izuku what little comfort their presence could offer whilst giving him the space he needed to get his thoughts in order. They had all felt the shift or perhaps the nauseating halt of something deep within their kid. The knowledge that their time within One for All was coming to an end was a difficult thought to bear. From his place to Izuku's right, the youngest vestige of Toshinori Yagi spares Aizawa a mournful glance. As the other vestiges drift away, he tries his best to provide one last gesture of comfort to Izuku, but he's painfully reminded of his new ghostly reality when his hand phases through the boy's shoulder and his kid doesn't react. Yagi closes his eyes, turns his head away in grief, and prays as he floats back that Aizawa will do what he cannot. Although it's awkward to maneuver with only one good leg, Shoyuta hoists himself up next to his kid and settles down on the ledge beside him. Izuku inclines his head in acknowledgement, but his eyes don't stray from the skyline. They sit like this for a time. It's despairingly companionable, in the way only dead men can be. Aizawa glances sidelong at Izuku and can't help the way his face darkens at the sight. His kid's eyes are deep-set and distant, red-rimmed with dark purple smudges below each. His sunken cheeks belie the fact he is starving. He's entirely missing freckles on one side of his face, grazed off from some wound he had suffered after Yue's collapse, and a deep cut along the opposite cheekbone has all but claimed half the freckles on that side as well. His hair is longer than it's ever been, swept back and brushing his shoulders. It doesn't exactly look messy, if only because it's full of enough grease, sweat, and hopelessly matted knots to keep it off his face. His hero costume is unsalvageable, tattered and stuck to congealed blood in places. Aizawa knows the kid's been wounded. There's the faintest smell of something sour in the air that tells Shoyuta an infection is starting to set in. His kid looks wrong. The vacant expression on his face is wrong. Everything about their reality is so absolutely wrong that Aizawa wants nothing more than to beat his fists bloody against a wall, angry at it all for being so wrong. Shoyuta will forever curse himself for allowing a child to bear the world's burdens. Especially when that child is Izuku, of all people. Someone so good should not know what it is to suffer this much evil. His kid should be at UA, stuffing himself on lunch rush's food, laughing with his friends, working to become a hero beloved by the public. He should have the chance to find a partner, settle down, maybe have a few kids. He should grow old and wise and ridiculously fond of hellions who look at him with stars in their eyes and pleas for guidance on their lips. He shouldn't be here, in a world on its precipice, in a Japan that blames him until its dying breath for incurring the wrath of a demon, all because he had the selfless ambition to take on the impossible mantle of his idol. He shouldn't have inherited a war he was never warned of, and didn't that fact make Shoyuta want to wring Yagi's neck when he learnt of it? He shouldn't know what it is to lose everyone he had ever known. He shouldn't know what it is to be orphaned. Not yet. At just 17 years old, Izuku Midoriya should not be staring daybreak in the face and making peace with the fact that this will be the last sunrise he ever sees. It would be remiss of Aizawa to think the boy would want it any other way, though. If the world was always destined to end in dust and blood and infinite FING could have beans, his kid would never accept anyone else taking his place. That was just the kind of self-sacrificing he was. Hero seems too small a word to describe a man like Izuku. It reminds Aizawa all too painfully of another too bright boy from another too dark time. When bloody hues finally give way to gray-laden sky, Izuku takes a deep breath, closes his eyes, and lets his head tip back. Aizawa almost wants to fill the silence, but what is there to say? He knows his kid hasn't slept, knows today is no better than yesterday, and has nothing in the way of food or water to offer. Comfort is a luxury they haven't been afforded in over half a year. Ultimately, however, he doesn't need to say anything. Izuku speaks first, and proves himself every bit the hero Aizawa knows him to be. How many civilians do you think are left? Shoyuta grimaces at how parched the kid's voice sounds. His own words don't sound any better when he replies, if I had to guess? None. Izuku nods. Silence lapses. I tried, sensei. I really did. I know, problem child. I know. Silence again. One beat passes, then two. The vestiges don't know where to go from here. Good. If Yagi and the others expected any more of you, I'd find a way to bring them back just to kill them myself. A light snort. After a moment, Aizawa lifts an arm to drag the boy into a side hug, and Izuku melts in the embrace. They both hide wet eyes and downturned mouths behind capes and capture weapons. I'll be leaving today, Shoyuta. And I'll be leaving with you, Izuku. His kid nods. After everything they've been through, it would be almost offensive to assume Sho would be anywhere other than at his kid's side. Where Izuku goes, Shoyuta will follow. When Izuku falters, Shoyuta will be his crutch. Should Izuku die, Shoyuta will raise hell on his own way out. In the end, it's really as simple as that. Oi. Oi. It's not difficult to find All for One. There's a dark cloud of dust on the horizon where Shigaraki is going to town with decay, and as Izuku and Shoyuta draw near, it becomes apparent that the villain has spent most of the last 4 days quite literally carving his way through Japan. For as far as the eye can see, there are enormous chasms full of disintegrated matter and grotesque, overgrown, writhing amalgamations of what used to be hands. Thousands of fingers scrape the landscape to even more nothingness as they approach. At the center of it all is a delirious Tamura. His head is tipped back, eyes wide and sightless, face etched into a too-wide grin that spills forth disturbed, deranged laughter. He staggers in circles as a man. Without purpose, arms dragging like chains behind him, appearing to be more fixated on the decay of it all rather than any goal in particular. Floating above the fringes of the destruction is a white-haired man who Izuku realizes must be All for One. He turns when Izuku and Shoyuta enter audible distance, and the pair halt under the villain's empty eyes and languid grin. To his right, Yoichi steps into Izuku's line of sight. The boy has to admit he can see the familial resemblance. Ah, if it isn't the hero of our story, All for One says in lieu of greeting. You kept me waiting ever so long, Ninth. Izuku grits his teeth. His left foot shifts back into a weary, battle-ready stance. At his side, Shoyuta follows suit. All for One's grin widens even as he clicks his tongue in disdain. Oh, come now, child. You know fighting me is pointless. His gaze shifts back to the destruction before them. He extends an arm, as if to casually encourage the heroes to bear witness to the end of the world. Tamura's true power is quite something to behold, is it not? He asks. It's rhetorical, of course. I'm allowing him to indulge in some of his more primal desires. His body may be nothing more than a vassal for my will, but even I have to admit that his drive to destroy is quite powerful. It's more than skin deep, you see. In all my time alive, I've found it quite rare for someone's soul to resonate so strongly with their ambition. Izuku's gaze flits to the side, where Nana is staring at Shigaraki at Tenko Shimura with a quiet, resigned grief. Yagi is a step behind and to the side of her, his hand resting hesitantly between his mentor's shoulder blades. The sight puts a foul taste in Izuku's mouth. A sense of overwhelming failure crashes onto his shoulders, which is exacerbated when All for One idly tries to follow his line of sight and knowing stretches his wicked grin wider. How interesting, the villain drawls. He drifts down from his place in the sky and steps softly onto the sand-like consistency of Shigaraki's destruction. You see them, don't you? The vestiges of One for All. At this distance, a mere few dozen feet separating heroes from villain, there's something naggingly familiar about the man's face. Izuku tries to dismiss it as his resemblance to first, but the thought coils furtively at the back of his mind. Izuku doesn't respond. It makes little difference to All for One. I had theorized you would, the villain continues. He begins to pace slowly around the heroes. Izuku and Aizawa shuffle in place, keeping the villain firmly in their line of sight. After all, One for All mirrors my own power, if more, underdeveloped. And yet you kill to have it all the same, Izuku says evenly. What, haven't had your fill of ghosts? All for One seems to be implying that he has vestiges of his own. Izuku doesn't particularly care. Knowing the BSTRD, he probably derives a sick sense of pleasure from seeing what remains of all the people he's stolen from and killed. Izuku wishes he could help them, but unless he can kill All for One, he doesn't see how that would be possible. The villain chuckles slightly and waves a hand dismissively. Oh, no, I've had quite enough of these side characters. There's only one I wish to see return to me. You should come willingly, Yoichi, if you do not want your ninth to suffer. Beside Izuku, Yoichi laughs sarcastically. It obviously falls on deaf ears. If only that was enough to stop him. He glances at Midoriya, and his expression softens into something full of regret. For what it's worth, I am sorry it has come to this, Izuku. It was never my intention to let my brother drag our feud out over so many lifetimes. You should not have to endure the failings of a ghost. Something must shift in Izuku's face, because across from him, All for One makes a sound of faux resignation. Of course not. Just what I would expect of my little brother. Perhaps he and I are not so different after all, Izuku doesn't respond. He grits his teeth, and after a second lets One for All spark across his skin. The villain eyes him contemptuously. Izuku sees the moment his enemy realizes their current line of small talk won't lead anywhere. Speaking of similarities, All for One trails off languidly and takes a moment to consider his foe. You know, child, there is one hilarious truth behind this entire ordeal that none but I am aware of. I personally find it to be quite the humorous thing. Would you like to know what it is? Izuku wants nothing less. No. I don't want to hear anything you want to tell me. You're just a psychopathic lunatic with grandiose delusions. Nothing you say means anything. Not anymore. Fight us, all for one, and we can finally bring the last 200 years to an end. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Oh, come now. I'm sure it will mean something. Especially to you, boy. The villain leans forward. A crazed smile stretches wide across his face, and there is real mirth in his eyes. After all, is that any way to speak to your father? Silence. Izuku's brain short-circuits. It's almost like the time Toga told him she loved him, but even more incomprehensible. Because what? Just what? How does and, come on, does he think Izuku is stupid? It's so obvious he's lying, but then why? Bullshit, Aizawa hisses. Izuku startles. He had quite forgotten his sensei was there. Stop trying to mess with the kid's head. Every longevity quirk ever recorded comes with the drawback of declining FRTLTY, and you're at least 2 centuries old. You can't be first generation related to a teenager. Can't I? All for one asks in amusement. 8 billion quirks in the world, and you don't believe there may be a single one that could bypass such a fickle restriction. Aizawa hesitates at this. The fact is, statistically, all for one is right, but the notion there may be any truth to his claim is something he can't help but vehemently reject. Honestly, finding the quirks to make it possible was easy, all for one continues. Finding the women was, too. Love may be the single greatest currency in the world, right after fear. Thousands are so desperate for it, they'll let you do quite anything you please with so little persuading. That's why it took so long to realize Izuku here was one of my own, the villain purrs. There have been so many failed experiments over the years. You can understand why I rather lost track of them all. Failed experiments? Show you to seethes. You're talking about children, not science projects. Do none of them mean anything to you at all? Of course not, all for one sneers. Why should they? Quirkless brat after quirkless brat, none of them inherited my quirk. I'm still at a loss over whether it's the first generation metahuman blood, or if my power is simply so incompatible with the human body that it cannot be replicated in my offspring. His gaze shifts to Izuku. He looks rather like a predator watching prey. Ultimately, the reason it never manifested makes little difference. All attempts were met with failure, Izuku here included. The only reason he is worth anything now is due to sheer, idiotic luck. His lip curls. Something dangerous prowls behind his eyes. I bet Yoichi is laughing at the irony of it all. Yoichi certainly isn't laughing. None of the vestiges are. They're looking between all for one and Izuku with a looming kind of horror, and Izuku is doing everything he can to ignore the way his skin prickles under their eyes. He doesn't want to believe it, because he can't believe it, because if it's true, then all this time. But then, it makes sense, doesn't it? In a brutal, effed up, unimaginably terrifying way, it makes sense, because although the quirk population totals 80%, that's a global statistic. For Japan, the number is closer to 89%, and of the 11% quirkless population, the primary demographic is older generations, or families where there are less quirked people in their heritage. Izuku had researched it once, in the dead of night at 7 years old, and from there it had become something of an obsession to pore through in his free time. Quirkless kids were just so rare these days. And then he'd checked his mother's lineage, asked her about his grandparents, and his grandparents' parents, and as far back as Inko knew her family had always had some kind of affinity with simple mentality quirks. Which didn't make sense, because that should mean that, genetically speaking, Izuku should have a quirk. Traits like that don't just skip 200 years worth of lineage only to spontaneously reappear one day. There had to be a connection, and there wasn't, unless the connection wasn't on his mother's side, but his father's. Unless his father, or his father's father, had the quirkless gene. Wisdom teeth. An appendix. The pinky toe joint. It didn't make sense, unless his father was a first-generation metahuman, meaning that Izuku directly inherited his quirklessness from his grandparents. This was all. And Izuku hates how it. But there's no way, right? He's trying to get in your head, Izuku, Shoyuta says. It's a lie. Don't let him shake you. But it's not, Izuku whispers. He looks up from where his gaze had dropped to the sandy ground, and all for one meets his eyes intently. The villain's face looks younger than it did 5 minutes ago. Izuku thinks that if only he lived long enough to do just a little more growing, there might, one day, be a resemblance between them. He's not lying, Izuku repeats. He doesn't lie. Hasn't, at least, not since we've been fighting him. He manipulates the truth, but he's never outright lied. How correct you are, child, all for one croons. After all, why lie when the truth is often so much more delicious? Aizawa eyes his student like he's something delicate about to break, but Izuku honestly doesn't feel much of anything right now. He's not sure what to think. Not sure what to feel, even. Is there any room for emotions in this situation? When All for One sees that the child's face hasn't fallen, that the kid's just staring at him with impassive eyes the villain can't read, he pps his head. Too shocked to speak, he crows. I can't say I blame you. Learning that your mortal enemy, the man who killed every one of your Quirk's predecessors, and most other loved ones in your life, is your blood relative must come as quite the shock. When Izuku still doesn't respond, he chuckles. This all reminds me of a rather interesting debate, actually. I've entertained it here and there over the years. Nature versus nurture, which do you think wins, Izuku-an? Nurture, Aizawa says in his kid's place. He must be trying to stall so Izuku has time to process. As a teacher, I've seen it time and again. Children are complex beings, but if you know how to help they usually grow into upstanding adults. Even in your own response, you use weak terminology. The villain raises a hand to his chin in feigned interest. Izuku hates how similar it is to his own subconscious habits. You claim a child will usually respond well to nurture, but that implies you know it's not always the case. Nature does win out in some regard, then, does it not? Sure, but there are exceptions to every rule, Aizawa argues. We don't define normalcy by those exceptions. Chemical imbalances in the brain may be misconstrued as one's nature, but those instances are clear outliers to the debate at hand. Then let me pose a scenario, All for One says. A son is never given the chance to meet his father. They have zero contact with each other for all 17 years of the boy's short life. The child doesn't learn a single thing about the parent he's never met. So then why, as the boy grows older, does he begin to mimic his father's habits? Why does he begin to love the same interests? If it was only nurture that influenced his upbringing, how can he be so similar to a man he's never met? Aizawa looks furious. Similar? To you? He scoffs. If I believed you were being truthful about being related to Izuku, that question makes it obvious just how much of a deadbeat you are. You don't know the first thing about the kid. He's nothing like you. Perhaps not in the ways that matter to a hero, All for One growls. But there is more to a boy than his misguided. Izuku has had enough of All for One's manipulative prattle. He waits until the villain lets his guard down, then he rockets forward and smashes a full-powered punch square across the man's face. All for One goes flying. He tumbles across the ground once before catching himself with his levitation quirk, and when he whips around to face the heroes he's forced to throw up his arms at the last second to block a furious kick Izuku aims at his torso. The two begin exchanging furious blows. Behind them, Aizawa curses and activates Erasure to prevent All for One from getting the upper hand on his kid. He can't keep it up for long, but Izuku's fighting hard enough that hopefully the little he can contribute will be enough. Kick. Kick. Block. Punch. Block. Block. Swipe. Izuku's mind goes blank. The world doesn't exist beyond this brawl. There isn't a chance in hell he'll win, but at least he can inflict as much damage as possible before he dies. Block. 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 Punch. Swipe. Block. Kick. Despite not having access to his quirks, All for One is a formidable foe. Even so, the real challenge is going to come when. Now. Izuku's almost got Aizawa's quirk timed down to the millisecond. The instant he knows Erasure is about to drop, Izuku flings himself directly between Aizawa and All for One's line of sight. It's just in time, too. He takes a spire of bone that juts from the ground to his gut, and manages to deflect a crescent projectile into the air. Behind him, Aizawa and the vestiges make worried noises as the bone rips itself from the boy with a squelch and sinks back into the ground. Izuku ignores the pain and keeps moving. He looses another full-powered kick that All for One blocks with a slime-like quirk. Then the goo cascades to the ground as Aizawa's quirk once again activates. Punch. Punch. Block. Kick. Block. Swipe. Block. Throwing a tantrum because you don't want to be like dear old dad, is that it, Izuku-an? All for One hums. Izuku doesn't give him the satisfaction of a reply. Falling back on the silent treatment, then? How glad I am to have missed all those years of teenage rebellion. Izuku doesn't care. All for One is provoking him, but he knows how the BSTRD works. All this talk is pointless, especially when the only thing Izuku lets himself focus on is trying to pulverize the villain's head into the ground. Block. Swipe. Block. Block. Kick. Block. Punch. Keep fighting like this, and I'll start to think. Now. Izuku wrenches All for One's arms into the air as he kickflips over the BSTRD's head, but at the height of his arc the villain manages to pull a wrist free, directing a stomp and a flick of his fingers in Shura's direction. Izuku grits his teeth and prays neither hit lands. Aizawa dodges the boomerang-like projectile that flies his way, then leaps high into the air as a block of solid stone punches its way out of the ground. He manages to land on the stone block right before it reaches its zenith, and uses the last of the upwards force to propel himself higher. He flips around and shoots his capture weapon out to catch the boomerang quirk on its arc back towards him, whipping the projectile up and over his head to throw it at All for One. Izuku uses float to dance out of the way of the projectile, and it slices a shallow cut along the villain's shoulder where All for One manages to dodge just in time to not get an arm severed. Smash. Kick. Block. Dodge. Block. Kick. Block. All for One's moving faster now. Izuku goes from being the attacker to the defender as the BSTRD rains down hit after hit that he barely manages to avoid. The villain strikes a glancing blow across the same place the bone had speared Izuku's gut earlier, and the boy involuntarily curls into a crouch, grunting in pain. He frantically rolls out of the way when All for One tries to bring his foot down on the kid's throat. Dodge. Block. Float. Dodge. Kick. Dodge. Block. Aizawa manages to bind one of All for One's legs, sending the villain to the ground with a sharp tug, and Izuku rockets into the air to gain extra force in the kick he sends down at the villain's stomach. All for One blocks half the hit, and wheezes when the toe of Izuku's boot slams into his side. Then he's grabbing the kid's leg and forcing Izuku to the ground beside him, rolling over on top of the boy to pin him so he can level a punch at his face. Izuku kicks up the dust around him and releases an explosive burst of smokescreen, because if he doesn't get up then Aizawa's going to. Now. Shoyuta takes a gamble and flings himself to the ground right as All for One whips out an arm that sends 5 heads of bruised flesh and metal teeth to chomp through the place the man was just standing. As the heads retreat back on black-red tendrils, one of them snaps at Aizawa's prosthetic leg. Aizawa slams a hand into the emergency release button on his thigh, and rolls out of the way when the head tries to spit the prosthetic back at its owner at Mach speed. You pathetic side characters don't know when to die, All for One snarls. When Erasure kicks in again and the heads deflate to the ground, he turns back to Izuku and slams his fists down again and again at the boy's head, which Izuku only just manages to block. He keeps punching until the boy's arms audibly crack, and when Izuku is briefly distracted by the shock of pain, the villain launches himself at Aizawa. Shoyuta curses and tries to fling himself out of the way, but without the stability of his second leg he can't get to his feet nor roll a significant enough distance to dodge the villain's blows. He tangles his capture weapon between his arms and uses it as a net to ensnare one of All for One's feet when the villain tries to kick his head. He pulls the limb with him as he rolls away from the man, and once more sends the BSTRD to the ground. All for One roars his outrage and rips himself up onto his knees, grabbing Aizawa's hair and yanking the teacher's face up to deliver a punch that knocks Aizawa's goggles from his head and momentarily breaks the teacher's line of sight. All for One plunges a hand into the dust beside him and rips up the bone spear from earlier, gripping it over his head and bringing it down to skewer Shoyuta in the neck. Izuku smashes into the villain with a screech, tearing the spear from All for One's hands, and they both fall into a feral tussle. Aizawa takes a second to recover from the dazed feeling of being clocked in the skull, then turns to reactivate Erasure, but before he can, All for One punches a hand into the ground that sends a wave of dust flying back at Shoyuta. The teacher is too close to react, the dust assaults his eyes and nose, and he reflectively blinks, gagging away from the villain. Not good. Izuku tries to use float to shoot up from the ground, but All for One's quirks are back. The villain uses slime to shroud Izuku, slowing his movements, then he pins the boy with rigid black-red bars that prevent Izuku from moving more than an inch in any direction. For good measure, he summons the bruised blue-gray heads and directs them to tear at Izuku's armor, biting off fingers and wrists and feet while Izuku screams and tries to thrash free. It's futile. Something odd happens, while all this is going down, though. All for One grows more tense, and even as the heads bite away at his flesh, Izuku feels a hauntingly familiar sensation creep across what should, by now, be phantom limbs. He grits his teeth and looks down to see that every chunk of muscle the heads bite off rides its way back into existence almost instantly. Izuku knows this power. All for One makes an exasperated sound and swats at the empty air next to him. Pesky quirks, the villain growls, looking at something Izuku can't see. You listen to me. I won't tolerate such insolence. Submit, or I'll make your precious Izuku regret it. Don't listen to him, Izuku pants. He can't see who All for One is talking to, but that doesn't mean they can't hear him. He's going to kill me anyway. We might as well make him suffer for it. Wherever you are, don't give up. You still have a way to fight back, so fight. All for One slams a fist into Izuku's jaw that whips the boy's head to the side. Blood pours from his nose. Thank you for reminding me you can't see them, the villain snarls. I intended to give this to you as a parting gift, but I think we're close enough to the end that I may as well reward you now. Before Izuku can process what exactly that means, All for One places a hand over his face and there's a sensation of something being forced into his skull. Izuku can't stop the hoarse yell that tears from his throat. Something almost smoky seeps into his bloodstream. His eyes become two spheres of solid pain. Nausea washes over him alongside dizziness, and it feels like the earth ticks to the side even though Izuku is lying flat and knows he can't move. He writhes, keening pathetically. Somewhere, he thinks Aizawa shouts. Then the muted sound of a crowd roaring slowly reaches his ears, and whatever bubble was separating Izuku from the full brunt of the noise pops when All for One withdraws his hand. Immediately, Izuku's ears are assaulted by an absolute cacophony of noise. His eyes shoot open, but he grunts in pain when everything is suddenly too bright. It takes half a minute of rapid blinking and the rising feeling of being way too overwhelmed before he can focus on what's happening around him. When Izuku squints up at the world, he, Shoyuta, and All for One aren't alone anymore. Ghostly apparitions are absolutely blanketing the landscape around them. There isn't a single square inch as far as the eye can see that isn't filled by ghosts. The vestiges of One for All are in their midst. Somewhere Izuku gets glimpses of them trying to struggle their way towards him, but the ghosts are too busy screaming profanities at a hysterically grinning All for One to pay any mind to the new figures in their crowd. Izuku makes a noise of distress and struggles, trying to back up and put some distance between him and the apparitions, but he can't move. He's starting to fall into a full-blown panic attack when a tiny voice next to his head shushes him. "It's okay, Deku. The others are nice. They won't hurt you. And I'm here anyway, so I'll make sure they don't if they try." Izuku freezes. Then, ever so slowly, his head turns to the side and he sees Eri with her hands over his wrist, looking at him with eyes he can, quite literally, see through. Izuku's gaze gets stuck on her for a second. Then he looks past her shoulder and sees 1A, and, beyond them, too many familiar faces of UA staff and heroes. His friends. The people who are dead. Most are fighting for a spot between All for One and Izuku. The few who aren't are looking at him, and when they realize he's making eye contact, their eyes grow wide. "Holy, can you see us, Midoriya?" Kaminari asks. Kaminari. The boy who died the day the end began. Izuku nods, too speechless to reply. Before the ghosts can say anything further, All for One speaks. "Wow," the villain says breathlessly. He's staring at the sky and grinning like the maniac he is. "So this is what silence sounds like. I can't say I've heard it in, well, it must be well over 150 years by now. I'd quite forgotten how empty the world could be. How delightful." It's hard to make out what he's saying. The villain might have transferred away the quirk that allows him to hear all the voices of the people he's killed because, God, that's what this is, isn't it? These are the people whose death All for One has played a part in, but now Izuku has it, and the only way he can piece together the words he barely hears is by reading the villain's lips. The apparitions are just so loud. They're loud and overwhelming, and Izuku feels like if this lasts too long, he's going to legitimately lose his mind. It doesn't help that he is stuck to the ground and can't so much as wriggle his limbs. Everything is suffocating, and Izuku can't. Everything's getting to be too much. This is all. A length of capture weapon shoots out and wraps around All for One's throat. The villain gets yanked forward. Izuku can't shield himself when the man half collapses on him before being dragged off in Shuta's direction. Unfortunately, the force of his fall doesn't break Izuku's bindings. The bruised heads that had fallen limp when All for One realized they weren't inflicting lasting damage get dragged off after the man, and as they pass over the wound in Izuku's side, Eri JRKS forward and slams her tiny hand on the boy's stomach. He flinches when there's that writhing feeling again. The gash hurries to heal itself before the quirked mass slides away. The instant the heads are no longer touching his skin, the rewind stops. Izuku looks at Eri, astonished and not quite believing what he just saw. His wild thoughts go into overdrive when he hears the sound of a scuffle behind him. He can't see what's happening, so he makes himself useful in another way. Shoving all the emotions that are roiling inside him to the side, Izuku turns back to the ghosts of his friends. Kaminari is running between his classmates and frantically gesturing in his direction. There are more eyes on him now than there were before. "Midoriya?" Ida asks, and, holy shit, it's going to be harder to ignore his emotions than Izuku thought. "Kaminari says you can see us. Can you really?" Izuku frantically nods his head. Whatever quirk All for One had that let him see you, I have it now. But this isn't the time. Listen. All for One's control over his quirks is slipping. Eri is proof. You can all do something. I don't know what quirks he has or how you can influence them, but find a way to. A loud thud right next to Izuku's head startles him. He whips to the side and sees. Izuku hasn't seen Shoyuta like this in years. It's almost too similar to the day. of the USJ attack. Izuku's throat tightens impossibly and tears flood his eyes. His sensei's head is right there, a ruler's length from his student's own, and there's blood spilling from his temple. His nose is broken. Blood is smeared around his mouth. There's dust in his eyelashes, and his eyes are open, but they're fluttering. The man strains to focus on Izuku. Kid, Aizawa wheezes. Sensei, Izuku sobs. No, 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 Shoyuta, please, don't. Izuku, his teacher struggles to get out. Sorry, kid. Why need gotta know, how proud? F you. Shoyuta, no, Izuku begs pleads, but it's pointless now. Aizawa's eyes aren't fluttering, they've halted half open, and Izuku can't hear the bubbling rasp of blood in his mentor's throat anymore. The man just stops. He stops, and Izuku breaks. Finally, All for One says. There's a nasally sound to his voice. When he trudges into view, Izuku sees why. One of his eyes is hanging from its socket and half his nose is missing, shredded in a way that it looks like it's been bitten off. He's similarly missing an earlobe, and there are scratches along his cheeks and jugular that look like someone's physically tried to rip his throat out with their nails. His neck is one enormous bruise. Shoyuta did a number on him. A sick, fierce satisfaction rips a peal of laughter from Izuku's chest amid the tears he can't stop, and he chokes on the sudden hilarity of it all. All for One glares at him, then swipes a hand over his face. Eri gasps as she's tugged towards the villain by an invisible force, and when her hands touch his leg, All for One's wounds rewind until he's flawless again. But Izuku doesn't stop laughing largely because, by now, he can't. His mind is broken and he can't move and he's surrounded by ghosts that won't shut up and Shoyuta is dead and this is all hilarious, isn't it? It's all just one incredible joke, and Izuku, as always, is the punchline. So you've finally broken, All for One hums. I was wondering when you would. It seems you inherited your mental fortitude from me. Most everyone would have long given in by now. I am nothing like you, Izuku chokes around his laughter. I would never be the kind of monster you are. Interesting choice of words there, son of mine, the villain says. He crouches next to Izuku and tilts his head. I admit I could never see you being my specific brand of monster, but you know, deep down, that you do have the capacity to do monstrous things, don't you? I can see it in your eyes. Izuku bares his teeth and hisses. Oh, the things you wish you could do to me. I always find it fascinating how when you strip a person back to their instincts, you often discover that nature wins after all. Izuku spits in his face. The BSTRD isn't right, but Izuku would be lying if he said he wasn't thinking monstrous thoughts right now. What he wouldn't do to rip All for One apart. All for One gives him a condescending look and wipes the boy's saliva from his face. Classy, he snarks. You rebel against the idea because you've been nurtured into the mindset of a hero, but I see what you really are, boy. It's a pity you won't be walking off this battlefield. So much fire in your eyes, in another lifetime, perhaps you would have made the perfect successor to my own power. Izuku strains against the bindings holding him down. They flex, but don't give way. There's little keeping his sanity grounded, now. He screams and thrashes and tries to bite at All for One's fingers when the man brings a hand to the side of his face. I have to admit, it is surprising you held onto your heroic urges as long as you did. After all, people love to overcorrect. There's a fine line between integrity and righteousness, and after finding the world at its worst, many see fit to cross it. Perhaps, if you had more time, you would as well. I would have loved to see the things you could have wrought. F off, All for One, Izuku snarls. Just FING kill me, already. End it. Stop with all the FING talk. All for One pouts. He pouts. Oh, but Izuku, I never got to hear what you truly think of your father. It would be a shame to kill you before I got that reaction, don't you think? Izuku doesn't offer up a response. Do you really feel nothing about this revelation? Was it not a surprise? Is it not as world-altering for you as I theorized it would be? The fight leaves Izuku in an instant. His head falls back to knock against the ground. He pants, chest heaving, and clenches his jaw. He refuses to meet the villain's eye. In all honesty, the news is world-altering. But right here, at the end of everything, with everyone he's ever loved dead and staring at him with transparent eyes, Izuku is utterly at the end of his tether. He's suffered so much defeat and so little success in his 17 short years of living. Existence has thrown him more challenges and curveballs in the last 2 years than most could expect to face in a lifetime. Izuku had grit his teeth and adapted, and adapted, and adapted, and when things went from bad to worse to unfathomable he just accepted it and kept moving. But now there's nowhere to go. Why keep striding towards nothing? Izuku had held on to hope for as long as he could, but there wasn't any point to it anymore. He couldn't hope for anything when everyone was gone. Izuku has been running on fumes since Kaken's death. If he had the wherewithal to care, perhaps he would loathe how numb the news of his relation to All for One makes him feel, but he just can't be bothered anymore. For months, he's been floundering under the pervasive expectation for things to get worse, and they had. Now Izuku is simply too exhausted to clutch at each new life-shattering revelation that comes his way. All for One's proclamation is just another needle in the pincushion and, in the grand scheme of things, a rather insignificant one at that. After all, it wasn't like Izuku would live long enough to need to care about what it really meant. He's been running short on time for so long now that here, on this battlefield, he can't think much beyond how thick the air is with the scent of finality. Every inhalation is so laden with his impending death that it's threatening to make Izuku drunk off the anticipation. He'll be gone in minutes, and he is so desperate for it. The fight has spluttered out of Izuku entirely by the time he mumbles, "I don't care." The ghosts are keening. All for One's expression freezes. For a few beats the villain does nothing, then his grin twists into an enraged sneer, and in the absence of responding to whatever reaction he had predicted Izuku would have, he lets out a thin, high-pitched laugh behind clenched teeth. His fingers dig into Izuku's scalp. Izuku can't bring himself to wince. Pathetic, ungrateful whelp, the villain snarls once he regains control of his fraying sanity. Not even an ounce of respect for your father? No appreciation for all the time I let you have left in this disgraceful world, even though I could have killed you the day the coffin fell? How disappointing. And here I thought I was being generous. He yanks Izuku's hair sharply, eliciting a grunt of pain from the boy, and tosses the kid's head back harshly. Then he stands, and turns to move a few steps away. Izuku hisses when his head slams into a red-black bar beneath his head. Through flickering vision, he sees All for One pause and roll his shoulders. No matter, the man sighs. I'll be able to revel in the despair of my brother and his vestiges soon enough. He turns to glare down coolly at Izuku. Give me one for all. Izuku barks out a strained laugh. No. I can't say I didn't expect that. But you will hand it over soon enough. No one can handle being revived forever, and thanks to our dear little Eri, I have all the time in the world to drag you from death's clutches as often as I want. A bland smile worms its way onto the villain's face. You know, you should have heard her scream when I plucked her from the rubble of that UA bunker. She claimed you'd save her right until the very end. Now, with that other sight quirk I've bestowed on you, hers will be the first face you see every time I bring you back from the brink. He tilts his head. Do you really want to suffer that guilt? Does submitting to my will and receiving a permanent end instead not sound so much more appealing? Go to hell, Izuku spits. All for One sighs. I guess there are some lessons a father cannot teach his son. The child must simply endure it himself and learn from the experience. His hands bend into a clawed shape, and around him the earth trembles. It has been fun, son of mine, but I've grown rather tired of your hero complex. Perhaps a taste of death will make you reconsider your childish resistance. Izuku tilts his head to get one last look at 1A. At his family. He's surprised to see the One for All vestiges by their side, and that they're all exchanging rapid words. Someone Izuku can't see behind Shoji seems to be doing most of the talking. First has his hands on Eri's shoulders, and the girl is listening to whatever's being said with a determined expression. She nods seriously along to something Izuku can't hear. Guys, Uraraka says quietly. Izuku hadn't realized some of the ghosts were so close to him, but he sees now that there's several. Achiko seems to be trying to run her fingers through his hair, even though he can't feel it. Shoto is crouched next to her, staring at Izuku intently. Tsu, Ijiro, and Aoyama are standing just behind them with varying degrees of anger and heartbreak on their faces. If we're going to do something, it needs to be now, Yaoyorozu says from the cluster that's still in conversation. Those around her nod, and turn to face the only member of their class who still has a pulse. When Shoji turns, Izuku sees. He sees. Kaken stares back with a grim expression. His red eyes meet Izuku's green ones. There's a lot exchanged in a gaze like that. Then he's looking down at Eri, giving her a gentle push and whispering, "Go." His is the last voice Izuku hears and the last face Izuku sees before All for One clenches his hand into a fist and 4 bone lances erupt from the ground to spear up through Izuku's chest. Izuku's eyes are involuntarily jerked from the vision of his family as the piercing pain makes him convulse. He tries to cough, but can't expel any air, his lungs must be punctured. Blood wells in his mouth and leaks over the edges of his cheek, and he struggles to not breathe around the pain. Farewell for now, Izuku Midoriya, All for One says. I look forward to seeing you again. The choking might be the worst part of his death. It doesn't make the end come fast. Through half-lidded eyes, Izuku sees the transparent figure of Yagi on his knees, leaning over him. The skeletal man is curled forward, fingers of one hand digging into the ground and fingers of the other clutched tight over his heart. His eyes are trained on Izuku, but there's a 1,000-yard look to them that tells the boy his hero is too caught up in his own head to really be seeing his successor. He thinks there might be a million whispered apologies on his lips. Through a rapidly fading mind, Izuku idly hates knowing that he'll die having failed his hero in one of the most violating ways possible. The knowledge that All Might had given his quirk to the son of the worst supervillain the world has ever known cannot sit right with him. But, Izuku thinks listlessly as the lack of oxygen kills his brain, that's all in the past. For now, at least. He sees his classmates with their hands over their mouths and tears running down their cheeks, and then he doesn't have the energy to keep anything in focus anymore. He thinks he might feel tiny hands skimming over his heart, as if trying to find something, but for all he knows that's just a trick of his imagination. Death has come, just as Izuku prayed it would, but he can't help but wish he had just a few more minutes. Then he realizes that wish is a rather redundant one, seeing as he will be brought back to life soon enough. This, though, feels final somehow. The sky blurs out. Everything Izuku once knew frays into abstracts. Then the world tilts and Izuku is falling, 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 and he couldn't process the world anymore. Mind too far gone to acknowledge the ground, sluggishly rising to meet him. Eyes rolled back, eyelids fluttered shut, nothing but a sensation outside arms reach of falling, 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 falling. He's not. Hey, are you okay? Falling, 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 that is. Hey? Hello? Are you, what's wrong? Do you feel dizzy? There was. Falling, 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 not falling. An urge in the back of Izuku's mind to open his eyes, because that voice in this falling, 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 not falling, I'm. Context was both familiar and shouldn't. Falling, 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 but I'm not falling, I exist, but his body is weightless and that might mean. Hey, you're starting to freak me out. Can you open your eyes? If you don't reply soon I'll need to I probably do need to get the school nurse already, but I don't. Hey, can you please open your eyes? Or Izuku's eyes fly open, and he inhales so forcefully his throat hurts. The girl next to him squeaks in surprise at his sudden action and jumps back. Izuku abruptly goes from feeling light as a feather to deadweight, his body sprawls, hand-eye coordination beyond him, and he can't do anything to break his fall. He lands awkwardly on his stomach, arms pinned beneath him, and the breath he just fought to inhale is roughly expelled from his lungs. He chokes and spasms in a juvenile attempt to free his limbs enough to claw at his neck, struggling to remember how to breathe. He's ever so faintly aware of someone crouched over him fighting his flailing arms to roll him into the recovery position, saying something in rhythmic intervals. Izuku can't make out the words, but her tone and the steady pace of her voice gives him an anchor to match his shuddering breath to. Ever so slowly, he's able to draw in more and more oxygen until the world stops spinning quite so much. At some point in the chaos, Izuku had once again squeezed his eyes shut. Now that he's coming back to himself, he opens them a crack to see well-maintained concrete, and beyond it even better-maintained gardens. He struggles to remember why this doesn't make sense. Hey, just hold on, alright? I can see some medical bots coming our way now. They'll get you to Recovery Girl soon. Izuku is entirely out of it. Recovery Girl? She died months ago. What is this hero talking about? Did she misspeak and mean someone else? But no one else should be alive right now. Izuku was the only one left. Maybe she's one of the no-show foreign aid heroes Japan was promised a year ago? Did All for One's power finally become threatening enough for the world to realize there's no other choice but to make Japan his final stand? It's too late for their intervention to mean anything, but at least they could give it one last shot. Right. All for One. Didn't he just? How is Izuku even alive right now? All for One had finally seemed done toying with him. That last attack should have been it. Izuku raises a shaky hand to clasp weakly at his chest, trying to crane his head down to see the damage that's been inflicted. He's expecting to see his grime-soaked, ruined hero suit and swathes of blood, but instead finds a clean, dry, buttoned-up black blazer that looks like it was ironed just this morning. It's so out of place, it makes Izuku freeze. His mind lags, unable to piece together what the hell is going on. Because is this his old middle school uniform? Are you still having trouble breathing? Oh no. I'm sure Recovery Girl will help, so don't worry. You'll feel better soon. Recovery Girl again? What does this hero get out of bringing her up? Izuku doesn't want to speak, let alone think, about the dead. It's too painful to live in the past. He's shaking his head before he even realizes he intended to. No, he says, and surprises himself at just how normal his voice sounds. Between being deprived of clean water for months, endlessly sobbing over his dead friends, breaking his voice screaming at the world's injustices and going entirely mute on occasion, Izuku's voice shouldn't sound normal. It shouldn't sound this high either. It's a subtle difference, but the pitch of his words is just off. Oh. You can speak. I mean, of course you can, I just wasn't expecting it, is all. I'm really sorry about dropping you earlier. I didn't mean to make your condition worse, you just gave me a bit of a fright when you breathed in so suddenly. Not that that's a reason to drop someone, yeah, that sounds like a really lame excuse in hindsight. I guess I just want to say I'm really sorry. Izuku has no idea what the hero's talking about and, he realizes, he can't see her either. Her voice is coming from behind his shoulder, opposite the weird well-maintained concrete and garden. He makes an effort to look over his shoulder, but before his head turns too far, there are two very familiar medical bots setting a stretcher down in front of him. Examinee number, please climb onto this stretcher, and we will escort you to the nurse's office. Actually, I'm not sure how well he can move yet. Let me help. Is it alright if I use my quirk on you again? Izuku JRKs his head down into a nod. Perhaps he should be more cautious around an unfamiliar hero and her unfamiliar quirk, but there's a touch on his shoulder, and he rises a few inches off the ground, body once more blissfully weightless. And that power, that means. This quirk isn't unfamiliar, it's. The heroine pushes Izuku gently over the top of the stretcher and tilts his shoulder towards her so he's lying on his back. Izuku cranes his neck to look at her and comes face to face with Uraraka. But Uraraka is dead. How could she possibly? And she looks younger here, without the beginning of frown lines marking her brow. Her hair is longer than it was, less a military cut and more something she used to wear. Like it was back at the start of their first year, when they still had time to worry about trivial things like good looks. Her eyes are missing the dark purple bruises beneath them, and there's a hesitant lilt of a smile at the corners of her mouth. Her expression isn't warped into the defiant gaze of someone desperate to persevere that Deku had gotten so used to seeing. She looks like Uraraka, but Uraraka hasn't looked like this since Kamino. Izuku's tension skyrockets. Not Uraraka says something to the robots that he's too disoriented to catch. He opens his mouth to say something, he's not quite sure what, but before he can make a sound, a splitting headache rocks his skull. His eyes screw up tight, and he groans, lifting a hand to clutch at his head. Oi! Izuku! 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 Kid! Izuku! 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 Oi! The headache must have completely knocked Izuku out, because the next thing he knows, he's cracking open his eyes in a place that was once uncomfortably familiar and definitely should not exist anymore. People are talking, and they sound like they're trying to be civil about it, but they're doing a poor job. Their words are heated and tinged with desperation. The kid to go through that again, are you insane? We need to find a way to speak to 8th, he. The power belongs to Izuku, Daigoro. You know why he can't just pass it off to someone else. I hate this whole situation as much as you, but then let him rest. I can't believe you want him to dive straight back in and I'm not saying he should dive straight back in, Guys? He's going to have to at some point. He is the only one who knows. That's a load of bullshit, Kudo. You can't reasonably expect Izuku to. All for One isn't going to stop because a 15-year-old needs a break, 5th. You're being unreasonable. We get where you're coming from, Daigoro, but we don't have a choice, and Izuku doesn't either. He needs to keep One for all or he doesn't need to do anything. All of you saw how much the kid went through, asking him to rehash everything is inhumane. And we don't disagree. But what other choice do we have? There aren't any other suitable wielders. Hey, guys. Not to mention I, for one, am not letting him out of my sight. This is Izuku we're talking about, do you really think he's just going to? I know what the kid's like. But I can't just sit here and watch him relive. He won't relive it, we can make sure this time that we can't control sheet. We have no idea how this is gonna play out, what if? It can hardly get worse than it was, 5th. I agree. I can't believe you guys. You're all perfectly okay with Izuku. Everyone. The kid's up. The infuriated debate that 6 of the 7 one for all vestiges currently present are engaged in screeches to a halt at Un's words. Simultaneously, they all whip around to stare at Izuku. Izuku, for his part, woozily pushes himself into a sitting position. Once he's upright, he squints at his companions. Are any of you going to explain what this argument is about? Or are you just going to keep interrupting my beauty sleep? Now that seems to catch all the vestiges off guard. Wait kid, you can still hear us? Daigoro asks in disbelief. Izuku frowns. Of course I can. I've been listening to you all for over a year, why would I suddenly stop? You can see us as well? Hikage confirms, waving a hand in front of Izuku's face for good measure. Izuku leans back and makes a confused noise. Since when have I been able to do one and not the other? We just need to be sure, kiddo. This didn't happen last time, Nana says gently, floating forward to hover next to the hospital bed Izuku is in. She exchanges a look with En, who is leaning against the wall on the other side of the bed. En shrugs and goes back to watching Izuku. How are you feeling? Can you do a full body evaluation for me? We need to know if anything feels off. Izuku flashes her a bewildered look. Wait, what do you mean, this didn't happen last time? What didn't happen? When was last time? And hold on, where are we right now? This looks like but it can't possibly and I could have sworn I saw. Okay, Izuku, Nana says seriously, holding up a hand to get him to calm down. First, I need you to know you've been passed out for about 45 minutes. We've been taking turns leaving the room to get a full read on the situation, and look, kid, I'm not going to sugarcoat it, this is a lot to process. I need you to take a second to get your head on straight, okay? Because when I tell you what happened and where we are, it is not going to help how disoriented you probably feel right now. Izuku hesitates. Then he jerks his head into a nod, and lets his eyes drift around the room. The more he observes, the more certain he is of his location. Which doesn't make sense. The visual stimuli is too much. In fact, everything Izuku remembers happening since his battle with All for One is too much. Nothing pieces together logically. He closes his eyes and takes a deep breath to force his racing thoughts to slow. Now isn't the time to get caught in disbelief over what is and isn't possible. He needs to determine the facts. What he will do with those facts, well, he can figure that out later. Step 1, review what he knows. Izuku knows he can't possibly still be alive, because he knows he finally conceded to All for One. He hadn't gone into their battle expecting nor wanting to come out of it. There was no point, after all. There hadn't been anything left to fight for. The giant hole All for One had put through his chest should have guaranteed Izuku never opened his eyes again, and yet, not only is he somehow still alive, he doesn't appear to have sustained so much as a paper cut. This is troubling. Izuku guesses that his lack of injuries and overall living status could be explained away by the use of Ares' quirk. All for One had said he was going to make a game out of reviving and killing Izuku whenever he wanted, after all. But if that's the case, where is he? All for One needs to be present when using Aries' quirk to revive Izuku, but he wasn't there when Izuku stopped falling, which meant Aries' quirk can't have been what brought Izuku back. Right? Izuku also knows he saw Uraraka. It feels like a cruel joke, played on him when his mind was still too muddled from all the dying and then not, but Izuku knows he saw her. She is real. She touched his shoulder and used her quirk. It was absolutely Uraraka, and yet, when she had looked at him briefly whilst conversing with the medical bots, Izuku hadn't seen any familiarity in her eyes. She had looked at him like he was a wounded stranger, not her best friend and comrade. And then there's Recovery Girl and the medical bots themselves. Izuku hasn't actually seen Recovery Girl yet, but maybe Uraraka mentioned her several times as if the heroine was still alive. Not only that, the old lady's bots were what had carried a stretcher out to retrieve Izuku from wherever he had fallen. Not to mention that right now, he knows he is sitting inside her nurse bay at UA. UA. The school that doesn't exist anymore, outside piles of rubble and fond memories Izuku can't bring himself to remember. The school Izuku knows he's sitting within, because this clinic looks exactly the same as he remembers. Izuku had spent so many hours in Recovery Girl's office throughout his time as a student that he had come to know this room more intimately than even his own childhood bedroom. From the contents of the medical infographics on the walls, to the slightly dented headboard where a previous student with a strength quirk had obviously leant back too hard, there isn't a single detail Izuku hasn't memorized. He hadn't had anything better to do in the dozens of hours he'd spent here recovering from various fights and mock battles, after all. No, this place can't be a faithful recreation or anything of the like. Everything isn't just accurate to his recollection, it's identical. This is the nurse bay, which means this has to be UA. Which means UA is still standing. Which is, quite obviously, impossible. And then there's what the vestiges said, again, Izuku can't go through this again, rehash, relive, you can see us, this didn't happen last time. Those are extremely specific words to use in a situation like this. Aries' quirk. All for One's ghostly victims. The falling, and then the not. Uraraka catching him. His black middle school blazer. Aries' quirk. Recovery Girl's office. UA. Again. This didn't happen last time. You can see us? Because I didn't have the quirk? Last time. This didn't happen. Aries' quirk. Again. You want him to rehash, relive, again. We have no choice. And that's because. Oh, Izuku breathes. We looped. There's dead silence. When he opens his eyes, it's to see Nana staring at him with parted lips, a startled look on her face. The expression is mirrored by the other vestiges behind her. We did, didn't we? Izuku whispers in disbelief, slowly glancing between the 7-1 for all wielders, as if daring them to denounce it. We're back at UA. The UA before everything went wrong, right? But then if we're here, which day? Falling. Anchor, we'd need an anchor to. Aries' quirk? Other site? One for all? Rewind. Back to an origin point. Middle school blazer. UA? Uraraka caught him when he fell. Oh my god. Izuku feels the blood drain from his face as he processes what it all means. This is impossible, but if he's right then holy sheet, they have a chance, a real, actual chance, because if Uraraka doesn't know him, and if she caught him when he fell, and if Aries' quirk can rewind someone something along its existence, then that can only mean. Today's the entrance exam. He takes a beat to not really process it. Then Izuku unceremoniously swings his legs off the side of the bed he's on and attempts to stand without a second thought. The vestiges protest loudly and start forward, but stop short when they remember their hands will, of course, phase right through him. Izuku stumbles to catch himself against the nearest wall when his legs buckle. Izuku! Nana hisses, falling back to stand with crossed arms between him and the path around the bed. It's like she thinks she can stop him if she channels enough mom energy. Get your sorry but back on the cot. This is one situation you cannot throw yourself at. We need to talk before you go ahead and do something stupid, alright? Izuku snorts and tries to push himself upright, but his arms feel weaker than they should. Me? Stupid? Never. The lady's right, kid, Banjo says, moving forward to stand behind Nana's shoulder. He shoots Izuku his best scowl. We're in uncharted territory. More to the point, you just died. All for One killed you. Get back on the bed. Izuku grits his teeth and clumsily turns his back to the wall. God, why do his legs feel like jelly? If today's the entrance exam, I need to pass it, okay? I can't just sit here and. Oh no, Sonny, that's exactly what you're going to do. Izuku freezes. His gut does a somersault. The voice comes from directly in front of him, but Izuku's looking left at the vestiges, and although he wants to whip his head around to confirm who spoke, the muscles in his neck lock up, preventing him from turning even an inch away from his current line of sight. Across from him, Nana takes stock of her successor's wide eyes and the tremble in his shoulders, and mimes taking a deep breath in and out. Izuku watches her motions and copies until the tension in his neck relaxes enough to let him haltingly crane his head towards the speaker. Recovery Girl is there, just inside the doors of the nurse bay, standing with her hands neatly folded over the top of her needle-shaped cane. She's looking at him calculatingly, eyes flicking to the side of the room and back again as she evaluates her patient. Izuku's heart leaps into his throat. He clenches his jaw around the sob that threatens to burst from his lips, and focuses on trying to keep back the stinging tears that build an aching kind of pressure in his skull. His eyes won't look anywhere but at the old healer. First Uraraka, now Recovery Girl. He hadn't yet had time to process seeing the former, and coming face to face with the latter makes him feel like he's barely keeping a grip on his sanity. It's one thing to merely guess he's in the past, and another thing entirely to be in the same room as someone he's mourned for months. Izuku's eyes are burning. His throat is tight. God, if this is how he's reacting to Recovery Girl, he doesn't want to imagine what laying eyes on half his class is going to feel like after so much time apart. It's weird to be staring at the old healer now and seeing just how well-fed and strong she looks. Well, as strong as an elderly woman can look, in any case. Considering Izuku had taken to skirting mirrors after their failure, too ashamed to look even himself in the eye, and starvation had taken his classmates slowly over the course of half a year, it had been difficult for anyone to judge just how much their bodies had degraded by the end. He's filled with a horrific kind of clarity now that he has a frame of reference, however wizened, to compare them all against. Seeing Recovery Girl like this at the ripe old age of whatever the hell, with a lightness in her shoulders that tells of exasperatedly healing reckless students, not carefully piecing together traumatized teen veterans, she looks to be an almost utopian level of healthy. She's nothing like he remembers from her few brief trips to Troy before she had been buried with the rest of society under the bunker. There aren't any blisters on her lips from where she had needed to overuse her quirk, keeping self-sacrificing heroes alive. Her palms aren't rubbed raw from the countless bandages she had needed to wind and unwind from infected wounds. Her eyes aren't deep-set from lack of sleep, neither are her cheeks sunk from skipping meals and rationing. Although she has her walking stick, arthritis hasn't yet locked her knee into the almost unusable angle it had gotten stuck in a month before her death. God, seeing her like this, she just looks alive and like she wants to live. Izuku had forgotten how that looked on anyone. Sonny? Izuku blinks back to himself and glances around the room to get his bearings. Right. Nurse's office. Recovery Girl probably asked something about his health. DMN, he must have spaced out. So, Izuku's voice cracks badly, and he pauses for a second before clearing his throat to quietly ask, "Sorry? I didn't catch that." A small frown draws together on the healer's face. She hobbles forward a few steps and gestures to the bed between them. Kudo and Third drift out of her path unseen, of course, by the woman. "I asked if you were feeling any better, but I'll take it from that response the answer is no. Please sit back down, lad, and let me have another look at you." Izuku hesitates, but, come on, this is Recovery Girl. If he doesn't obey her request, she'll probably try to manhandle him onto the bed herself and she'll win, one for all be dead. With great reluctance, Izuku tears his eyes from the lady and sits on the edge of the bed, scooting around to give her access to his torso. Now that his gaze is no longer fixated on her, he finds the thought of looking back at the woman without bursting into tears a monolithic effort. He elects to stare resolutely at a chair just past her shoulder instead. His middle school blazer is hanging from it, which only serves to throw Izuku for even more of a loop. He absently and robotically complies with her instructions when she pulls out a stethoscope and motions for him to unbutton the top of his undershirt. The cold head of the equipment over his heart doesn't really register with his brain. As she listens to his breathing, Izuku's mind lapses. If he's back in the past, which, come on, there's nothing else this could be, he needs to get his facts straight. Right now, Recovery Girl has no idea who he is. That means he needs to make sure he doesn't act too familiar. He guesses that might be easy enough to avoid, considering the thought of opening his mouth again without crying feels impossible. He'll just keep quiet and hope Recovery Girl doesn't ask anything that requires a direct answer. Squashing his emotions into a tiny box at the very, very back of his mind takes a monumental effort, and Izuku isn't entirely sure if it actually works, but it has to be enough for the time being. He can process all this everything later. Until then, he needs to treat this whole situation like he's behind enemy lines, because if he doesn't go into this with a clear head and a few ideas on what to do, he's going to fumble his one opportunity to make it all right. He needs to get a lay of the land, figure out a plan of action, and do what he can until the entrance exam is over. Then and only then will he probably get a second to process everything. If he can just survive until nightfall, he'll find somewhere later to have the full-on breakdown he can feel buzzing in his peripheries. For now he just needs to focus on putting one foot in front of the other. Is that a healthy strategy? Probably not. But throughout the entire duration of the war, it was the only plan of attack that hadn't failed him yet. Something about old habits dying hard, and all that other crap. Izuku comes back to the present when Recovery Girl hums and pulls her stethoscope away. When she takes a step back, and he realizes he's inadvertently been holding his breath for the last few seconds, Izuku breathes in deeply and breathes out slowly. He keeps his gaze fixed firmly on a point just over her shoulder, because he knows he won't keep a straight face if he tries to meet her eyes. Your heart rate is rather high, Sonny, the healer says. You do realize you can relax, yes? As UA's nurse, I'm only here to help. Izuku JRKs his head up and down in what he hopes is a relatively normal nod, but knows probably looks more like an alien imitating human mannerisms. Recovery Girl hums again, non-committally, and taps her cane on the ground. I heard what you said about needing to take the entrance exam, the old woman says carefully, and although I think it would be best for you to remain here and rest, I know how you kids get when it comes to trying your hand at being admitted to UA. There isn't much I could say to get you to stay, is there? Izuku rapidly shakes his head. He hasn't yet had the chance to think this whole clusterfuck of a situation through, but if today really is the entrance exam then he needs to take it. There's no conceivable reality in which he doesn't. He will not let his friends deal with the PLF. Wait, no, the League of Villains, because they haven't merged with the Meta Liberation Army yet alone. If he's the only one who knows what's going to happen, then he needs to be where the action is, and 1A was the epicenter for almost everything that contributed to society's downfall. Not qualifying for UA isn't an option if he wants to stand a chance at changing history. At changing the future. Recovery Girl, of course, doesn't know any of this. She simply sighs and shakes her head. Very well. I'll make you a deal, then. You're lucky to have gotten here so early, because you still have about, she glances at a clock hanging on the wall, half an hour until the start of the written exam. You stay and rest until then, eat some of these energy gummies to recover your strength, and I'll allow you to participate. Does that sound fair? Izuku rapidly bobs his head up and down. Recovery Girl turns to grab the plate of gummies on her desk, and extends them towards the boy with an encouraging gesture. Izuku takes a couple, then a few more at her insistence, and the healer nods, satisfied. Very good, she says, placing the candy back down. She picks up her cane and hobbles a few steps towards the door, cracking it open before turning to look back at Izuku. I'll leave you to rest, but if you start feeling faint again, or if you need help with anything else, please press that button by the bedside. I'll receive an alert and come right back in, you hear? She waits until Izuku nods his understanding, then lets her eyes trail idly around the room. Izuku tenses when the woman turns an evaluating look on him once more, but she merely bids him farewell and quietly leaves. The door slides shut behind her. Izuku gives it a few seconds, swallows around the sob caught in his throat, lets out a shaky breath, and motions for N to check they're really alone. The man drifts to the door and sticks his head through before looking back a second later and nodding. At the confirmation that Recovery Girl won't overhear what he's about to say, Izuku turns to the vestiges. Okay, he says in a soft voice, not wanting to speak too loud in case anyone else happens to stop by while he and the past one for all wielders talk. I need you all to tell me what happened. I saw you talking to. His mouth goes dry, and he scuffs a hand over his stinging eyes, taking a deep breath in an attempt to compose himself. The vestiges exchange looks while their kid struggles to regulate his emotions. They know what he intended to ask, so they begin to explain without needing to hear the rest of the question. When he saw Eri using her quirk, first start softly, Katsuki Bakugo had the idea to push rewind to its limits. After All for One gave you other sight, Kudo says, the boy theorized that the quirk itself had to have fundamentally changed. One for All makes the quirks within it stronger, after all, Third continues. It would stand to reason that a new quirk would be similarly affected. There was no point in rewinding your body, though, Hikage hums. Even at full strength, standing alone against both All for One and Shigaraki, you would have been unlikely to emerge victorious. So the kid suggested we try something crazy instead, Banjo scoffs. He said that if Eri was able to physically rewind your body using All for One's power without his consent, what else could she rewind if she had access to not only his power, but also One for All and the approval we, as part of your quirk, could give? It's not like things could get any worse if we failed, N mumbles, so we guided Eri to your quirk factor before you, and we alongside you, died. Since her quirk was still being controlled by All for One, but she now had a direct link to you and us through other sight, we can only guess that when All for One tried to resurrect you, she was able to draw on both sources of power and change the intention of Rewind. Which, as I'm sure you can see, became something far stronger than we anticipated, Nana concludes. Honestly, the logic for it to work was shoddy at best, but it was either do nothing and be guaranteed failure, or try and have a chance. We obviously took the risk. And so we ended up back on the day of the entrance exam, Izuku says faintly, putting a hand to his head, at the exact moment in time one for all first fully synthesized with my body. That's. Like we said, it's a lot to process, First says softly. You can say that again, Fifth huffs. Take what time you need to process, child, Hikage adds. Take what time you need. Because that was just it, wasn't it? Suddenly, without any kind of build-up or prelude, Izuku has time. He's honestly not sure how to feel about it. On one hand, this is absolutely everything Izuku could have possibly hoped for. He's been handed a complete and utter redo of the last 2 years on a silver platter and, as far as he can tell, he remembers everything that happened in the original timeline. He knows how to fix things. It's like a shot of pure adrenaline to the skull, because he's been daydreaming about this exact scenario for over half a year, has already dissected everything about every villain fight he's ever been in to see what he could have done differently, so that the next time he was in a similar situation, he wouldn't make the same mistakes. But now it's like those mistakes never happened at all. He's not just going to be facing similar fights, everything will be the same, with the same villains. He already knows what to do, and he has months to prepare. That alone is almost everything he needs to achieve the one thing he couldn't before. Save everyone. On the other hand, Izuku has to redo everything. Every single battle. Every single discussion with his classmates and, holy shit, they're all alive now. Izuku has no idea how he's going to go back to sitting next to them in homeroom, acting like he hasn't just spent their entire first and second years at UA watching them get ripped apart and beaten down to shells of their former selves. He has no idea how he's going to look half his class in the eye when he hasn't seen them in half a year, and not act like his heart isn't exploding with joy knowing that they're breathing. They're all going to be bright-eyed and oblivious and young, and so optimistic about a world Izuku knows can be so cruel. He can't act like the flighty boy he was at the start of his time at UA. He can't act like he doesn't have hundreds of hours of battle experience. He can't act like he isn't a jaded veteran who might accidentally overuse his quirk on a villain who can't withstand it, because he's grown so used to needing to fight unrestricted against villains 10 times his strength who would put him in the ground if he used anything less than 100% of one for all. More than anything, though, he just can't act like he isn't broken. No matter which way he slices it, there's no way he can keep up appearances by pretending to be the fresh, hopeful 15-year-old that UA and its staff will be expecting him to be. He knows his teachers too well, could navigate this school with his eyes closed, and won't be able to stop himself from using his knowledge of the future to ensure success throughout every single fight 1A will inevitably get dragged into. This entire situation isn't something he's going to be able to keep under wraps without making himself look suspicious, and if he wants to make sure everything goes right this time, if he wants to make sure everyone walks out of the next 2 years alive, he cannot take the risk that in trying to enact a better future, he won't inadvertently do something to jeopardize the present. He isn't sure how long he's been drifting. But after struggling to claw his way back through the fog in his mind, he sees that the vestiges have come to hover closer around his bedside. They need to know, don't they? Izuku finally wonders aloud. He kind of feels like he's sitting on a live wire, with the world slipping through his fingers. Shoyuta and the others. I think I need to tell them. Yes, I agree, that would be best, First hums. There's too much that needs to be carefully controlled about our next steps. Having people with authority on your side would make it easier. You will need strong allies, Kudo agrees, and the staff here have already proven their worth once before. From what little we've gathered while you were unconscious, En says, we don't think anyone else remembers the future. It may be difficult to persuade them that what you claim is true, but from everything we've seen of the pro-heroes at this school, they will not dismiss what you say lightly. Not to mention, this whole talk of time travel will probably intrigue that rat you call principal to no end, Banjo snorts. I'll be surprised if he doesn't try to dissect it every which way he can. If anyone's got a chance at coming round to the idea, it'll be him. Nana nods. At the very least, even if he doesn't remember the future himself, I know Toshi will have your back. Toshi. Toshinori? Wait, is All Might. Izuku's head whips up and his gaze snaps around the room frantically. He can't believe he didn't realize it earlier. He hasn't seen All Might's vestige, and if he's time traveled all the way back to the day he got one for all, does that mean? Yeah, kid, Nana says softly. He's alive. If it didn't feel like the earth had been ripped out from under him already, it certainly does now. Izuku's heart is in his mouth and his brain is in free fall because All Might is alive? Third drums his fingers against his crossed arms. We don't know whether he remembers anything because we haven't been able to move far enough away from you to figure out where he's currently located. But we can't sense his presence within One for All anymore. At least, not in the same capacity as he existed after he was killed, Hikage confirms. His vestige is back to the same passive state it was in when he first passed our quirk onto you. It doesn't have the sentience needed to realize it can leave your headspace, which indicates All Might is alive, Izuku whispers reverently. A laugh bubbles in his throat, and he clamps a hand over his mouth when it spills unbidden from his lips. He can't stop the overwhelming joy that's making his limbs buzz, because Toshinori is alive. He could hug him again, and feel his mentor's hand ruffle his hair in that fond way Izuku had secretly come to love. The boy hadn't realized how much he'd relied on such casual touches for assurance until his idol no longer had a body left to give them. First steps forward and swings a leg over the rear-facing chair near Izuku's bedside. He drapes his arms over the backrest and tilts his head, waiting patiently for Izuku to digest this new information and raise his head to meet the man's eyes. When he does, First gives him a small smile. It's a bittersweet and apologetic thing. We know this isn't going to be easy on you, Izuku, Yoichi says gently, and we'll beg your forgiveness until the end of time itself for asking more of you after everything you've already done, but we need to know, are you willing to try again? He gives Izuku a second to understand the extent of what he's asking, then raps a knuckle absently against the kid's bed. Please don't agree to go through with this just because you feel obligated to. You may be our successor, but you also have a choice. None of us could fault you for being unwilling to relive war. Izuku's eyebrows pinch together. He looks at First like the answer he's about to give is the most simple and obvious one in the entire world. Are you kidding? The kid mumbles. This is all I've wanted since the day the coffin fell. The chance to do it over, and do it right. He glances around the room, and meets the eyes of all the vestiges evenly. I know it's going to be a lot, he says in a strained voice. I know it's going to feel impossible. I won't be okay. Not all the time, and not by a long shot, he lets out a shaky breath. But this is my fight. Those are my friends who will die if I don't do something. Everything we lost was my world. I am One for All as much as any of you, which means it's my destiny to make sure All for One doesn't win. And as the only person who knows what's going to happen, it's my responsibility to ensure the future that was never is again. Izuku swallows and holds his fist out towards the other wielders. We will succeed, he says firmly. There isn't room for anything but that creeping determination that sets his shoulders and straightens his spine. It's one of the many things that anyone who knew the kid couldn't help but admire. With all of you by my side, and whoever else will believe us, we will not let that future come to pass. There's a fire in the boy's eyes that the vestiges haven't seen in a long, long time. It's an infectious sort of thing. Izuku had always been a cut above the rest when it came to his relentless and oftentimes insane capacity to hope, and it had almost killed them when that trademark blaze had eventually been stamped out of their ninth. To see it kindling again to share in Izuku's tentative optimism that only seems to flare brighter the more the kid understands this is real, they have a second chance the more their own belief grows. Every single wielder of One for All had lived and died a failure. It was never an easy thing to accept. Every time All for One stole another quirk, or maimed another civilian, or killed another child, they had to bite their tongue and suffer the knowledge that it was their inability to combat his power that let the BSTRD keep getting away with all the harm he wrought on the world. They had to deal with the grief and guilt that came with knowing they were responsible for dragging their successors into a fight that would ultimately kill them, too. But Izuku had always been different. Right from the start, they had sensed he would be the last of their line, and although at the end of his life they had struggled to accept that his attempt to put their villain down would result in failure, too, it had never felt right. Izuku should have been the one to end it all. Now, finally, after all the pain they had been forced to watch their kid endure, they had a chance. For the first time in both their lives and afterlives, they had the upper hand. Maybe just maybe they could win. Nana smiles ever so fondly at her successors chosen. She raises a hand, and hovers her fist just in front of Izuku's. You said it, kid. En dips his head, and lets his wrist join the pair. Izuku doesn't need words to know how deep the man's support runs. Daigoro eyes Izuku reluctantly, but it's not long before he's giving in, raising his fist and grinning something sharkish. Honestly, I can't say I'm looking forward to seeing you go up against any of those villains again, he says ruefully, but DMN it, kid, you give a good speech. I guess we'll have to double down on that black whip training, eh? And, of course, we will provide whatever counsel you need, Hikage hums, hand joining the rest. You merely have to ask. Leader and I have had our lot thrown in with you for a while now, ninth, third says, motioning to Kudo. We will lend what help we can. Perhaps, now that we have more time, we can ease you into our quirks more adequately, Kudo says. He and third raise their fists in tandem. When you are to clash against All for One again, you will be prepared. First smiles at them all ever so softly. He lets his head tilt gently to the side, and then bumps his own fist against his successors. No matter where you go or what you face, Izuku, he pledges, we will have your back. Your fate is ours, and our knowledge, strength, and support are yours. Let's set our record straight with the world. He bares his teeth into a not-quite grin. And send my brother to the gates of hell. My body feels weird, is the first thing Izuku says under his breath when he and the vestiges step out of the nurse bay. Recovery Girl had come back around 10 minutes before the written exam was due to start, gave him a skeptical once-over, sighed exasperatedly, and popped more energy gummies into his hand before shooing him out the door. It had been a little easier to be in her vicinity that second time, the bile in his throat not as difficult to keep down, but he still couldn't bring himself to look her in the eye. Izuku takes a second to squint through how bright outside is. Had it always been this glaring at mid-morning? And glances around to get his bearings once his eyes have kind of adjusted. There's no one close by to overhear him muttering to the vestiges, thankfully. When he's oriented himself on where he needs to go, he pops one of the gummies into his mouth and turns in the direction of the written exams test hall. There are a few scattered signs guiding the way, but Izuku knows his campus. He ignores his surroundings and focuses on the more pressing matter at hand. To his left, Daigoro snorts. Of course you feel odd, kid. You look like you've actually eaten and slept for once. Izuku raises a hand to poke at his face. Banjo is right, his cheeks feel like they actually have meat on them, and his fingers do, too. His skull isn't as bony as he remembers. His hands aren't as skeletal. He gets the feeling that if he lifts his shirt, it won't be possible to count each one of his ribs. Izuku doesn't like it. His body feels foreign. Perhaps he's more physically healthy like this, but going from being starved, sleepless, and weighing only as much as the deteriorating muscle on his limbs to having a weight and energy he hasn't felt since their rations started running out is beyond strange. It almost feels like he's become light and thin enough to slip under somebody else's skin, and is now puppeteering them from the inside out. It takes him 20 meters to get used to walking with a heavy body again. It takes another 10 for his legs and arms to finally start properly responding to his commands. He tries to grip a handrail to walk down a small flight of stairs, and his hand overshoots the bar as his knee buckles. He winds himself on the railing. You've got this, Izuku, Nana murmurs as Izuku grits his teeth and puts more conscious effort into making sure his hand is in the right spot to close around the bar. He thinks his depth perception might be out of whack, his eyes feel bizarre, and everything is still so bright. Had he been losing his eyesight in the months after the coffin fell and not realized until now, when he has normal vision to compare it against? He didn't think he had noticed any remarkable degradation before, but he doesn't know how else to explain why the world looks ever so slightly off. He makes it down the stairs. Really, there were only 4 of them, it shouldn't have taken that much concentration to put one foot in front of the other, and lets his mind drift over the facts about his situation until his brain snags on something peculiar. His brow furrows, and he glances around to double-check that, yes, all the vestiges are still hovering around him. Not that I don't enjoy the company, Izuku says under his breath, letting his gaze refocus on the path ahead and watching as a student in the distance hurries through the UA gate and beelines to the testing hall, but I'm surprised you're all still out here. Doesn't it usually take a lot of energy to manifest outside my head? I thought you could only really show yourselves one at a time. To his left, first turns, so he's drifting backwards, watching Izuku move forward. That is correct, the man says, but that was before you got other sight. He pauses and considers his response. It's difficult to explain, but before you got that quirk it was less like we were ghosts, and more like we were hallucinations. Because that makes me feel totally sane, Izuku snarks. Yoichi chuckles. Yeah, well, it was weird for us, too, he says. Before, we were more like impressions that could sense a small perimeter around you and overlay ourselves onto your vision, but not really move much beyond that. We weren't physically in the world, if that makes sense. You were our sun, and we your orbiting planets. He bites his cheek and frowns. But after you got the quirk, we became more like actual ghosts. It kind of kicked us from your head, in a way. We're still connected to One for All, and we can still get back in if we try, but it's like a complete inverse of our situation from before. It takes more energy to remain inside now than it does to exist out here. He looks a little thrilled for a moment. Not to mention, since we're not as closely tied to you anymore, it's possible for us to properly move around. We can walk behind objects and see what's on the other side, rather than be limited to what only you can perceive. It's a lot more freeing. I don't think any of us particularly want to go back to the way it was before, even if we could. We still can't move too far from you, N adds, but the 50-odd feet we have now is like being able to travel halfway across the world. It's wild, having this much space. Yeah, not to offend ya, kid, but your noggin's pretty boring, Daigoro jokes. Once you've done a few thousand laps of someone's skull, you kind of get tired of seeing the same scenery. Being out here is awesome. Izuku snorts, then gives them all a soft and genuine smile. Well then, if anything, I'm glad to have the quirk, he says sincerely. If it means you're all more comfortable, I'm happy. Yoichi gives him a fond, lilting grin. Then Izuku walks through a patch of sunlight filtering down from between the trees lining the walkway they're on, and the vestige pauses, blinking in surprise. Wait, Izuku, step back into the light for a moment. Izuku stops. His brows narrow in confusion, and he looks up to judge where the sun is before complying. The other vestiges mill around curiously, looking between First and Izuku with interest. When the dappled light falls across their kid's face again, their eyebrows shoot up. Whoa, Daigoro says. That's freaky. How strange, Hikage hums. What? Izuku asks, lifting a hand self-consciously to his face. What's wrong? Well, nothing's wrong, per se, Third says. You just look different, Kudo grunts. Izuku feels faintly alarmed, he is himself, right? He didn't somehow get shoved into someone else's body when he time traveled, but Nana steps forward to assuage his concerns. It's nothing major, kid, don't worry, she says, frowning, but the others are right. We didn't notice it before, when we were inside, but you can see it in the light. The skin where you were wounded in the other timeline is sort of silvery? It's shining, kind of like scar tissue, and your eyes. Are freaky, Daigoro says. Definitely freaky. Nana shoots him a glare. They are not freaky, she says defensively, just different. They kind of look like animal eyes, N says helpfully. You know, when you shine a torch at an animal in the dark and their eyes glow? It's like that, but red instead of yellow. Izuku's frown deepens, and he drifts a hand over his cheek. He mutters. Is it because of the quirk? Is that why my vision is off? Your vision is off? First repeats. He drifts closer and peers into Izuku's eyes. What do you mean? Can you see all right? Yeah, I can see fine, Izuku replies, waving his hand absently. It's just that ever since we stepped outside, everything's been so bright. I'm getting used to it now, but it's like it's a noticeable difference to what it was before he gestures at his face, and the motion slips the sleeve around his wrist down far enough for him to catch sight of shimmering on his hand that arcs further down his arm. He tries to slide his blazer away to get a better look, then takes it off entirely and rolls up the sleeves of his undershirt. His frown deepens as he takes in the sight, and then he hurriedly unbuttons his shirt to look down at his chest. He steps further back to get a better view of his skin under the sun. Across his hands, arms, and torso are shining patches almost like scars, just as Nana said, but also not where Izuku knows he's been wounded in the past. His arms and hands are full of crisscrossing lines in the same spots he had previously more prominent scar tissue from his early days of Hurnsing One for All, when he'd overused the power before switching to shoot style. His torso and abdomen are full of more shining skin than not. The four most prominent marks are baseball-sized jagged circles over his right lung, just under his heart, on the left side of his gut, and just beneath his sternum. Izuku lets his hand flutter over the patches. He feels a sickeningly untethered feeling overcome his brain when he realizes what put those marks there. Oh, kid, Nana whispers when she sees the knot scars that used to be puncture wounds. The vestiges' expressions turn grim, and all of a sudden Izuku can't bear how exposed he feels, knowing they can see every one of his failed fights splayed across his skin. He swallows roughly and rebuttons his shirt, rolling down his sleeves and sliding the blazer back on. He breathes out a stuttered breath, shakes his hands, and continues walking towards the testing hall with a newfound determination. He's almost there, now he just needs to enter the corridor coming up, and from there it's only a short walk to the entrance. The past wielders float slowly along behind him, exchanging troubled glances as Izuku tries to put this new discovery out of his mind. He can deal with all of this later, when he doesn't have an exam to complete. When he doesn't need to keep himself as together as he does right now. As they enter the corridor and start walking towards the hall's entrance, Nana falters when a sinking feeling worms its way into her gut. She whips to the side, sticks her head through the wall to peer into the exam room, and JRKS back a moment later, waving frantically to get the attention of the other vestiges. When they look over, she uses sign language to explain who she saw, and the past wielder's eyes widen. They quickly rearrange their formation to make sure that at least half their number is hovering between Izuku and the person currently seated inside. They cannot let their kid see that face. Their successor needs significantly more time to mentally prepare himself before confronting that particular part of his past. To the Vestige's relief, Izuku doesn't notice them rushing to reorganize their ranks. His mind is floating a million miles away, desperately avoiding memories of his own death and grasping at anything that will distract him from the flashbacks he can't afford to be submerged in. It's while he's cycling through various topics in an effort to forget before he truly remembers that the thought strikes him completely out of left field. It hits him hard enough that he stumbles to a stop right outside the test hall. The air evades his lungs. His throat constricts around something awful. Did he? God, no, surely he can't. Is it possible that All for One knows? Could he did he remember? If Izuku got thrown back in time, is it possible that the villain also got brought back? Eri might have only used rewind on Izuku, but she had still drawn part of her power from All for One. Was that enough to link them? Was it enough for All for One to know? This is bad. Izuku can't change anything in this timeline until he confirms whether the villain is aware. If he does remember, then he'll probably start keeping tabs on Izuku from today onwards, and if he does that, then Izuku is now on a very short, very tight leash. He won't be able to act any different from how he was the first time he entered UA. He won't be able to start affecting things without it immediately drawing suspicion. But does he even have time? He'd been so relieved, knowing this second chance gave him a moment to finally breathe, but if All for One remembers, Izuku is right back to being on a clock. He needs to check. He has to know. If there is even the smallest possibility of that scenario being true, then... Excuse me, young man. Please take your seat. The exam is about to begin. Izuku startles hard and flinches back, sparks of one for all briefly lighting up his skin under his clothes before he realizes who spoke. Ectoplasm is standing in front of him, the teacher position just to the side of the doorway Izuku hasn't stepped through yet. From this angle, Izuku can see a few students at the front of the room staring out at him. His gaze bounces between them and Ectoplasm for a second, completely lost on what they want from him, until the teacher's words finally register with his brain. Oh, he stutters. He winces when his voice sounds rough even to his own ears. Right. Sorry, Ectoplasm-sensei. Izuku sees the pro-hero frown, but he's already squeezing past the man and turning to face the hall at large, faltering for only half a step beneath the hundreds of eyes that shoot his way before he lets his legs go on autopilot. He thinks he remembers his desk for the exam being somewhere towards the back of the room. He should be able to find it if he can just focus. What was that about? First asks softly as Izuku flits around desks and narrowly avoids accidentally swiping someone's pencil case to the floor. Izuku opens his mouth to reply, but his jaw clicks shut again when he realizes that with this many people watching, he can't really just start talking to thin air. Use sign to talk, kid, Nana suggests. We all know hero sign, and learnt undersign from your teacher at the same time you did. We'll understand. Izuku nods slightly. Okay, new plan, he signs as subtly as he can while searching for his seat. He feels sick. His eyes are skimming over the desks in the room, but it doesn't really feel like he's taking any details in. He's vaguely thankful that the vestiges are, for some reason, blocking half his view of the hall. I need to finish this as fast as possible so I can get to Kamino and back before the practical exam. Kamino? Banjo exclaims. What kid, come on, what the hell do you want to do at Kamino? Go to the underground bar, Izuku replies. He finally spots an empty desk near the back of the hall, and quickens his pace. Behind him, he can hear Ectoplasm come to a stop at the front of the room and write something on the blackboard. I need to check if he remembers. The vestiges are quiet for a moment as they let this new realization sink in. How are you going to do that? Kudo eventually asks. He doesn't sound opposed to the idea, thankfully. If we confront him, or do anything else within his view that draws suspicion, we'll only be exposing ourselves regardless of whether he knows or not. And you can't sneak into the bar either without, Shigaraki realizing you're there, Banjo stresses. Kid, you cannot face him yet. You do know that, right? Izuku shoots him a look as he slings his backpack down next to the empty desk and pulls out the chair, sliding into his seat. The exam paper is already on the table. He avoids touching it, and withdraws a pencil and eraser from his bag. He places them haphazardly on the side of the desk. There's a faint tremor in his fingers, he flexes the muscles in his dominant hand, and continues signing with his left. I know. I'm not planning on facing either of them, I just need intel. But how are you going to get it? N questions. Izuku wets his lips nervously and flicks his fingers. I'm not going inside. I'll get within range, then it's up to you guys. Us? Nana sounds surprised. I mean, I guess that's not. She hesitates, and a thoughtful look overtakes her face. Actually, that's a pretty good idea. We could phase through the walls, and with the extended range other sight gives us. The corners of Izuku's mouth quirk up. So you want us to look for anything that indicates All for One remembers, first wonders aloud. Izuku can see him turning the suggestion over in his head. There are a couple of issues with that plan. The first is that it's unlikely my brother will even be there. He's more liable to be holed up in one of Garaki's labs somewhere, puppeteering things without being directly involved in Shigaraki's business. The man frowns. The second issue is that on the off chance he is there, well, it's entirely possible he might be able to see us. At the front of the room, Ectoplasm says something about how the students have 2 hours to complete the written exam, but Izuku isn't paying attention. He bites his cheek and lets the vestiges steer the conversation. That's true, Hikage says. We have to consider what physical state All for One is in at this exact moment in time. He gave you the other sight quirk right before he killed you, but since we're almost 2 years earlier than that fight, he probably still has other sight, and finishes grimly. The original version of it, that is. If, after Izuku obtained the quirk, we could also see and interact with the other spirits, it might mean that how we exist has been fundamentally altered beyond our new ability to roam. We could be visible not just to Ninth, but to All for One and his copy of the quirk, too. Izuku doesn't realize the written exam has begun until he hears the other students in the room flip over their test papers. He startles and scrabbles for his pen, opening the booklet and trying to focus on the words. It's hard when his head is swimming and his focus keeps lapsing off the page. The pencil feels foreign in his grasp. The first section is multiple choice. Mathematics, Nana murmurs next to his head. She beckons Kudo over, and the man starts reading the questions while Izuku processes what the vestiges are saying. We'll just have to hope he isn't there, he signs close to his chest. He hopes that if anyone looks his way, they'll just think it's a nervous tic. We don't need him present to confirm it, anyway. If my body still has its scars and I remember, but no one else follows that trend, then those two should also have some kind of tell. They were too mentally connected at the end. If one remembers, there should be traces on the other, too. Shigaraki should be behaving differently than he did the first time we fought. Kudo points to different answers on the test sheet, and Izuku mindlessly shades in the corresponding boxes. Maybe this is cheating, but he thinks being preoccupied with the whole, end of the world, is a reasonable excuse. Besides, mathematics was never his strong suit. Izuku just has to trust Kudo knows what he's doing. With the way the man's power works, Izuku has some faith he's good at processing numbers. His knowledge might be several centuries outdated, but math formulas never really changed, did they? It should be fine. Besides, Izuku signs, turning the page at Kudo's insistence. The vestige sighs when he sees what's on it and beckons over third, gesturing to the next section, which is largely written in English. If he's not showing signs and we're still unsure, there were a lot of people like you around when I died. There has to be at least a few of them near Shigaraki now. Make friends. Get them to find us after they've determined if he knows. Across from him, first hums his assent. Third mumbles translated English passages into Izuku's ear, and the boy writes them down. He turns the page to find another multiple-choice section, this time about history. Hikage takes over from third, and rattles off the answers to each question. That does sound like a good plan of attack, Nana says. Even beyond learning whether All for One knows, it would be good to start making connections with the other ghosts. It might come in handy if anything about this timeline starts to deviate from what we can predict. It would be good to have an early warning system in place. Everyone we saw definitely seemed to hate that BSDRD's guts just as much as we do, Fifth snorts. They'll probably jump all over the chance to do something that could take him down. Still be careful, Izuku signs. He shades in the last few boxes on the page, then turns to the next section. It's science. Great. He's not sure if any of the vestiges are particularly skilled in this subject. N steps forward and mumbles a few suggestions before third furrows his brow and turns to Kudo, debating a couple of questions about physics. Eventually they settle on certain answers, and Izuku copies them down. Most are probably victims, but there might be some loyal underlings still sticking around. We can't let any of them know what we're doing. They might report back to him. Of course, first nods. In that case, it might be better if we only send in those who are most unlikely to be recognized by the other ghosts. Then that would probably be yourself and Hikage, Nana says. Maybe Kudo and third, but I would be less likely to stake a bet on it. After All for One gave the kid other sight, he said something about how he'd had the quirk for about 150 years, Banjo mutters. He frowns and crosses his arms, pacing a few steps to and fro. Considering any time before that was still in the early stages of him amassing power, and with first having been locked in the vault for almost his entire life, it's unlikely All for One had any lackeys around that saw Yoichi's face. Even if they had and are somehow still around as ghosts, it's been long enough that by now they should have forgotten what he looks like. And with Hikage having pretty much avoided All for One his entire life. There shouldn't be many, if any, who know what I look like. Especially not this older version of me, Hikage confirms. Kudo and Third, on the other hand, were the leaders of their rebellion. There might be people who still remember their faces, especially if they were to make an appearance together. No, I think it would be best if they sat this one out. Izuku nods along to their conversation. He scribbles his own answer down for the last science question, and turns the next page to find a section about Japanese linguistics. Hikage returns to his side and mutters along corrections as the boy works through the sheet. Banjo, Nana and I are also far too obvious, and says. We're too recently deceased. If All for One has older ghosts spying for him, they will likely still remember our faces. We'll have to sit out of it, too. First nods, and drums his fingers along his crossed arms. Then Fourth and I will enter the bar. We should be more than adequate at finding a ghost that will help. The rest of you will remain outside with Ninth. If we're going to do this, though, and we need to get back before the practical exam, we'll need to leave soon. Does anyone know how long it will take to get to Kamino? Yeah, Nana says. If public transport hasn't changed much since I was alive, the kid should be able to catch the Takedo Shinkansen from Muzurafu Central to Kamino Ward. Central is pretty close to here. It should only be a 5-minute walk, and then a bit over an hour by train. 45 minutes, Izuku corrects. They developed a higher speed rail about a decade ago. Then we'll count the total travel time as just over an hour in each direction, including the time it takes to walk to and from the stations, First says. He glances at the clock on the wall. There's an hour and 35 minutes left in the written exam, and then another hour and a half before the practical is due to start. We'll probably need at least 15 minutes at the bar to find someone trustworthy who's willing to help. It's going to be a close call. Are you sure you want to go through with this, Ninth? Izuku nods without hesitation. Hikage helps him with the last of the linguistics questions, and he flips to the final page about heroics. I need to know if they know. If they do, and I act differently in the entrance exam than I did the first time, it will trigger alarm bells. The vestiges murmur their understanding. Izuku is almost at the end of the exam. He glances at the last question on the sheet and hesitates. Explain, in 100 words or less, what it takes to be a hero. Geez. Loaded question. There's right around 1 million possible ways to answer it, and considering it's a subjective topic, Izuku actually has to think about what he wants his response to be. Perhaps, 2 years earlier and in a timeline now obsolete, a younger Izuku Midoriya would have put pen to paper and blown past the word cap, writing about all might and self-sacrifice, smothering insecurities with confidence, smiling in the face of pain, extending hands to those in need, and other grand gestures that put one in a bind for the good of many. Now, though, as he stares at the test sheet and tries to envision what should fill it, he realizes there isn't any single adequate answer. Unlike his pen and paper, heroism isn't something that exists within black and white confines. What does it take to be a hero? What are the reasons that drive one to reach for that mantle? Why did the people in his life choose to grasp at the same path Izuku himself had always felt compelled to pursue? He guesses it depends on the person and, more often than not, their upbringing. For Uraraka, it had been stability. For Ida, it had been legacy. For Shoto, it had been spite. For Kaken, it had been victory. What was it for Izuku? Why, after having already suffered so much along iron-lined rails branded destiny, did he feel heedlessly magnetised right back to those tracks? How could he desire the relentless pursuit of something that had, for the last 2 years, brought him nothing but pain? What kind of person wanted the kind of life that meant sacrificing all you had, constantly, for the greater good? At the end of the day, at the end of it all, what was it that kept Izuku clinging so fiercely to, and striding so brazenly towards, the path of a savior? What was he doing it all for? When the world fell apart, what was the last thing he relinquished, and the first thing he found once he realized he had another chance? What, at the center of it all, did it take for Izuku to be a hero? It's hope, he realizes rather suddenly, but not quite with any surprise. I'm doing it because, despite everything, I still have it in me to hope. And he is a creature of it, is he not? It sticks to the roof of his mouth like taffy, and traces the veins in his skin, and fires the synapses in his brain, and thunders the beat of his heart. He breathes it in, and it dances through his lungs, and circulates his bloodstream, and weaves itself into his DNA. But it also wasn't made for strictly his consumption. It's a thing built to be given, a thing intended to be passed, in those empty moments after it disentangles from sinew and slips from nail beds to escape like some flighty bird toward some far-off place. It's a thing meant to be reined in and tapped into the cracks it left behind. It's what you build chapels on, and splinter into bite-sized portions to give the starved, and keep in shoeboxes for those rainy days when it's needed most. It's a thing that, ultimately, Izuku wants to give the world. It's a thing he wants to share. It's a thing he needs to cling to, because without it pumping his blood and shrouding his shoulders and tumbling down his windpipe, he doesn't think he's going to make it all that far. What does it take to be a hero? Perhaps a little more than simple hope, but that is, fundamentally, what it all comes down to. He puts pen to paper and writes. When he's done, he sits back, checks his answer, makes a small amendment, and checks it again. Then he reviews his exam front to back. He skips the math questions, knowing that even with his own input he's likely doomed to fail anyway, makes some minor edits to his responses in the science and heroic sections, and flips his quiz closed to make sure the booklet is named and dated properly. Then he raises a hand to call ectoplasm over, hands the teacher his quiz, scoops his pencil and eraser into his bag, and slings the pack over his shoulder. He rises from his desk and leaves. As he exits the hall, followed by the vestiges and watched by a baffled pro-hero and dozens of eyes that rise to stare at his back as he walks past, he looks at a clock on the wall to check the time. It's then that he notices the security camera in the corner. It slowly tracks his movements as he makes for the exit. DMN it. Izuku had totally forgotten about UA's security system and, along with it, Nezu's almost disturbing tendency to know about everything that happens inside his school. Had he seen Izuku signing? Was he able to piece together what Izuku was talking about? He hadn't said anything incriminating, had he? Izuku can't remember. He has to assume Nezu saw enough. He should probably say something more before he leaves then, right? To put the principal's mind at ease? But if he'd read enough of Izuku's conversation, he might think that Izuku had villainous intentions, or that he was cheating in order to pass the exam and gain unethical entry to UA. Which okay, to be fair, that was exactly what he was doing, but it wasn't because he wanted to. He just needed to wrap the exam up fast so he could get back to the rather small burden of, saving the world. If he had to cheat on an entry-level test to do that, then so be it. He'd already passed it before by himself, anyway. He could do it again if asked. He draws his hands to his chest, keeps his eye on the camera lens as he walks by, and signs a message he hopes will dissuade Nezu from interfering with his plans until Izuku is able to explain himself. He had known he needed to seek out the teachers as soon as possible. He just hopes the principal will, at the very least, be content to wait until after the practical exam is done, when Izuku isn't on a timer and rushing to make sure the worst villain to ever exist doesn't know the world's been sent back 2 years into the past. No pressure or anything. Izuku's so preoccupied with his message and the anxiety of potentially being stopped before he can leave campus or, God forbid, prohibited re-entry after his detour that he doesn't notice the presence of the blonde-haired boy with the red eyes who watches him step out the door. The morning of the first year's entrance exam began as a relatively normal and unremarkable affair for Shoyuta Aizawa. It started with him waking far too early to the murky light of pre-dawn and his boyfriend snoring directly into his ear. Shoyuta tolerated the noise for all of 20 seconds, a new record, before he palmed Hisashi's face away from his own. The blonde dork rolled halfway onto his side, stretched his back like a cat beneath the quilt that was pulled up to his chin, and upon realizing he was safe and warm next to the chronically sleep-deprived love of his life settled back down with a content sigh. He then promptly kicked his legs across Shuta's own, effectively pinning the black-haired man in place. Shoyuta sighed and rolled his eyes, even as a fond smile quirked the corner of his lips. Hisashi's sleepy antics were fine. He didn't particularly want to get out of bed and he checked the clock on his bedside 5:47 in the morning, anyway. The school gates wouldn't open to the hopeful, bright-eyed youth of Japan until 8 o'clock, and Shuta's apartment was only a 10-minute walk from campus. He had time. Trying to go back to sleep now that he was awake was, unfortunately, impossible. Shoyuta constantly bemoaned the fact he was one of those people who couldn't drift off once his brain kicked into gear. Considering his propensity as a hero to sleep light in case the police needed him for an emergency, as well as the fact that he suffered from the bane of his existence known as insomnia, it was no wonder Shoyuta always felt too low energy to deal with his students' sheet. But that was fine, too. After their first day on campus, the kids were usually either smart enough to know what to expect, or would rapidly come to find out soon enough. The feeling of paws walking up the bed until their owner plopped down on Shuta's chest drew the man's eye from the ceiling and to the rather fat black cat that had decided to make him her new snoozing spot. The feline yawned and stuck 2 white paws in his face, purring as she tried to knead his cheeks. Aizawa resigned himself to his new fate and withdrew a hand from the warmth of his blanket to scratch Socks under the chin, along her jaw where he knew she liked it best. The cat closed her eyes and purred even harder. As Shoyuta idly ran his fingers through her fur and enjoyed the feeling of being weighed down by 2 warm bodies, he contemplated how today would go. To be honest, he was both somewhat interested and absolutely exhausted at the prospect of becoming the homeroom teacher for a fresh batch of first years. He'd managed to mostly get out of it last year, considering Nedzu had put him on probation after he expelled and re-enrolled his entire former class mere weeks into their first term, withdrawing himself as their homeroom teacher in the process and instead tossing that responsibility to Snipe, and although he had practically set off a bomb and evacuated only himself from the building, he personally thought the whole thing was rather worth it. The kids had gotten the shove they needed to take heroism seriously, and Shoyuta himself had enjoyed almost 11 months of uneventful bliss. He had never slept better in his life. Safe to say, the UA board had not been pleased to deal with the fallout of 20 angry parents and their distraught teens. Snipe had also been somewhat disgruntled to go from having the year free of homeroom responsibilities to suddenly being in control of 20 fearful 15-year-olds. Okay, Shoyuta could admit he was kind of lucky he hadn't been fired for that. To be fair, though, that entire cohort barely had any potential at the time, and was full of more snob-nosed legacy brats than normal. Shuta's teaching style would have been wholly incompatible with the 11-odd overprotective hero alumni breathing down his neck about their kids. Seriously, what the hell was Nedzu thinking, sticking him with a class like that? Now that the board thought he'd learned his lesson, though, and Snipe had reassured Nedzu that he didn't really mind being a homeroom teacher for that particular class, Shoyuta was once again expected to take 20 15-year-olds under his wing and shape them into the heroes of the future. That was also fine, he guessed. The number would probably drop by 3 or 4 by the time the first school term was over anyway, and at that point his class would have been whipped into shape enough to understand their teacher wasn't interested in making life all sunshine and rainbows like they were probably expecting UA to be. He wondered what kind of kids would be competing in the entrance exam this year. It would be interesting to judge them against the last cohort Shoyuta had seen through to graduation, considering each new year seemed to bring increasingly powerful quirks alongside increasingly cocky children. There would almost certainly be several troublemakers in their midst. He'd probably have to knock a number of them down to size before the first week was done. To be honest, that was always the most exhausting part of his role. Telling it straight to the kids who wouldn't cut it was a necessary evil, but not one Shoyuta particularly enjoyed, despite how his general demeanor might indicate otherwise. It always came as a shock to the kids. There were almost always tears involved. But the harsh reality was that, just as all men were not created equal, not all children were born to be heroes. Shoyuta had no interest in entertaining a fantasy for those who couldn't step up to the bar, and the unfortunate truth for a good many was that they simply did not have what it took. They were either chasing a dream crafted in childhood without considering the realistic implications of pursuing that goal, were in it for the wrong reasons, or did not grasp the full weight of the burden that would be placed on their shoulders by donning the mantle of hero. It was always rather tragic when, after their first week at UA, Shoyuta had to watch those bright-eyed kids realize just how disillusioned by society they had always been. A clatter outside the bedroom door pulled Shoyuta abruptly from his contemplation, and his fingers stilled in Sock's fur. The noise was followed by a thud, and a low marrow that sounded from somewhere deeper in the apartment. Skittered footfalls seemed to run on the spot for a moment. Then there was a minute of unnerving silence. Shoyuta looked at Socks. Socks looked at Shoyuta. They both looked at the ajar bedroom door that was kept cracked for the cats to come and go overnight as they pleased. Another marrow echoed down the hall. Shoyuta had all of about 2.5 seconds to brace for impact. Then rapid paws thudded closer as their owner shot down the hallway, and the bedroom door was slammed open by a fluffy white and ginger missile that barreled its way straight across the floor. The furry shape launched itself, narrowly avoided a collision with both Socks and Shoyuta as it flew right between their faces, and landed with a MMRMPH on Hizashi's head. Hizashi made a sound like a dying walrus and startled so badly he fell out of bed, taking the blanket with him. He hit the floor with a bang that shook the apartment and started blearily shouting variations of the word, "What?" over and over, kicking at empty air as he struggled to untangle himself from the fabric. Somehow, he only succeeded in making his situation worse. The orange demon clung to his face and yowled. Hizashi's arm emerged from the blanket long enough to swipe clumsily around his bedside table and retrieve his hearing aids, then he quickly tugged his limb back beneath the quilt when the ginger monster attempted to bite at its new, moving target. Shoyuta sighed. So much for enjoying the blanket's warmth. He glanced back at Socks to find the cat looking rather affronted at the chaos on the other side of the room. Half her body had been knocked off Shuta's chest when the blanket got dragged away, and she did not look happy about it. You can have an extra Chio for breakfast, Shoyuta promised the feline to make her feel better as he continued to scratch her jaw. Socks, of course, couldn't understand him, but she seemed to appreciate the sentiment nonetheless. Know why every single morning this cat show, get him off of me. Hisashi yelled. A bit of his quirk seeped into the end of his sentence, and the apartment walls shook. Great. Shoyuta just couldn't wait to get another noise complaint. They'd only been living together for all of 3 months, and were already on track to getting evicted. Shoyuta leveled Hisashi with an erasure-fueled glare to shut him up. The dappled ginger nuisance finally let go of his boyfriend's face and jumped to the ground. Then it promptly spotted the blonde's toes wriggling under the blanket and pounced on its new target. The fabric got snapped up by sharp teeth and the ginger cat pulled. Hisashi, who was still struggling to untangle himself from the quilt, got dragged halfway across the room. He wants food, Shoyuta remarked helpfully, entirely unfazed by their pet's display of strength. And how the hell am I supposed to feed him if Macho, stop. The blonde finally got an arm free and reached out to grab Macho the cat by the scruff of his neck. He held the ginger demon at arm's length while he kicked the rest of his body free. When he finally picked himself up off the floor, Macho wriggled his way out of the man's grasp and bolted back out of the room like hell itself was on his tail. Shoyuta heard a bang as the cat tried to come to a stop in front of his food bowl and instead slid straight into a wall. Then there was the tinny noise of a metal bowl being flipped, and another rather hefty bang that sounded like it had been launched straight into plasterboard. They gave it a moment, but the bowl didn't clatter to the floor. An imploring marrow filtered down the hallway. Shoyuta sighed and resigned himself to the knowledge that there was likely another hole in the wall. I'll stop by the hardware store on the way home and get some more plaster. I can't believe we agreed to take in a quirked cat. And one with super strength, no less, Hisashi muttered, combing his hair back with his fingers and rubbing sleep from his eyes. He looked like a mess. Shoyuta didn't particularly mind. Shoyuta asked. He propped his head up with one hand and bent his other arm when Socks stood up, curled around, and settled back down in the crook of his elbow. I distinctly remember telling you to leave him at the shelter. This is on you. Well, I couldn't just leave him there. Zashi said exasperatedly. You saw his face. He hit me with the Puss in Boots eyes. What was I supposed to do? Leave him at the shelter, Shoyuta reiterated bluntly. Hisashi blew one last lock of hair from his face and shot his boyfriend a playful glare. Admit it, Sho. You like the lil, bstrd. If he makes you look this frazzled every morning, I can tolerate him, Shoyuta replied slyly. A blush swept across Hisashi's cheeks. The man bent to pick up the quilt from the floor and threw it at Shuta's face. Socks trilled in surprise when the blanket landed on her, too. Come on, you. Not on a school morning, the blonde muttered, flustered. For that, you're in charge of feeding Macho. Shoyuta huffed and reached up to pull the blanket from his head. Fine. I'll feed him, so long as you don't take more than 30 minutes in the shower. I want one before we head off to work, too. From where he had turned to start rifling through his clothes drawer, Hisashi's head tilted back and he groaned. Fine. Then a devilish smirk crept across his face, and he shot Shoyuta a wily look out of the corner of his eye. But, you know, if you wanted to make our prep time more efficient, you could join me in there. Shoyuta leant forward, grabbed the pillow from under his head, and lobbed it at Hisashi. The blonde squawked and ducked out of the way, laughing as he swept a pair of boxers from the drawer and danced out of the room to their end suite. A small smile wormed its way onto Shuta's face, and he let his head hit the mattress. God, some days he couldn't believe how lucky he had gotten to end up with Hisashi. It had taken far too many years of the blonde pining after him and Shoyuta being too much of an idiot to vocalize his own feelings, but eventually they'd made it. Shoyuta never wanted to go without the other man again. Another marrow from the hall drew his attention, and Shoyuta tilted his head to see Macho standing in the open doorway glaring at him. When they made eye contact, the cat fluffed his tail and hissed. Yeah, Shoyuta sighed. He gingerly retracted his arm from around Socks and let her stay curled under the quilt piled on top of her. I'm coming, demon cat. Give me a sec. Macho hissed again, then turned and waltzed back down the hallway. Shoyuta let himself enjoy the comfort of his bed for a few more seconds before he rolled into a sitting position and dragged a hand down his face to clear the sleep from his eyes. In the end suite, Hisashi turned on the shower and started humming some American rock song Shoyuta had heard him air on his Put Your Hands Up radio show last week. The beat was, admittedly, pretty catchy. After a few self-indulgent seconds of listening to his boyfriend flutter around their bathroom, Shoyuta stood up and stretched to get the cricks out of his back. Then he trudged out of the bedroom and down the hall to the kitchen to survey what damage the orange nuisance had caused. When he rounded the corner, it was to find Macho's metal food bowl both upside down and lodged halfway through the drywall next to the fridge. There were biscuits from last night's dinner scattered across the floor. The culprit himself was sat in the middle of the mayhem, pawing at a single piece of fish-shaped kibble. "Why did you do this?" Shoyuta said flatly. He wasn't expecting an answer, of course. Macho looked up and yowled at him anyway. "Don't yell at me. You had perfectly fine dry food to eat. You're just being picky." Macho murphed moodily. Shoyuta rolled his eyes. He bent down to yank the food bowl out of the wall, and quickly slid a chair from their dining table in front of the hole when the cat tried to stick his paw inside. Macho headbutted the chair. It went flying across the floor and slammed into the side of the fridge, so Shoyuta scruffed the cat, pulled open the cabinet door where they kept the pet food, and shook a satchel of tuna gravy to get the little BSTRD's attention instead. Macho meowed and wriggled out of Shuta's hold, then ran to sit where the food bowl had previously been. The feline turned to Shoyuta with those puss-in-boots eyes that Hisashi always fell for. "That doesn't work on me," Shoyuta informed the cat bluntly. He scooted the chair back in front of the hole. Then, for good measure, he added, "You're a BSTRD." Macho mewed very politely. Shoyuta turned around, ran the bowl under the faucet to clean off the plaster dust, and tipped the contents of the wet food satchel inside. Then he turned back around and lowered it to the floor. Macho stood up on his hind legs as he saw Shuta's hand descend, and didn't even wait for the bowl to be placed down before he started tearing into the food. Shoyuta scratched him fondly behind the ear. "We need to start nailing your bowls to the ground," he told the cat. "If the landlord's gonna kill us anyway, we might as well save a few $100 on drywall in the process." Macho ignored him and kept stuffing his whiskers. Now that the devil incarnate was satisfied, Shoyuta stood up and went looking for something better to block the hole with. Last time this happened, Hisashi had gone down to their local hardware store and bought a piece of plywood to nail over the gap until they had time to patch it up with plaster. Shoyuta was pretty sure they still had it lying around, somewhere. After finding the plywood and making sure no furry faces could worm their way into the space behind it, Shoyuta swept up the scattered dry food, refilled the cat's water fountain, retrieved Sock's food bowl from next to Macho's, and tipped in another wet food satchel, alongside a Chio treat, as promised. Then he walked back down to the bedroom, closed the door behind him, and knocked the food bowl against the wall to get Sock's attention. He waited for the black and white cat to stick her face out of the blanket, and placed the bowl on the floor. Socks wriggled out from the quilt, jumped to the ground, and rubbed herself against Shuta's ankles before winding her way over to the food. She ate with a lot more grace than Macho did. Hisashi came out of the bathroom, in his boxers and toweling his hair, as Shoyuta scooped his hero gear from its normal spot in their wardrobe. "Looking forward to seeing what students try their hand at UA today?" the blonde asked. Shoyuta grunted. "Looking forward to it being over, more like." Hisashi snorted and rolled his eyes. "Yeah, right, Mr. I hate kids but wanna be a teacher. You know, I don't think your grumpy act is fooling any of the other staff. They all know you're a big softy at heart." Shoyuta shot him a glare. It didn't have any heat behind it. "It's not an act. And I don't need to fool them, anyway," he grumbled. "The kids just need to know what they're getting into before they decide whether this kind of life is for them. You know how it is, Zashi." Hisashi's expression softened. "Yeah. Of course I do, Shoyuta nodded and shuffled past his boyfriend into their bathroom. It didn't take long for him to shower and get dressed. When he emerged, it was to find Hisashi in his hero outfit putting the finishing touches on his hair. Even though he lived with the man, Shoyuta still couldn't grasp how the blonde got his hair to defy gravity so well. Well, actually, that was a lie. The smell of several cans of hairspray was a good enough indication of how he did it. "Right then, let's hit the road," Present Mike said cheerily, rocketing to his feet and clicking his fingers before shooting finger guns in Shuta's direction. "I, for one, am looking forward to seeing what shenanigans the listeners get up to today." Shoyuta huffed. "Of course you are," he muttered. He grabbed his keys and phone from his bedside and scratched Socks behind the ear. She was loafed in the center of their freshly made bed, and looked rather content with herself before he turned to open the door and led the way to the front of their apartment. When they made it to the kitchen, Macho yowled and jumped down from his perch on the adjoining living room couch to bump his head against Yamada's leg. It almost knocked the other man clean off his feet. "Jesus, yeah, hello, you little ratbag," Mike said fondly, shuffling himself into a more steady stance and bending down to scratch Macho just above the tail. The cat stood on his tiptoes and purred. "Always in a better mood after breakfast, huh? You be good while we're out." The cat mewed something that could have been an affirmation. Or a curse, for all they knew. Shoyuta swung their apartment's front door open, held it ajar for Yamada to slip out, and watched as Macho meandered over to the middle of their living room. The cat settled himself on their coffee table and let his paws hang off the edge. "No more holes in the wall," Aizawa told him gruffly. Macho just blinked and tried to meow through a yawn. Shoyuta snorted. He stepped back, let the door swing shut, checked that it was locked, and turned to follow Mike to the stairway leading down to the street. As they made their way along the sidewalk with steaming cups of coffee and breakfast wraps from the cafe next door in hand, Mike yapped about his homeroom class end-of-year test results, and Aizawa muttered a prayer that today would be as normal and uneventful as an entrance exam day could get. Considering he was a teacher at UA, though, Shoyuta should have known better than to think the words normal and uneventful existed anywhere near the vocabulary of a school full of hero-obsessed teenagers. Boy. Aizawa and present Mike parted ways shortly after they entered the UA campus. Mike headed straight for the staff room in the southeast wing of the school, on the third floor of the support and administration building. Aizawa turned towards his heroics classroom in the southwest wing so he could pick up the box of first-year applications he had been reviewing the previous day. As one of this year's 2 incoming homeroom teachers, Shuta's duty was to get familiar with all the kids under his care so he could determine the best way to support them throughout their time at UA. Although he obviously didn't know which students would be in his class yet, and despite the fact he was under no real obligation to review the prospective students until he had received that roster, Shoyuta preferred to go through as many applications as possible during the week of the entrance exam. There would be many standout kids in the practical who would score high enough to place among UA's ranks. They would be ridiculously easy to spot, likely a handful to deal with, and not at all the kinds of students Shoyuta was looking for when reviewing their applications. Instead, he was specifically searching for all the kids who showed real promise but were unfortunately, and largely through no fault of their own, doomed to slip through the cracks. It had been a number of decades now since the Hero Public Safety Commission had mandated the use of robots in all Hero course entrance exams. There were a lot of legal reasons behind that decision, things to do with liability, and accountability, and ethics, but although it made some sense to use that method, Aizawa hated how there was almost no other avenue for hero hopefuls to demonstrate their worth. Not all quirks were built to be flashy and physically destructive, but that didn't mean they weren't just as useful in a real fight against real villains. Shuta's own quirk was one incredibly obvious example of just that. On its own, Erasure was nothing special, with no physical strength to back it up and the lowest possible skill ceiling imaginable. In the hands of someone like Eraserhead, however, who had received a hero's education and been given the opportunity to hone his quirk's practical application throughout countless fights, it made the user relatively unstoppable against anyone sporting anything less than a mutation, advanced quirkless combat skill, or a surplus of support gear. In a world where heroes and villains alike almost solely relied on their quirks to get them through life, Erasure was a golden trump card that could single-handedly down even the most overpowered of foes. It was simple, it was effective, and it was exactly the kind of power that would not stand up well against robots. Shoyuta knew that from first-hand experience. Thank God UA gave General Studies kids the chance to bridge into the hero course through the sports festival, or Shuta's life would have turned out very different. By the time Aizawa reached his classroom and retrieved the box of applications, he was deep into contemplating some of the various quirks he had read about the previous day. There were several students who, if they passed the written test and made it into the General Studies course instead of the hero track, he might be willing to clue in about the sports festival bridging option. If they didn't make it in, however, there were always other academias they could try their hand at instead. Shoyuta would consider putting together some kind of brief guidance pamphlet that would allow those kids to pursue their goals elsewhere, and hope it was enough to motivate them to try again. Aizawa let his feet move on autopilot. There was a skyway 1 floor up from his heroics classroom that connected the southwest and southeast buildings, which would spit him out almost directly in front of the staff room where Mike was awaiting his arrival. They had agreed to meet there first, largely so Aizawa could make his second cup of coffee for the day, before they moved to the observation tower at the back of campus, where the whole faculty would watch the practical exam in a room full of monitors that covered every angle of the impending chaos that would comprise the 10-minute practical exam. Shoyuta reached the top of the stairs leading to the skyway and allowed his pace to slow as he strolled towards it. He was in no real rush, after all. Classes were cancelled while the entrance exams were ongoing, so Aizawa didn't need to worry about being bothered by guilty second or third-year students who wanted more details about whichever one of his end-of-term heroics lectures they had neglected to pay attention to. It was a rather peaceful day, in all honesty. He was just coming up to the skyway now, the box of applications hefted on his hip to make walking easier, and the bright morning sun had finally started to warm the corridors through the plexiglass windows that lined the walkway. Shoyuta was in a good mood after the admittedly humorous start to his morning. He had a feeling that today was 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 Something shifts at 8:07 a.m. on an otherwise normal and unremarkable Wednesday. It is February 26th, the day of the UA first-year entrance exam, 1 hour and 23 minutes before the written test begins, and it happens between the breaths of a green-haired boy not 30 meters from his sensei. Time stutters throughout the universe, akin to that of a tape buffering when wound to its furthest point. When the force rewinding it slips her pinky loose, the world resumes. This is something Shoyuta Aizawa does not yet know. He and Hisashi will return home late tonight, and the hole in their drywall will go forgotten for several weeks. Is going to be a good day. After he makes his coffee, Shoyuta and Mike will go to the exam observation room together, sit with the rest of the UA faculty, look over student profiles, keep an eye out for promising kids during the practical, and then they will both go home and Shoyuta will sleep for however long Hisashi will let him get away with. All in all, it is a good and logical plan. As Shoyuta walks along the skyway, a commotion he glimpses from the corner of his eye draws his gaze down towards the courtyard. When he pauses to look, he sees a green-haired boy hovering about a foot off the ground, at an angle that suggests he's just tripped over his own feet. A brunette girl is bending down beside him, trying to get his attention by waving a hesitant hand in the boy's face. Aizawa almost rolls his eyes and continues on his way, but then the floating kid abruptly tumbles to the ground, and the girl panics before kneeling to roll him onto his side. Shoyuta squints, lowers his box of student applications to the ground, and shuffles closer to the skyway window. Below him, the handful of other students loitering in the courtyard either stop to watch the spectacle with detached interest, or give their peers a wide berth and continue moving towards the written exam hall. The skin along Shuta's arms prickles unpleasantly at the sight, and he feels a very rational anger flare within his ribcage. This kind of behavior is illogical and exactly what Aizawa hates most about the vast majority of kids who try their hand at UA. So many children claim to want to be heroes, but don't understand anything about what it takes to actually be heroic. The green-haired kid on the ground evidently appears to be having some kind of medical episode, but just because there isn't a villain present, the other so-called hero hopefuls don't see any reason why they should step in to help. They believe heroics equate solely to beating up bad guys, when that usually only comprises a very small part of an otherwise very demanding career. As far as Shoyuta is concerned, their inaction now is enough to disqualify them from being accepted into UA at all. He'll make sure, when he gets to the proctoring room later, that Nedzu puts a black mark against the names of everyone currently doing nothing. Shoyuta takes out his phone with one hand and his administrative access card with the other. He dials Recovery Girl, and lets the call ring while he slides his card along the inside of the window frame in front of him. Typically, there would be a janitorial key Shoyuta could use to open the window lock and pop the glass, but he has no idea who has it right now and might not have time to go looking if the green-haired kid is in desperate need of medical attention. He finds the latch keeping the window closed, and shimmies his card against it at an angle that lets him swing the glass ajar. While Shoyuta hooks a leg over the windowsill, sliding his card back into his pocket and tugging a length of his capture weapon free in preparation to swing down and take the kid to an emergency room himself, he sees a pair of Recovery Girl's robot assistants leave the building directly below him and drift over to the fallen kid and brunette. They're carrying a stretcher between them. Shoyuta realizes that Nedzu must have seen the situation, and accordingly called the bots to take the boy to the nurse bay. Why? Good morning Aizawa, Shoyuta hears Recovery Girl say faintly through his phone from where it's clenched in his fist, pressed against the window frame to keep himself steady. Shoyuta leans back and raises his mobile to his ear. To what do I owe the pleasure of a call from you at this hour? Chio, Shoyuta grunts in greeting. From his perch, he watches the brunette girl's shoulders sag in relief when she looks up and spies the medical bots on their way. A student in the courtyard appears to be having some kind of medical episode. Nedzu sent out your bots. Expect a kid at the bay in 5. Ah, as always, you're so wonderfully concise, Recovery Girl says. There's a shuffling sound from the other end of the phone before Chiyo speaks again. Yes, I just received a similar alert from Nedzu himself. Thank you kindly, dear. I'll take care of it. Aizawa grunts his thanks and hangs up. He realizes then that his leg is still halfway out the window and steps back inside, winding his capture weapon once more around his neck and crossing his arms while he observes how the rest of the situation plays out. The bots set the stretcher down and say something to the two kids. The boy on the ground doesn't move, he's still in the recovery position, and honestly, Shoyuta has to give the brunette credit where credit is due. That was exactly what she was supposed to do when dealing with an unknown medical episode. It's refreshing to see a first year with a logical head on her shoulders. The girl looks down at the boy, but when she realizes he won't or possibly can't reply, she says something to the bots in his place. Then she leans forward, appears to ask a question of the other kid who nods in response, good, at least that meant he was conscious, and reaches forward to tap the boy's shoulder. The green-haired kid lifts a few inches off the ground, and the brunette gently maneuvers him over the top of the stretcher before pushing him softly back down and releasing her quirk's hold. Neat quirk. Something to do with levitation or perhaps anti-gravity. Either way, it would be very useful in emergency response situations, especially if it had a high weight threshold. In the hands of a girl who seems relatively level-headed under pressure, it has potential. Shoyuta doesn't think he would wholly mind having her in his class if she passes the entrance exam, that is. In any regard, it couldn't hurt to keep an eye on her. It would be interesting to see how she applied her power to the practical test. As the bots drift off, carrying the boy on the stretcher between them, Shoyuta tugs the window shut until he hears it lock. Then he picks up his discarded box of student applications, and continues his walk towards the staff room. When he arrives, he swings the door open, greets Hisashi and Namiri, who had also decided to wait for him, makes a fresh cup of coffee, and sets off towards the observation room with his friends in tow. Midnight and Mike make faux flirty jabs at each other behind his back. When they try to draw Shoyuta into their antics, he simply growls something under his breath that makes Yamada's face go beet red and sends Namiri into a fit of raucous laughter. Mike holds the door open when they reach the proctoring room. Nedzu and the rest of the faculty greet them, and Shoyuta dumps his box of applications a little to the principal's right. He slides into a free chair, nursing his coffee close to his chest, and observes the comfortable dynamics of his colleagues for a few minutes. It all feels sickeningly domestic. That's why, when their peace is finally disturbed, it doesn't come as all that much of a surprise. Honestly, the morning had been starting to feel a little too relaxed. The situation that would give Shoyuta headaches for the rest of his life begins with All Might, the number one hero himself, in his unpowered form sliding open the door to the observation room. The older man hesitates in the hallway for just a few seconds too long with a troubled frown on his face, and upon seeing that expression, Aizawa groans. He resigns himself to the reasonable and very correct assumption that his relatively normal and unremarkable morning is about to become a whole lot more eventful. The morning of the first year's entrance exam marked a beautiful and rather momentous day for Toshinori Yagi. The sunrise was stunning as he checked the time on his vehicle's dashboard, 6:47 in the morning. Young Midoriya had just left to prepare for the challenges that would await him at UA, rambling anxiously about messy ties and protein bars and whatever else he needed to do before he headed to campus, and had taken one for all with him. Soon, the inferno warming Toshinori's chest would die down to little more than embers. Eventually, it would flicker out entirely. Yagi sighed and leant back in his seat. He watched the sky fade from pink to orange over the ocean beyond Dagoba Beach through the windshield of his pickup truck. A memorable sunrise like that suited a memorable day like today. Honestly, it was a little strange, having an heir to pass his power on to. It didn't seem real, but he supposed it did feel right. All Might had been at the forefront of the public eye for almost 4 decades now, and even though he never wanted to surrender his mantle, it was inevitable this day would come. Toshinori wasn't getting any younger, and the injuries his body had sustained throughout the years certainly weren't getting any easier to manage. His back was stiff at dusk and his knees clicked at dawn, not to mention the fact he could barely eat, drink, or breathe like a normal person anymore. Young Midoriya symbolized change. It was high time for All Might to ease out of the spotlight and encourage the next generation to take the world by storm. He wondered what it would be like to no longer be the sole bearer of One for All. Nana had never told him how it felt to pass on their power. She'd never had the time to, after all for one caught up to her, so Toshinori didn't know what, if anything, he should expect. Would he feel the shift? Would he be connected to young Midoriya in the same way he had briefly been connected to Nana? Or would he simply go back to feeling just like he had as a boy all those years ago, devoid of strength, chasing his own desperate compulsion to save a world hellbent on keeping him in its shadow? He hoped it wouldn't be the latter. He hoped to feel the kindling of a warmth he had only fleetingly experienced once in life, right before his mentor's flame had been snuffed out. Wouldn't it be glorious to no longer be the only living carrier of his torch? Wouldn't it be wonderful to no longer be alone at the top? Wouldn't it be fantastic to have his experience of the universe corroborated by another who fundamentally understood All Might's place within it? It had been far too long since another person truly knew what it was to wield the power he did. Tashinori had long resigned himself to the fact he would never have a family, would never have kids, because it was far too dangerous while All for One was alive, and by the time he was dead Tashinori was too old to start living, but it was nice to somewhat understand, through training young Midoriya, what it could have been like to have a son. It was more fulfilling than he expected to watch that kid go from sobbing and scrawny to, well, he still cried a lot, but at least he was more prepared to pursue his dream of being a hero now. The sky had just started to turn a soft white yellow when Tashinori finally huffed and started up his truck. He spared Dagoba Beach one last glance really. The fact that Kid managed to get through every single piece of trash in such a short time was an admirable feat, and one Tashinori hoped Midoriya himself was proud of before he reversed out of the empty parking lot along the boardwalk and set off towards UA. The drive wasn't an overly long one, but it never hurt to be early. Besides, it gave Tashinori time to get a little hero work in. Namely, arresting 4 villains who decided it was an incredible idea to try carjacking someone in the middle of a busy intersection during peak hour. Taking them down was easy work. Strength, speed, gigantification and wind manipulation quirks were nothing compared to All Might, and after sticking around long enough to give the police the cliff notes, he hopped back in his truck and got on the road once more. He rested his arm out the open window of his pickup truck and drummed his fingers along the outside of his vehicle's driver's side door. On any other day, arresting those villains would have been something Tashinori moved on from relatively quickly. They weren't any more notable than any other evildoer All Might had put behind bars throughout his long career, after all, and had dime a dozen quirks to boot, but today he couldn't help but linger on how easy it had been to resolve that situation and how, in a future that was now set in motion and would arrive far too fast, Tashinori would no longer have possession of that power which let him be the hero he had fought against fate to be. If he was an honest man, Tashinori would admit that, although he was ecstatic to finally have someone by his side, a mentee just like he had been to Nana, and Nana had been to her predecessor, and so on and so forth until the dawn of Quirks itself, he was absolutely terrified of what his future held. If he was an honest man, Tashinori would admit that, for the last 4 months, he had barely slept a wink, too caught up in the dread of being right back at his starting line of once again being quirkless. If he was an honest man, Tashinori would admit that the idea of no longer having power, of no longer being capable of saving anyone with a smile, or saving anyone at all frightened him more than anything else in the world. His merit was tied to his capacity to give, after all. If he could no longer be the symbol of peace, was the remainder of his life really worth living? He wasn't altogether convinced it was. Tashinori was not an honest man, though. Especially not when it came to the things that really mattered. Particularly not when those things concerned being honest with himself. So instead of admitting to any of the thousands of worries that twisted his gut about having passed along One for All Might turned up the radio in his truck and laughed along to some commercial he had done for a toothpaste brand last year and could still remember the words of. It was easier to smother Tashinori behind faux bravado than it was to confront the fact that All Might now had a countdown. Yagi could pretend, for just a little while longer, that the world wouldn't soon pass him by. When the commercial ended and the smile faded from his face, Tashinori pressed his lips together and shook his head to clear the residual negativity from his mind. There was no use dwelling on what had already been decided. It was a better use of his time to think of how, soon, young Midoriya would declare his place in the world and build his own legacy in a time of relative peace. The boy would have his villains, no doubt about it. He would encounter many challenges, and surely rise above them all, but at least there would be no demon kings breathing down his successor's neck, shadowing his every move. If there was one thing Tashinori could look forward to, it was seeing how the world would flourish without All for One waiting for the right moment to sink society 6 feet deep. Yes, without that villain around to bloody the water and play at being God, and with a kid like Midoriya ushering in the new age, there was much in the coming decades to look forward to. Tashinori would stand by that young man's side, guide him as best he could, and hope to see as much of it as possible before the prophecy of his demise that night I had given him all those years ago came true. Sooner than expected, Tashinori realized he was at UA. He rolled his truck up to a gate off the side of the main campus. There was an entrance to an underground parking garage here, strictly reserved for teachers and special guests. It was well hidden, a mere dip along one wall, on the least busy street that boxed the school in, and had a small access scanner that Yagi could swipe his staff card along if he reached out from his truck and ran it through the right groove in the wall. A short confirmation jingle rang out, and the garage door leading down slid open long enough for Toshinori to drive through. When he was inside, it closed behind him with a hiss. After he drove down a long tunnel and reached a relatively small parking area that contained a handful of cars, some of which Toshinori recognized from his last time on campus, he parked, stepped out of his truck, slammed the door shut, and took a moment to stretch the cricks out of his back. It was only a few minutes past 8 o'clock, now, plenty of time to amble his way to the proctoring room before the written test began. All Might could spend time socializing with the rest of the UA faculty and get to know his new colleagues before the chaos of the afternoon arrived. It would be nice to chat with them all some more, considering he hadn't really gotten the chance to know anyone after revealing his true form in the pre-entrance exam staff meeting last week. Nedzu had announced he was coming on board as a new heroics teacher, and the other pros had all looked rather stunned to see All Might so weak. They almost certainly wanted to ask for more details, and Toshinori would have happily obliged, but Nedzu had pressed the meeting right along, and then Tsukachi had called Toshinori down to the station right after to provide some more details about a villain fight All Might had disrupted on his way to UA that morning, so the opportunity to converse with everyone had unfortunately slipped through his fingers. It would be nice to engage in that dialogue now. Toshinori was also very intrigued to hear their analyses of the various kids that would be competing for a spot at UA today when the practical exam finally got underway. Speaking of the practical exam, Yagi was incredibly excited if also a little apprehensive to see how well young Midoriya would perform. It was one thing to train the boy, and another thing entirely to see how his protege put his teachings into action. The kid would probably have a rough time if he tried to use one for all, but he would get the hang of it eventually. All he needed to do was make an impression on the teachers today, and he would have the next 3 years to really hone his mastery of the legacy he had inherited. 10 months. It had been 10 months since that fateful day Toshinori met the boy who would succeed him, and it felt like time had both flown by far too quick and crawled past far too slow. He knew it had been difficult, especially at the start, for young Midoriya to stick with All Might's American dream plan even if the kid had surprised Toshinori by attempting to overdo his training, rather than taking it easy, but he had made it. That young man had worked his butt off to prove himself, and All Might had thoroughly enjoyed getting to know every weird Midoriya trait throughout all 40 of those grueling, exhausting weeks. Truthfully, Toshinori hadn't known whether they would make it to this point at all. But that kid had a heart built to save, a head full of hope, and had trained harder than All Might himself to prepare his body for the gift and burden that was the symbol of Peace's power. The boy had proven to Toshinori that there was really nobody more worthy of inheriting such strength. After one final stretch that popped his spine in a satisfying, and sort of concerning, way, Yagi locked his truck and used his vehicle's side mirror to fix his hair from where it had been tousled by the gentle wind at Dagoba. An incredibly soft smile quirked his lips. I chose well, Nana, he thought. Young Midoriya would. 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 Something shifts at 8:07 a.m. on an otherwise beautiful and rather momentous Wednesday. It is February 26th, the day of the UA first-year entrance exam, 4 hours and 53 minutes before Izuku Midoriya proves himself worthy of walking UA's halls, and it happens between the heartbeats of the green-haired boy who, for the second time in as many years, has just made it to his first day on campus. The universe falters, an uncontrolled tremor in an overfatigued limb. When the force holding the world suspended loses her grip, time staggers forward. This is something Toshinori Yagi understands, in theory. Unlike every other day, he will not rescue anyone with a smile on his way home tonight. He will not return home at all. What will make me proud, then Toshinori's mind trips over itself at the overwhelming feeling of vertigo that slams into every atom of his being all at once. His knees buckle, he collapses against the hood of his truck, and scrabbles a hand over what might be his heart, or something more temporary. This is wrong. This is wrong? But what's wrong? That word isn't right. Wrong doesn't make sense, does it? What changed? Why is he suddenly so? He doesn't know. He has no idea what this feeling is. He only knows that the world has rather violently become 9 shades more vibrant and 10 decibels too loud. There's something restless snarling and pacing the lengths of his arteries, blood pooling uncomfortably in his feet, making him want to flee, defend, attack, leap into some kind of action, somewhere, for someone, but why? It's like the entire universe just rolled off a rail line, titanium-tipped claws skittering for purchase in his lungs, heart, throat, from behind iron bars, thorns tearing up his esophagus, failing to brand an impression on somewhere, buzzing pins and needles in his limbs, entire body slowly waking from being shrink-wrapped. What is this? Kiltering to the side and throwing up, knees hitting the ground, palms grazing the gravel as nausea floods his sinuses and his body rejects itself. His brain is. Vision blackens on the static, the kind of frayed white noise where there are millions of split ends trying to bridge a chasm connecting his neurons so the world can make sense, but fringes and there's too much nothing between them, like something he never had has been ripped from his GGS as a soul, absence of a metaphysical thing he intrinsically owns but has never possessed. Heaviness presses him. Down, 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 falling, down, falling, down, falling, down. Everything stops. Toshinori inhales so fiercely he pulls a muscle in his neck, his limbs cease their cold sweat trembling, the fog in his head vanishes, the burning feeling of blood in his veins settles, the universe snaps back to clarity like a taut rubber band returning to its original state, single lung spasms as he heaves in desperate gulps of air, he twists and lets his back hit the door of his truck, clasps weakly at his hair, lets his head hang between his arms, pulls his knees to his chest, wheezes out quiet breaths and gets drunk off the oxygen suddenly filling his bloodstream, like this is his first time ever breathing, like before now he didn't know what it was to be alive, like until this exact moment his brain was detached from his body and he was floating somewhere beyond the human need to be. Whatever the hell it is stops just as abruptly as it starts. Toshinori goes from feeling the worst he's ever felt to suddenly having an uncontrollable energy buzzing through his limbs that he's never, ever experienced before, not even with One for All, the kind of energy that makes him feel like he just woke from the best sleep anyone in the universe has ever had. It's almost like there's another version of himself breathing concentrated excitement down his neck, and he is abruptly struck by the sentimental relief that he exists, but he doesn't know why. When the hammering of his heart finally evens out and it doesn't feel like his head is quite so untethered, Toshinori's body looses the tension that had been keeping him locked in place. He lets his head thud back against his pickup truck's door, and takes a few deep breaths as he tries to figure out what the F just happened. First, though, he needs to make sure he's somewhere safe to think, because where even is he right now? The underground parking lot Toshinori is in looks familiar, but he can't be sure from where. There are a few cars scattered around, but none particularly stand out as vehicles he definitively knows. Why is he here? Where is here? What actually, when is here? Toshinori pauses for a second, then stiffly leans to the side to slide his phone from his back pocket, where he can feel it digging awkwardly into his hip. He taps the screen and oh. Right. February 26th. Yeah, that makes sense. It's February 26th, which means it's the day of the entrance exam, which means right, yeah, he just arrived at UA after having passed One for All onto Izuku. That makes sense. Toshinori is here to sit in the staff room and watch how his successor does in the practical. How could he have forgotten? He looks to the side and is surprised to see blood on the ground. He'd thrown up? Right, yeah, because he felt awful, but he doesn't anymore. In fact, Toshinori has never felt livelier. He doesn't think he's felt this good since before he was gravely injured by All for One. He tugs his shirt up to check that, yes, he still has that ugly wound over his ribcage. Huh. He feels fantastic for someone missing half their internal organs. With a grunt, Toshinori pulls himself to his feet and makes a note to ask Nedzu to clean up his unfortunate mess. He's still a bit bewildered, because what just happened? Maybe he should be more worried about this, but he also feels great. Better than great. Did he get hit by a quirk? When would he have even right, he'd stopped a few villains on his way to UA this morning. Of course, he remembers doing that. Did one of them use their power on him? He doesn't think they did. Those villains all had pretty straightforward quirks that Toshinori had seen when he took them down. He doesn't think they would have even had the chance to use a quirk, seeing as arresting those perps had been a walk in the park. So then why? Well, he has just given One for All to Izuku. Could this be a side effect of that? But surely not. If anything, Toshinori should feel weaker now, but he doesn't. He feels stronger than some other time? But he also might feel the same. Yeah, wait, that's right. He feels just as normal as he always has, only more. More than what he had been, anyway. He feels less than when he had One for All, but more than that time, after he didn't? Which makes entirely no sense, considering an abstract like that doesn't mean anything. He's living the after right now. There's nothing else to compare this sensation against. He shuffles unsteadily around the front of his truck, but before he can make it more than a few steps, a blitzing headache rocks his skull. He winces and puts a hand to his head, but it's already fading, giving way to the feeling of something in his chest, his heart, or perhaps something more temporary shifting. One for all, he thinks that's it, is writhing, sort of. It's not really uncomfortable, but it squirms, just a bit, or maybe stretches is the right word. It's like his quirk has just woken up after having been asleep for a while. He's well familiar with the embers by now. They flare for a moment, and All Might feels his muscles involuntarily tighten, but then that flicker relaxes like nothing ever happened, and he's left frowning with a hand hovering over his chest. Is it just an adjustment, PRD? Is this how Nana felt after she gave Toshinori the quirk? It has to be. There's nothing else that could have triggered a feeling this deeply ingrained in his being. After taking a second to struggle through the everything in his mind, Toshinori takes his other hand off the bonnet of his truck from where he had unconsciously reached out to steady himself. He gives the puddle of blood behind him one last confused glance, then slowly moves towards the elevator that leads out of the parking garage and onto the first level of UA's campus. When he presses the call button, the doors slide open immediately. He steps inside and presses the button for the ground floor. He can admit this is all a bit strange. He's aware that his own head seems to be muddled? Or maybe jumbled is more apartment. He has memories of the morning, but they're different, in a way. It feels less like he's just lived through the last couple of hours, and more like he's blowing dust off long-forgotten memories and trying to recall what happened. If not for the blood, Toshinori wouldn't have thought he had been sick at all, because it's not familiar? He hasn't done that before. Obviously. Because if he had been that sick before, he would remember it. So why does it all feel so misaligned? This definitely isn't right. Something's throwing him off. Honestly, Toshinori is pretty uncertain of whether he can even trust his own head right now. Things are stirred and he's not himself? Or maybe he is. He should probably tell someone about this. When the elevator doors ding open, Toshinori steps out and pauses for a moment to take in his surroundings. He's in the middle of UA, in the central foyer area, and the bright morning sun filtering through the giant glass windows is making everything look shiny and new, even though this building hasn't changed in decades. Except maybe it has? Toshinori remembers it all looking more ruined? In fact, he's certain that at some point it was totally collapsed. He didn't realize they'd done repairs. But UA has never been attacked, so he has to be wrong, because they can't have repaired something that was never destroyed. This foyer has always looked like this. He's just confused. Of course it's the same. There are a handful of children scattered around, some looking nervous, and some talking to their friends excitedly. That makes sense, it is February 26th, the day of the entrance exam, after all. They're probably hoping to do well enough to pass, and Toshinori sincerely wishes them good luck, but why does it feel so weird seeing this many people in one place? None of their faces are familiar. Which he guesses that makes sense, since this is one of his first times being back at his alma mater in decades, and all these students are only hero hopefuls instead of being actually enrolled at UA, but it also feels like he should know more people? Or perhaps it's that some of these students just don't fit. They shouldn't belong here. Which is a rather mean thought to think. It's all very confounding. Toshinori shakes his head, puzzling over what on earth is happening to his mind, and turns away from the crowd. What was he? Oh, right, he's supposed to be going to the proctoring room at the back of campus that overlooks the 7 battle centers where the students will be conducting their practical exams. Nedzu and the other teachers are already there, at least. He thinks they are, so once he arrives, he should be fine? Why does the thought of seeing them again make him feel so apprehensive? Wait again? Well, no, that would be correct. He has met the current faculty before, that's right. He had to introduce himself in his unpowered form, after all, so they would know what to expect when they saw him around the staff room. Of course he'll be seeing them again. But it also feels like he's seen them more than just that one time. Aren't they familiar? Hasn't he worked with the current faculty before, on a case? A mission? A villain attack? Something? Toshinori rubs his temples. It feels like he's going crazy. He drifts out the back of the central building and starts hesitantly walking towards the giant observation tower about 100 meters away, but 3 figures in front of him catch his eye, and he slows to a stop after a few steps. Oh, it's Aizawa, Yamada, and Kayama. They look like they're doing well. Yamada and Kayama know, Present Mike and Midnight. Toshinori hasn't gotten permission to call them by anything other than their hero names yet. He knows this, are exchanging words with each other, laughing about something Toshinori can't hear from this distance. Aizawa has a box resting on his hip and seems to only be paying half attention to what the others are saying, sipping from a mug as he walks. Tashinori has no doubt that it's coffee, black with 3 extra shots and 1 sugar, just the way the man takes it. And hold on, how does he know that? For some reason, seeing midnight makes Tashinori's heart twinge with grief. He doesn't know why. He barely knows the woman, has only ever met her once, at that staff meeting with the rest of the faculty. He certainly has no reason to grieve for her. Yamada also makes Tashinori's heart clench painfully in his chest. He hadn't thought he'd ever met Present Mike before coming to UA, but maybe he has? It feels like he's seen the man, wounded before? Possibly gravely so. Tashinori is a little surprised, and relieved, to see the blonde on his feet. Which, again, he's not sure why. Yamada looks to be in his prime. If he had been mortally wounded in the past, no one could tell now. Tashinori frowns. Watching those 3 walk as a group towards the proctoring room, hasn't he seen this before? The intense feeling of something being misplaced creeps up his neck, and his arms break out in goosebumps. He's certain he's watched these 3 walk just like this to the observation tower already, but he can't have. This is only his second time seeing them. He hasn't known them long enough to know they tend to stick together, but for some reason he does. He's familiar with them all, but also can't recall the first thing about them. Except, apparently, Aizawa's coffee order. Which he's not convinced he didn't just make up for some reason, because he's never bought or made the man coffee. He has, again, only known Eraserhead for all of one staff meeting. Had he somehow picked up that knowledge there? Okay, seriously, what the hell was going on? Tashinori is actually just going insane. There's definitely something amiss. He needs to get to Nedzu. Surely, with his heightened intelligence, the principal can help figure it out. Tashinori shakes himself from his thoughts and follows along far behind the 3 other teachers. They're further in front of him now, entering the tower where the proctoring room is situated. When the tower doors slide open to admit Yagi, he sees the tail end of the elevator there enclosing. That's no matter, though there's a second elevator in the lobby, so he presses the call button and patiently waits for it to descend. At least it gives him more time to collect his thoughts before he tells Nedzu about whatever is happening right now. The elevator dings and the doors open. Tashinori walks inside, presses the button for the top floor, and crosses his arms, rubbing a hand over his chin slowly, deep in thought. The more he thinks, the more the world seems to settle around him, righting itself and making him feel more grounded. Alongside that relief, though, is the steadily intensifying feeling that Tashinori has done this before. There's a niggling something at the back of his mind, perhaps even within One for All, insisting that everything is just off. That's the only way he can describe it. It's all off, but it also isn't. The world feels solid as cement, but like Yagi's place in it is slanted. Like he's been hammered into the right place in a length of plywood, but 10 degrees off the angle he should be at. It's bizarre, and it's setting his teeth on edge, and Tashinori would very much not like to be sensing whatever is affecting him right now. When the doors to the top floor open, he steps out and mindlessly paces to where the proctoring room entrance is. He comes to a stop just outside the room, staring holes in the carpeted floor as he considers what he should tell the principal. He doesn't realize he's already slid open the door until he hears a stifled groan from somewhere inside. When he looks up and into the room, his eyes briefly skim over Aizawa before landing on Nedzu. The mammal is staring at Tashinori with those beady black eyes of his. "Good morning, Yagi-san," the principal squeaks cheerily from his place on a chair in the center of the room. It's hard to get a read on Nedzu's emotions. It always has been, considering the critter's animal nature makes his expressions relatively foreign, not intended for human interpretation. Tashinori, though, thinks he can see an odd tension in the principal's posture. He's never been able to decipher Nedzu's moods before, so he's not entirely sure how he knows what that tension looks like now. "You're looking a little under the weather," Nedzu continues carefully. He tilts his head almost imperceptibly, and Tashinori is rather abruptly struck by the distinct feeling that, somehow, Nedzu knows something. "Tell me, are you feeling quite all right?" The lights in the proctoring room are dark, and there are many camera feeds projected on the massive screen spanning the opposite wall. He's never been in here before, but he has. He knows he has. Tashinori swallows. His eyes flick from Nedzu, to Aizawa, to Yamada, to Kayama, to the rest of the faculty who have paused their discussions to look his way, and then back to the principal. Tashinori starts dumbly, before swallowing and letting his frown deepen. He worries the inside of his cheek between his teeth. Nedzu patiently waits for him to continue, with those eyes that say he already knows something's off. "I'm not sure," he finally admits. "I think something's wrong, but I'm not. Does anyone else feel this crazy sense of déjà vu?" The morning of the first year's entrance exam heralded an exciting and perfectly pleasant Wednesday for Principal Nedzu. It was currently he checked the time on the massive screen projected on the wall in front of him 7:47, which meant the UA gates would open to the bright-eyed youth of Japan in no less than 13 minutes. The written portion of the exam would then start at exactly 9:30 a.m. and last 2 hours, and the 10-minute practical would commence at 1 o'clock. Nedzu raised his teacup to his lips and took an appreciative sip. Black tea was a rather simple choice of beverage for this early hour, but he always found that it made his mind more alert, and considering what today entailed, it was a given that the principal wanted his brain in tip-top shape. As was typically required of entrance exam days, Nedzu had been up for most of the night, ensuring everything was prepared for the hero hopefuls who would walk UA's halls today. The lack of rest wasn't particularly a bother. Exam days only came around once a year, after all, and were always quite the thrilling affair. The stoat doubted he would have been able to sleep even if he had tried. His mind had already been abuzz for the better part of a week, curious to see what new quirks would make themselves known at today's practical exam. Nedzu had been in quite the joyous mood ever since the first-year applications opened last month. Of the thousands of submitted student profiles he had read since, there appeared to be just so many promising children. The recommendation exam had already been wonderful to witness, and with so many more students competing today, it was sure to make for splendid entertainment. Not to mention, it wasn't every year that the symbol of peace's personal successor intended to prove himself worthy of his mentor's alma mater. Currently, Nedzu was sat in the proctoring room at the top of the observation tower that overlooked the 7 battle centers where the practical exam would be conducted. The room was quite large, with a high roof to accommodate the massive full-width wall where various surveillance feeds from around the school were projected. When it came time for the practical exam, that footage would focus in on the battle centers. For now, it provided a great view of the early arrivals to the school as the UA gates opened, and prospective hero students began to enter campus. About half of the UA Heroics faculty was already present in the proctoring room. Snipe and Vlad King were stood close to the surveillance wall, the former asking the latter how he felt about being one of the homeroom's teachers for the incoming first years. On the opposite side of the room, 13 and Cementos were in discussion about new terrain upgrades at the USJ. Ectoplasm was seated closer and a little to Nedzu's left as he marked end-of-year general studies math exams. Hound Dog and Powerloader were the only 2 staff absent, both already too deep in the process of approving business and support course applicants. The other faculty members who would be here today, but had simply arrived later than their peers, namely Yagi, Aizawa, Yamada, and Kayama, were soon to join their co-workers in the observation tower. According to the school's security system, all 4 had already arrived at campus. Midnight appeared to be waiting in the staff room for Eraserhead and Present Mike, while in Yagi's case, the man was in the process of finding a suitable spot for his truck in the underground staff parking lot. Nedzu himself was seated in the center of the proctoring room, at a desk equipped with a computer through which the principal could control the camera feeds on the surveillance wall. He had decided to flick through digital copies of the various student applications while he waited for the excitement of the day to get underway. Despite the fact he had already reviewed every potential student throughout the last month, it never hurt to refresh his memory so he could. Or 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 something shifts at 8:07 a.m. on an otherwise exciting and perfectly pleasant Wednesday. It is February 26th, the day of the UA first-year entrance exam, 5 hours and 3 minutes before the students will have completed both written and practical tests, and it happens between the steps of a green-haired boy who, in 10 minutes, will be lying unconscious in the nurse bay. The world hesitates around the start-stop of words it isn't sure it should utter. When the force biting her tongue finally relinquishes her hold on time, there are 11 brief milliseconds where the universe sings. This is something Nedzu cannot yet decipher. He will sit in his office tonight and think of things he has never experienced. Or can ensure no students fly under the radar, and everyone inhales simultaneously. Nedzu's previous thoughts pause and his ears twitch in surprise, because yes, he had heard that right. For one ever so brief second, every single person in the observation room takes a breath in unison. There is seemingly nothing to explain why this occurs, no sight shocking, nor horrifying, nor infuriating enough to provoke the reaction, just one inexplicable moment where every individual present draws a quiet breath at the same time. It appears no one detects this rather odd moment other than Nezu. His staff continue to chat amicably, heedless of the fraction of a beat where the entire room had gone silent. The occurrence could almost be dismissed as nothing more than a rare statistical improbability, where everyone's breathing patterns momentarily synced, but Nezu is rather quick to discount that theory, considering his own breath had halted in his throat right at the beginning of what should have been an exhalation. The stuttered and prolonged inhale he is forced to take instead could, perhaps, be written off as a spasm of the lung if not for the fact it had so perfectly aligned with his colleague's similarly faltered breath. Maybe, then, it could be called coincidence, if one believed in such things, but as a creature of science and logic, Nezu does not give credence to a concept so enigmatic. The likelihood of Nezu's own inhale halting without his say-so at the same time his staff similarly pause is simply too implausible to disregard. It's a subtle quandary, and one that both intrigues and baffles Nezu quite extensively. Only a heartbeat after Nezu notices this conundrum, a flurry of movement in a number of security feeds projected on the surveillance wall catches the stoat's eye. 3 cameras scattered around the UA courtyard show 2 students, a brunette girl and a green-haired boy, in an odd kind of standoff. The boy appears to have just collapsed to the ground, writhing somewhat, while the girl stands over him with a startled expression. At the same time the young man falls, Nezu receives an alert on his personal computer about suspicious movement in the staff car park. However, when he clicks to open the live footage, nothing appears to be out of sorts. All Might's pickup truck is now reverse parked next to one of the garage's walls, but a quick glance shows that the man himself isn't sitting inside, nor is he visible on any other camera feeds, which is odd, since Nezu knows there are almost no blind spots in his surveillance system. The principal frowns and keeps the tab open while he continues monitoring the situation between the students. The girl recovers quickly from her shock. She kneels down and, after taking a second to assess the boy, reaches out to roll him into the recovery position. When the boy lifts a hand to weakly scrabble at his chest, Nezu decides he's seen enough. He clicks open a console application to type in a short command, directing 2 of Recovery Girl's medical bots, which are currently on standby in the central foyer of the campus in case of emergencies like this, towards the courtyard with a stretcher. It would be best for the boy to be transported to the nurse bay, so that Recovery Girl can evaluate what kind of medical attention he may need. While the droids deploy, Nezu moves the relevant camera feeds from the surveillance wall to his computer's smaller monitor. He rewinds the footage to watch the events leading up to the boy's collapse, and manages to get a good enough angle on the student's face to make out his features. Nezu had been intending to run the footage through a facial recognition program to compare the student against the first-year applicant database, so that he may determine the boy's identity in case it was necessary to contact his parents, but he realizes rather immediately that no such action is required. He already knows who this young man is. Izuku Midoriya, student number 2234 and personal heir to the symbol of Peace's quirk, is someone Nezu has recently become quite familiar with. The boy had been on the principal's radar ever since All Might accidentally let slip his name in a private meeting months ago, when Yagi had confessed to Nezu that although he was no longer searching for a successor, he still wanted to be part of UA's faculty in order to train the child he had chosen. Nezu had, of course, agreed, and when 2 months later Izuku Midoriya submitted his application to UA, the principal had personally reviewed it almost as soon as the information entered the school's database. He had been rather intrigued to see what kind of student had garnered the faith of Japan's #1 hero. It would certainly be interesting to track how the child performed in the entrance exam. That it is Izuku Midoriya specifically who has collapsed is rather worrying. Nezu hopes this isn't something that will disrupt his participation in the exams today, seeing as there isn't another way for the boy to gain access to UA if he doesn't pass the practical. If he can't compete, then of course Midoriya could still apply for heroics at Shiketsu or some other hero school, but it would absolutely disrupt All Might's plans, and Nezu himself would be quite disappointed over not being able to watch what was sure to be the start of a fascinating hero's journey. The principal's lips thin. He links the child's profile to the medical bot's memory bank, so that once they reach Recovery Girl the nurse will immediately be briefed on Midoriya's medical history. The boy doesn't have any pre-existing conditions. Such knowledge will allow the school nurse to speed up her examination so she can determine whether Midoriya is simply suffering a brief bout of illness, or something unknown that requires more urgent attention. Once the boy's profile has been uploaded and Nezu has sent off a message to Recovery Girl informing her of the student soon to grace her nurse bay, the principal unpauses the surveillance feed to resume a live viewing of the courtyard only to PP his head in interest at how the scene has changed. The medical bots appear to have just arrived at the brunette girl and Midoriya's side. The stretcher they were carrying has been placed on the ground between them, and the girl is now leaning forward to ask Midoriya something that the boy nods along to. Good. The fact he was conscious was a promising sign. When the girl uses her quirk to float the boy a foot off the ground, Midoriya's head tilts to the side. It's then that the security cameras, which Nezu himself had personally designed and installed, do something the stoat has never seen them do before. They glitch. The principal frowns. It's almost imperceptible, but when Midoriya's head tilts to the side and catches the sunlight, there is a flash of something shining on his face, too small for Nezu to make out. Then the boy's eyes gleam in a manner not dissimilar to how Nezu knows his own eyes look when reflecting light in a dimly lit room. The flash of red is there for barely a fraction of a second, but in the briefest moment where the student's eyes trail in the direction of the security camera, the tiniest amount of distortion warps the fringes of the surveillance feed. None of the other cameras are affected, and as soon as the shadow of one of the medical bots falls across Midoriya's face, the shining on his cheeks, the red glow of his pupils, and the glitching of the camera stops. How peculiar. How very, very peculiar. How especially peculiar that the feed from not even 5 minutes earlier did not, at all, show either the shining patches of skin or the red glow of the boy's eyes. Oh, this was a positively delightful mystery. Nezu's whiskers twitch. Much to his excitement, the oddities of the morning do not end there. In fact, unbeknownst to him right now, they will not end for several months yet. As Midoriya is lifted from the ground on the stretcher, movement in the staff car park draws Nezu's eyes back to the surveillance feed from that corner of UA. He is quite surprised to see All Might staggering out from behind the side of his truck, the only blind spot in the entire parking garage. The man looks woozy, he glances behind himself for a moment, then turns and does something that only serves to deepen the delicious mystery on campus this morning. Yagi and Midoriya wince and lift a hand to clutch at their heads at precisely the same time. With the cameras of the parking garage and the courtyard displayed side by side on his computer monitor, Nezu sees it happen clear as day. It's almost supernatural, how both people move exactly the same way at exactly the same time. The only difference is that while Yagi shoots out a hand to steady himself against his truck, lowering his hand from his head to his heart after a moment, Midoriya's arm instead flops off the side of his stretcher after a few seconds. The medical bots pause, move the boy's limb back onto the stretcher, and resume their trek to the nurse bay. This is, quite possibly, the most curious thing to happen at UA in quite some time. Nezu's mind is positively frothing with theories. He watches as Midoriya is safely transported to Recovery Girl while Yagi haltingly ambles across campus towards the observation tower. Midoriya appears to have passed out after what Nezu can only assume was a headache. Shortly after the boy arrives at the nurse bay, Recovery Girl messages Nezu to inform him that Midoriya's fainting spell was merely due to a drop in blood sugar. Nezu is 99% certain that while that may be a symptom, it is not the root cause of the student's collapse. Yagi looks positively lost as he staggers through UA. At one point he stops walking entirely when he sees Aizawa, Yamada and Kayama walking just ahead of him towards the proctoring room. When the man eventually starts walking again and finally enters the tower, and Nezu sees that Midoriya is sleeping peacefully, the principal closes all surveillance feeds on his monitor and spins his chair around to face the entrance to the proctoring room. He is very, very eager to hear whatever Yagi is likely about to say. Aizawa, Yamada and Kayama are the first to arrive, sliding open the door to the observation floor after a few minutes. They all cheerily announce themselves, or, in Aizawa's case, grunt what could barely pass as a hello, then Midnight flitters off to chat with Snipe and Vlad King. Present Mike sits a little too forcefully on a chair just inside the entrance and lets himself spin with its momentum, and Eraserhead trudges his way to the principal's side to thunk down a box of student applications he had requested of the principal earlier that month. Nezu greets the man with a cheery, "Good morning, Aizawa-kun." Aizawa raises his coffee mug in sleepy acknowledgement. 2 minutes and 44 seconds later, Yagi opens the door. At Nezu's side, Eraser barely attempts to conceal an exasperated groan. Nezu finds it humorous that the man can already tell something is afoot. "Good morning, Yagi-san," the principal chirrups cheerily when All Might remains frozen in the doorway for just a few seconds too long. Once the number one hero looks up and meets Nezu's gaze, the stoat continues. "You're looking a little under the weather," he remarks nonchalantly, suppressing the desire to start an interrogation on the man. He tilts his head slightly to the side. "Tell me, are you feeling quite all right?" Something knowing flickers through the blond man's eyes. He glances briefly around the room, and a somewhat befuddled expression crosses his face. Yagi starts hesitantly. Nezu lets him take his time. He looks rather frazzled, so there's no sense in rushing him. I'm not sure, the hero admits after a good few seconds. His brows draw into a deeply troubled frown. I think something's wrong, but I'm not. Does anyone else feel this crazy sense of déjà vu? Well, that was certainly an unexpected topic to greet the UA staff with. The conundrum of Yagi and Midoriya has just become even more intriguing. Nezu is positively vibrating with excitement as he tries to puzzle out whatever storm has decided to brew on campus today. There's a beat of silence as everyone processes the question. Déjà vu? Cementos eventually hums. No, I can't say I felt anything of the sort this morning. Around the room, the rest of the faculty mutter similar answers. Nezu doesn't offer his own response. Yagi eyes him like he wants to inquire about what the principal knows, but isn't sure if he should, considering Nezu hasn't opted to volunteer an answer. Aizawa downs the rest of his coffee and sets his now empty mug on the table behind him, then turns to give Yagi his full attention. He leans forward and rests his arms on his thighs. What are you sensing, All Might? He asks after a brief pause, giving the other man a once-over with narrowed eyes. What do you mean by déjà vu? It's a fair question, and logical of Aizawa to press for more information before dismissing Yagi's words. Despite the oddness of the topic, everyone in the room is a pro-hero with years of experience under their belts. As such, they have all become well accustomed to the importance of trusting their gut, and considering All Might is the most senior hero among them, it makes sense for him to have the most refined sixth sense. If he says something is amiss, there is a relatively good chance something is. Yagi lifts a hand to rub at his brow, perplexed. That's the thing, he says in a strained voice, I'm not sure. Everything feels unbalanced, so to speak. It's not anything specific, more a collective sense of the world being skewed. Like whatever's about to happen is right on the tip of my tongue, but the more I try to pin it down, the more the answer evades me. His face scrunches into something confused. Almost frustrated. The last 20 minutes have felt both like I already knew what was going to happen, and that what did happen was different than what it should have been. I don't know. Everything just feels deviated. There's been some kind of shift, I think. The man glances around the room again, eyes lingering uncertainly on each of his coworkers. Maybe I'm just having an off morning, though, he continues in a weak tone that implies he doesn't believe his own words. It's probably nothing. I'm sorry to have worried you all. Nonsense, Nezu chirps, idly tapping his paws on his legs. Do not dismiss your gut so lightly, Yagi-san. It does us all a disservice. Do you think it's something that could endanger the students in the exams today? Vlad King grunts from the side of the room. All Might pauses thoughtfully, eyes unfocusing for a moment, before he hesitantly shakes his head. No, I don't think so. I don't think it's related to anything dangerous. At least, not right now. You say that like you're expecting this to last longer than a typical bout of déjà vu, Kayama says, shifting her weight and crossing her arms with a frown. It's already lasted longer than typical déjà vu if he's been sensing whatever it is for the last 20 minutes, Yamada points out. The voice hero leans back in his chair and glances at Nezu. Could it be a quirk causing this, do you think? Maybe something that affects emotions, or cultivates paranoia. Present Mike is partially right in his observation. If All Might's gut feeling has lasted roughly 20 minutes, then it certainly doesn't follow the same conventions as a typical bout of non-quirk-induced déjà vu. Where his conclusion falls apart, however, is in believing the cause to be intentional and as a result of third-party interference, although Yamada, of course, has no reason to suspect anything less. No, if all this started 20 minutes ago, then only Nezu knows it perfectly coincides with the moment Yagi and Midoriya collapsed. Seeing as whatever is affecting All Might is quite obviously also affecting his successor, and considering only one power is known to both individuals which could potentially impact them simultaneously, the logical deductions are that sometime before Izuku Midoriya entered UA, One for All was physically transferred to him, making him the current wielder of the quirk, thereby establishing the physical connection to his mentor that made him pass out at the same time Yagi was first struck by his déjà vu, and One for All, perhaps specifically the fact it no longer resides within All Might, must therefore be the cause of Yagi's déjà vu. Then there is the rather confounding detail about the moment Nezu heard everyone in the observation room inhale in unison, which also seems to have occurred at the same time as whatever changed within the One for All wielders, but it's a far-fetched notion to believe that the passing of a power between two individuals could impact so many beyond its scope. Nezu isn't quite sure how such a subtle event could factor into the situation, if it factored in at all, but it was certainly too much of a coincidence to dismiss outright. And, as has already been established, Nezu does not believe in coincidence. The most unfortunate part of trying to puzzle out this situation is how relatively little Nezu actually knows about One for All. It makes it difficult to pinpoint what exactly within it could be causing such a reaction in both wielders. Perhaps Yagi's déjà vu is part of the transference cycle, but neither Nezu nor Yagi himself know enough about All Might's predecessors to establish whether there's precedent. The principal knows of the quirk's origins, how the power functions, and is aware of Nana Shimura's role as Yagi's forebearer, but anything beyond that appears to have been lost to time or has been intentionally erased from history by a certain centuries-old supervillain. Nezu could theorize that what Yagi is describing is simply a result of him having finally passed along his quirk, but something about that conclusion doesn't feel correct, primarily because déjà vu is such a seemingly random thing for All Might to experience given the circumstances. One for All might be powerful, but it's not prophetic, and according to Izuku Midoriya's medical records, his quirklessness makes it rather impossible for him to possess some kind of temporal quirk that could have retroactively affected his mentor. Having the very specific sense of déjà vu and not, say, some other notable feeling of generally being weaker or less energetic is an incredibly bizarre outlier to what is admittedly a very complex situation. It just doesn't click logically with everything else Nezu knows. The principal, rather annoyingly, isn't exactly sure what it all means. He suspects he may be missing something very important about this entire situation which would otherwise cause everything to fall into place. The key could, perhaps, reside within Midoriya, but considering the student is still unconscious in the nurse bay and has yet to undertake the written and practical tests, Nezu is rather reluctant to disturb him before he has completed the entrance exam in its entirety. After all, it simply wouldn't do to disrupt the symbol of peace's successor when he has trained so hard over the last 10 months to gain entry to his mentor's alma mater. The fact that the child is wholly unconscious is rather concerning, though. Especially considering All Might's collapse appeared to have been nothing more than a brief PRD of discomfort before he was up and moving again. The sole fact keeping Nezu rather nonchalant about the situation is the likely possibility that Midoriya is bearing the brunt of whatever is affecting him because of his recent acquisition of One for All. A power like that would certainly require an adjustment PRD. It isn't outside the realm of possibility to suspect the boy's body short-circuited in order to properly synthesize his new strength, particularly if Midoriya had, say, only received his new quirk that very morning. It's logical to conclude, given Yagi's general savior attitude towards those who are injured, that if the man was to learn of his successor's, somewhat drastic, reaction to One for All Might would certainly want to rush to the young man's side, and although it is a sweet desire, it very likely would distract Midoriya from recuperating the strength he needs to deal with the challenges he will face today. As such, Nezu elects to keep the information of the boy's condition to himself. He will monitor the child for any changes that could suggest a link to what Yagi is experiencing, and if in 55 minutes when the written exam is due to start Midoriya still hasn't roused, the principal will consider that grounds for greater concern and enlighten Yagi about his heir then. All of these thoughts run through Nezu's head in rather less than 2.5 seconds. He blinks himself back to reality and steeples his paws, tilting his head in present mixed direction. Yes, I would say it is possible for a quirk to be the source of what Yagi-san is experiencing, he says carefully, meeting All Might's gaze. The man seems to understand the true meaning of the principal's words as an allusion to One for All, if the way his eyes widen minutely is any indication. As for what purpose such a quirk could serve, however, I unfortunately don't have any answers. You likely performed some hero work on your way here this morning, right, All Might? Nezu asks as a farce to pretend he doesn't have insider knowledge of what may be wrong. Would it have been possible for you to be inflicted by someone's quirk then? It wouldn't do to have his staff stumble onto a line of questioning which may lead them to suspect the involvement of Yagi's own power in this quandary. One for All is a matter of national security, after all, and no matter how much Nezu trusts his staff, he had promised All Might that he wouldn't disclose any information about the man's situation to anyone else. Pride could, perhaps, be considered both Nezu's greatest vice and his greatest virtue. Considering he particularly prides himself on his ability to uphold his oaths, he simply couldn't allow this conversation to stray too close to something that may reveal sensitive information about society's number one hero. Yagi blinks, then nods his head minutely. I helped arrest 4 villains in a carjacking situation on my way over. It was a brief encounter, though, and they all had rather obvious physical quirks. I would be surprised if any were capable of causing this. That doesn't rule out the possibility they may have had backup hidden somewhere, Ectoplasm says from his seat opposite Aizawa. Nor does it eliminate the chance that a civilian could have accidentally discharged their quirk in the panic. Yamada may be correct in his deduction. Quite possibly so, Nezu says noncommittally. Regardless, it doesn't appear that these odd feelings pose a threat to either All Might or our school, so for now I believe it is safe to presume this déjà vu to be a relatively harmless nuisance. We would all do well to keep it at the forefront of our minds, however, in case anything else out of place occurs today. Nedzu nods to himself and flexes his paws. Please do let us know if the feeling intensifies or changes, All Might. Should it persist, it would be best to monitor any fluctuations. Yagi's still frowning, but Nedzu is satisfied to see some of the tension in his shoulders dissipate. The man absently nods his head. Of course. If anything happens, you'll be the first to know. Very good, the principal chirps. He claps his hands and pitches his voice up into his typical tone of cheery bravado in an effort to lighten the mood. Well then. Thank you, everyone, for your input on the matter. Please feel free to return to your previous discussions. I'm sure Yagi-san here would quite like to settle in for the day. The other teachers nod and take the dismissal for what it is. Aizawa and Ectoplasm go back to reviewing the student applications and end-of-term assignments before them. The rest turn to those they were previously conversing with, and, after a few stilted moments where they flounder to remember the topic of their previous conversations, continue from where they left off. Yagi hesitates in the doorway for a few more moments until the noise in the room has returned to a suitable buzz, then he steps fully inside, closes the door behind him, and shuffles close to Nedzu's side. You know something, don't you, sir? The man asks in a low voice. Nedzu can't help the way his whiskers twitch. Perhaps I do, Yagi-san. Why didn't you say anything? Because I am yet unsure of how what I have observed relates to what you are experiencing. Nedzu taps his paws together and regards the other man with a critical eye. For the sake of confirming one of my suspicions, however, I must ask, you passed it on this morning, did you not? What time specifically? Yagi's eyes widen slightly. He glances around the room to ensure no one else is listening before leaning closer to reply. Well yes, actually, I did. How you figured that out, though, I haven't the faintest idea. He pauses for a second, and concern flickers bright through his expression. I gave it to him about 2 hours ago, but, you don't think this is related, do you? Surely it's not something that could negatively affect. I believe there is a possible correlation, Nedzu corrects, but no, Yagi-san, I do not believe it to presently be any cause for concern. Please do not fret. The blonde's shoulders sag, and he spares the principal a weak smile. Right. Thank you, sir. Your words have taken a weight off my shoulders. He pauses, and almost unconsciously reaches up to rub a hand over his heart. I think it's helped ease the feeling, actually. The déjà vu doesn't feel quite as intense as it did earlier. I guess maybe I was overreacting. None of that, Nedzu scolds, reaching out to pat Yagi lightly on the arm. I meant what I said earlier, All Might, by dismissing your gut, you do us all a disservice. Intuition is always to be trusted until proven false. Then he motions to the table between him and the vast screen full of live security feeds. Now, please, I insist you take a seat. I also meant what I said earlier about you looking a little under the weather. I believe it would do you some good to rest and recover before the excitement of the practical exam this afternoon. Yagi huffs out something not quite a laugh, but not quite a sigh. He moves to slide into a chair between Nedzu and the wall of security feeds. I suppose you're right. I did feel a bit ill earlier which, speaking of, you may want to send one of those janitor robots to clean up next to my truck. He looks guilty over the admission. My apologies for the mess. I had some nausea hit me quite suddenly earlier. Unfortunately, I couldn't make my way to a bathroom or trash can in time. Well, that explains why Yagi had previously emerged from the surveillance blind spot behind his truck. Nedzu types a quick command into his computer to route a robot towards the staff car park while Yagi grimaces and shakes his head. Honestly, it was the strangest thing, the blonde continues. I felt sick, but only for a moment. Besides the déjà vu now, I'm feeling great. I don't really know what to make of it. I'm sure we will have our answers in time, Nedzu replies vaguely. It is quite the conundrum, is it not? But rest assured, I will keep it at the forefront of my mind and let you know if I happen across any answers. And that is where their conversation ends, for a time. Nedzu busies himself with reviewing digital copies of the various first-year student applications. Yagi does similar, leaning over to ask Eraserhead if he can take some profiles from the box the black-haired man had brought. Aizawa grunts and pushes them towards the other hero with an affirmative wave of his hand. Now that Yagi isn't within eyesight of what's on Nedzu's computer, the principal reopens the surveillance footage of the nurse bay to keep an eye on Midoriya. It's not until right before 9 o'clock that the boy finally wakes, and somehow makes the already ridiculously curious morning even more baffling. Both immediately after the boy opens his eyes and right after Recovery Girl finishes evaluating him and leaves the room, Midoriya appears to simultaneously start a discussion with Thin Air and give himself a crisis. If that wasn't enough, his seemingly one-sided conversation continues after the boy leaves the nurse bay and begins walking to the hall where the written exam will take place, notably without sparing so much as a glance at the signs that should otherwise be his only directions around campus. He then, unprompted, stops halfway through the walkover, takes off his black middle school blazer, rolls up his sleeves, and unbuttons his shirt to reveal more of those curious shining patches of skin Nezu had seen earlier. After giving them a long look, Midoriya apparently becomes uncomfortable with what he sees, rebuttons his clothes, and continues to the written hall. He talks much less after that. Now, the boy's speaking habit might not typically be a cause for concern. As part of the UA application process, students are required to attach at least 2 written recommendations from previous teachers to confirm they have upstanding enough behavior to be admitted to one of the most prestigious hero courses in the world. Midoriya, in what Nezu can only presume was an effort to make himself seem a better candidate, submitted 4 and every single one of those rather scathing reviews, which Nezu had largely dismissed as inaccurate, considering they were both unprofessionally written and counteracted almost everything All Might had told him about the boy, made note of his unusual, disruptive, mumbling habit. What the principal sees here, however, is not mumbling. The boy actively appears to be engaged in dialogue with someone or, perhaps more accurately, multiple someones. His head turns in very specific directions before he speaks, as if he's responding to people only he can see, and his expression shifts just as it might in a regular discussion. Considering, as has already been established, Nezu knows that the boy both doesn't have a quirk to facilitate long-distance communication, nor does he have any psychological conditions listed in his medical records. This is a very abrupt and very strange pattern of behavior. Somehow though, this is still not the tip of the iceberg. Nezu is barely managing to keep himself seated in the proctoring room. He has half a mind to march down and interrogate the boy right there in the middle of campus, because the moment Midoriya enters the written test hall he moves to an empty desk, one on the wrong side of the hall to where his student number should have placed him, and starts, for some completely unfathomable reason, using a flawless mix of both hero sign and undersign. It could potentially be explainable why the child knows hero sign, considering All Might had offhandedly mentioned that Midoriya was an enormous heroics fanboy. As a streamlined branch of Japanese sign language commonly used in the field, hero sign isn't a particularly well-kept secret. By reviewing enough clips of hero fights, one could presumably teach themselves a bastardized version of the language, enough to convey basic intent with rudimentary words. What is not explainable is how his hero sign vocabulary is both extensive and almost perfect in its motions. Nor is it explainable how the boy knows undersign. On top of that, it is frankly inexplicable that Midoriya is stringing both sets of sign together in a succinct and fluid way that Nezu has only ever seen from seasoned pros. Undersign, unlike hero sign, is a very rigorously guarded secret. It has to be, considering it's primarily how underground heroes, most often those in undercover operations, converse in high-risk situations. Among the UA staff, only Nezu and Izawa know it, although the principal has his suspicions that Yamada may have also picked it up from his partner over the years. Among the UA students, there are presently only 4 third years with a verifiably strong commitment to going underground who are permitted to take undersign lessons from Eraserhead. So the fact that a 15-year-old with no notable hero connections outside All Might, who Nezu doubts knows the language exists, let alone is proficient enough to teach it to a child, was, quite frankly, highly alarming. Aizawa-kun, Nezu chirps with a nonchalance that definitely does not suit the situation. He waits for the man to hum his acknowledgement before continuing. To the best of your knowledge, has undersign been leaked to either the public or any villain organizations recently? Aizawa's head whips around. He squints at the principal. No, it hasn't. If it had, I would know, he says warily, sliding his chair closer to Nezu and glancing at the principal's computer screen. Why do you ask? Nezu hums noncommittally and waves at his monitor. Aizawa's posture goes rigid when he processes what he's seeing. Nezu slides him a notepad and paper before the man can gesture for one to be passed, and the underground hero begins transcribing Midoriya's words. It's slow going, considering the boy seems to be actively engaged in a back and forth with whoever he's talking to. For the most part, after the written exam begins, he stares at his test sheet and jots down answers, but every now and then he'll sign something, or his eyes will flick up to look at different points in the test hall. Nezu counts 7 specific directions his gaze always returns to. At one point, Midoriya seems to track a movement that remarkably resembles someone pacing to and fro. The child signing comes to an end when, only 35 minutes into the 2-hour written exam, Midoriya flips closed his quiz sheet, raises a hand for one of Ectoplasm's clones to come and collect his test, and moves to exit the exam hall. On his way out, the boy's eyes raise to the security camera currently watching him leave. When he stares down the lens, the fringes of the feed once more glitch out ever so slightly, and his pupils shine a faint red. As soon as he notices the surveillance system, Midoriya's footsteps briefly falter. A slight frown crosses his face, and after a beat he raises his hands to his chest to sign a very deliberate message straight at the camera. Nezu feels his own eyebrows raise in surprise at the same moment he sees Aizawa's also shoot up. The two exchange a quick glance before Aizawa writes that last message down. Midoriya leaves the exam hall. Eraser rereads what he scrawled on the notepad. Nezu lets 1,000 possible theories wash over his mind, then waves a paw at Ectoplasm to get the hero's attention. "Excuse me, Ectoplasm-san, but could you spare a clone for a few hours?" he asks. The pro, thankfully, nods immediately and unhinges his jaw to let a stream of miasma flow from his throat. It congeals into a duplicate of himself, and moves to Nezu's side when the principal beckons him closer. "This boy," Nezu says softly, bringing up a digital copy of Midoriya's profile next to the live surveillance of him jogging towards UA's entrance, "is about to leave campus and travel to Kamino Ward. Please follow him and remain out of sight. Do not engage. We have reason to believe he will return in time for the practical exam, so all I want is for you to observe what he does and report back to me." Ectoplasm's clone nods and heads straight for the door. As he leaves, the original Ectoplasm stands from his seat and glides to Nezu's side. "You're just going to let him leave?" Aizawa asks gruffly before the other pro can speak. He slides the notepad of transcribed sign across to the principal. Nezu nods and accepts the paper. He positions it neatly before him, but doesn't yet glance down. "I don't see why I should stop him. We know he needs to be present for the rest of the entrance exam, so we can, at the very least, count on his return. As improbable as I believe ill will to be, however, it would be remiss of me not to rule out possible villainous intent, hence why Ectoplasm-san will be tailing him. Kamino Ward is quite the journey for someone who needs to get back in time for the practical exam, but then again, that boy did strike me as odd," Ectoplasm murmurs. "He's the one who arrived late to the written test, and left early. He looked deathly afraid before I asked him to be seated, then he referred to me with the sensei honorific, which perhaps isn't the strangest thing for a student to do, but it's certainly uncommon to hear from those not enrolled at UA, especially since I'm not one of the most well-known members of staff." The principal hums. "Curious indeed. Speaking of which, I would much like to see the boy's exam paper, if you have a clone to spare, Ectoplasm-san." Ectoplasm nods. On the camera feed still monitoring the exam hall, Nezu sees the clone holding Midoriya's answer sheet move towards the door. "I have more duplicates than strictly necessary moderating the applicants today," the pro hero says. "I can spare one for 10 minutes. The paper will arrive shortly." "Thank you very much," the principal says with a dip of his head. "I appreciate your help. Please do let me know if anything intriguing occurs during your reconnaissance of the boy." Ectoplasm nods his acknowledgement and drifts back over to his seat. Aizawa stares at Nezu with narrowed eyes, waiting for the other teacher to be out of earshot before he speaks. "You said that you doubt the kid has villainous intent," the underground hero says after a moment, "but it sounded like more than an educated guess, and based on what the kid himself signed, I have no idea how you can still think it. Why do you want to trust him? Do you know who he is?" The principal taps his paws together. On his monitor, Midoriya has almost reached the UA gates. Ectoplasm's clone has just stepped out the door at the bottom of the observation tower. "In a sense," the stoat answers vaguely. "I have known of the boy for a while, but I have not yet met him. His words are certainly troubling, but I have reason to believe he will not pose a threat to UA." "Okay, but why?" Aizawa presses. "What makes him special? How do you know of him?" "That requires a rather complex answer that I am unfortunately not at liberty to discuss," Nezu mutters. "My apologies, Aizawa-kun, but I must ask that you leave this situation to me." The other man stares at the principal for a moment longer before he huffs and turns to drag the papers he was previously reading closer to him. He notably does not move from Nezu's side, nor out of sight of the principal's computer screen. On the monitor, Midoriya steps foot off campus and immediately turns in the direction of the train station. Ectoplasm spots him from UA's central foyer and speeds up to keep the boy in sight. "Fine," the Erasure hero grunts, "but if somehow that kid passes and gets put in my class, I hope you know I will be getting answers, Nezu." The principal hums neither a positive nor negative response as first Midoriya then Ectoplasm round a corner that puts them out of sight of UA's surveillance. Only then does the stoat finally look down at the notepad containing what he and Aizawa could understand of Midoriya's one-sided conversation. Nezu had already managed to interpret most of what the boy said, but it never hurt to garner the insight of an extra pair of eyes. One of the most important things to understand about both hero sign and undersign is that, as a branch of Japanese sign language, both subsigns are not as complex as regular JSL. They are heavily contextual, and frequently gloss over words that would otherwise give a sentence structure, so that the signers can cut through irrelevant information and quickly discuss the situation at hand. It's highly efficient for field work, but for someone trying to decipher only one half of a conversation without any context to fill in the blanks, it means that Nezu is, unfortunately, left without the full picture. With that in mind, Midoriya's conversation, as transcribed by Aizawa, excluding the first 2 lines, of which he didn't see, and edited by Nezu, who included the first 2 lines, as he very much did see, are as follows. Conclude fast. KMINO before practical exam. Nightclub? Bar? Confirm if remember. Understood. No confrontation. Require information. No enter. I move close building I will get close to the building. You enter. Unsure absent believe. Man 1 here unrequired. I old no pain wounds my scars real and I remember if none people no one similar equals similar mark on men possibly. Head joined at world closing. Mark man 1 equals mark man 2. Man 2 possibly behavior different versus first contact man 2 might be acting differently than when we first met. Important. Man 2 behavior no different and we unsure many civilians similar you at my deceased could be interpreted as my death? Possibly some civilians at man 2 location. Attempt friendly be polite. Request find us after if or if not remember. Caution. Many people may be some villains. No disclosure mission. Possibly report give man 1 they might report to man 1. 4 and 10 minute and 5 minute 45 minutes. Fast upgrade train 10 1 year past 10 years ago. I require information if men remember. If men remember and I behave differently at physical job the practical exam men cautious the men will be cautious. NEDZU I find you after physical job practical exam we talk. Important. Very important. After physical job practical exam important. Require complete physical job practical exam before talk. Important. Explain after. Important. You think it's important? Aizawa mutters sarcastically when Nezu finishes reading and flips the notepad closed. The principal clicks his tongue. Yes, I do believe the boy was quite clear about that. I don't like that he's so insistent on completing the practical, despite evidently knowing how suspicious he looks. Aizawa drums his fingers on the table and glares holes through the physical copy of Midoriya's profile that he had retrieved from his box of student applications. I swear, this kid just keeps getting weirder. You do realize that according to his profile, he's registered quirkless, right? Honestly, Nezu should have known that Aizawa wouldn't be so quick to drop this. Yes, I am quite aware, Aizawa-kun. So then you're also aware that's a lie. I saw how his eyes shone, and how the camera glitched when he looked at it. Maybe the shine is due to a latent mutation, but latent mutations don't affect technology like that. Indeed they don't. Aizawa turns a judgmental look on the principal. And yet despite knowing his records are falsified and that he knows things no first year should, you're still going to let him compete? Nezu sighs and steeples his paws. I am sorry, Aizawa-kun, but I really must insist that you trust me on this. I am aware of how unusual the boy's situation is, but there is something going on here that I partly have yet to decipher and partly am not permitted to discuss. Please know, however, that if I come to even the faintest conclusion that he may be a danger to others in the exam, I will prevent his participation. As I have stated previously, though, I have reason to believe he will not pose a threat. Aizawa studies the principal for a moment longer. Then the man turns back to his box of applications, takes out several more, and closes Midoriya's profile although when he slides it to the side, he makes sure it's still well within reach. Alright, the underground hero says under his breath. I'll trust you on this, Nezu. Thank you, my friend, the stoat says softly. I assure you that your faith is not misplaced. At that moment, the doors to the proctoring room open and the ectoplasm clone holding Midoriya's written test steps through. It walks over to place the paper before the principal, then dips its head and leaves to once more return to the written exam hall. Nezu murmurs his thanks as the clone goes and moves the boy's exam closer, opening it to skim over the answers. The first section mathematics is relatively unremarkable, with an average ratio of correct to incorrect answers. The second section on English is, surprisingly, completely correct. The history questions in the section after are entirely right for anything predating the last century, and only partly correct for events occurring in the last 100 years. The science questions next return above average results, the Japanese linguistics answers following show another perfect score. Then comes the section on heroics, which may just be the most interesting part of Midoriya's entire exam. The 7 questions at the end of the written test are always Nedzu's favorite. 6 of them touch on a broad number of topics that heroes may encounter in their profession, including search and rescue protocols, the correct way to issue first aid, responding to media personnel, ethical dilemmas related to the justice system, handling villains who fall within societal gray areas, and personal conduct as someone the public relies on. Although there are certain more correct ways to answer each question, each is largely subjective, and as such isn't the be-all end-all for students who are more ill-informed on relevant due procedure. They primarily help illustrate what a student may need extra tutoring in and where their career interests lie. The 7th question is the only truly subjective question in the exam. Nedzu has received almost every answer under the sun to it over the years, and reading the thousands of student responses to it annually is always fascinating. Beyond providing incredible insight into the character of each student, it also illustrates society's current general attitude towards heroes. It is, perhaps, the most important question in the entire exam. Explain, in 100 words or less, what it takes to be a hero. Of course, there is no correct response, nor is there really any right way to interpret it. Most students don't tend to realize the true depths of what's being asked, but Nedzu himself likes to contemplate all the different manners in which it could be answered. For example, there are certainly many ways to ponder the word hero. There are the surface-level understandings, of course, which comprises the majority of student answers. A hero may be a hero to other heroes if they arrive at just the right time to turn the tide of a battle. A hero may be a hero to civilians if they save a baby from a burning building. A hero may be a hero to society at large if they help lower the rate of crime. Then there are the more nuanced answers, which always imply that the child answering has deeply thought about their chosen profession. A hero may be a hero to their community if they help keep the streets clean of drags. A hero may be a hero to the hopeless if they take time out of their day to comfort sick children in a pediatric ward. A hero may be a hero to a criminal if they stop the criminal from ever becoming a villain, and set them on a better path in life. Finally, there are the answers that Nedzu very, very rarely encounters, because they typically involve more worldly insight than most first years are capable of. A villain may be a hero to other villains if they provide an avenue for those villains to perform villainous acts. A criminal may be a hero to their family if they steal enough bread to keep their children's bellies full. A civilian may be a hero to no one but themselves for simply persisting long enough to see another sunrise. By this point, it's somewhat unsurprising that Midoriya, somehow, manages to create an entirely new category of response with his answer. So long as they are willing to act, however drastically, whatever the motivation, and have even a modicum of hope, for a better future one they may not necessarily live to see, anyone can be a hero to someone in need. The only question anyone must answer, then, to be defined as a hero is this: will they be there for their someone, even if that someone doesn't ask for help? It is very interesting to ponder the kind of boy who can formulate a response like that. Just who the hell is this kid? Aizawa mumbles, not even attempting to hide how he's reading Midoriya's exam over Nedzu's shoulder. The principal glances up at Yagi. The man has been staring into space ever since he sat down, student profiles he had taken from Aizawa lying forgotten on the table before him as he likely contemplates his déjà vu. He has no idea the conundrum Midoriya has presented the principal with this morning. Nedzu is honestly beginning to wonder whether All Might truly knows his successor at all. That, Nedzu says, leaning back in his chair and rubbing a paw thoughtfully over his chin, is an excellent question, Aizawa-kun. There's no doubt that sometime today, whether of his own volition or not, Nedzu will be having a discussion with Izuku Midoriya. When that occurs, there is one question the principal would very much like an answer to. Who does Midoriya define as his someone? Whatever the answer to that, whoever or whatever it is Midoriya thinks he needs to save, to the extent he would rush to a city dozens of miles away on the most important day of any first-year hero hopeful's life, will determine many things about the most powerful boy in Japan who could potentially become the world's greatest hero. Something shifts at 8:07 a.m. on an otherwise blinding and skin-prickling Wednesday. It is February 26th, and no one thinks much about the blood in their veins. Time twists around herself, hearts flutter for the first time in what might be 4 minutes, or 4 days, or 4 months, or longer. When an undetectable force stops clawing back the clock hands, billions of lungs expand synchronously. The tear in the universe's fabric fixes itself before it can be perceived. It is something that most will never realize, and none will dwell on for long. That will only change after a freckled green-haired boy sees fit to trace the stitches in the folds and show his world the map. Everyone will find a quiet place to dream tonight. They will all fall asleep contemplating the future. Izuku Midoriya is, to put it politely, freaking the F out. Currently, he stood at the very end of Platform 10 in Musudafu Central, as far as he can get from the dozens of civilians also waiting for the Takedo Shinkansen to arrive. According to the monitor screen overhead, he's got about 5 minutes until the bullet train pulls into the station, and he plans on spending every last second of that time trying to stop himself from descending into a full-blown panic attack. When Izuku got it into his head to hightail it to Kamino and check on the underground bar, he had absolutely neglected to factor in the not-so-inconsequential detail that the entire world now exists. Honestly, he has no idea how he even managed to get to the station. He thinks it might have been a whole lot of letting the vestiges lead the way and mimicking whatever they told him to do, because the instant Izuku had stepped foot off UA grounds, he immediately began dissociating over just how much everything there was. Back in the written exam hall, Izuku had been too busy trying to rein in his panic over the possibility of all for one remembering the original timeline to process how many eyes had been staring at him and, by extension, how many people that meant were alive. Now that he's had some time to move past the shock and has been forced to squeeze through several crowds of people in order to get to the station, buy his ticket, and get on the train platform, Izuku is barely managing to keep it together. There's so much everything. All the dozens of buildings he has passed are still standing, intact and relatively unblemished, full of hundreds of people working to sell thousands of wares. There are brightly colored tourist shops vending innumerable pointless things, clutter to fill shelves in homes that haven't been destroyed. There are clothing retailers full of new fabric, material that could be fashioned into miles of clean bandages that wouldn't risk deepening an infection if bound around open wounds. There are restaurants and grocers full of unfathomable quantities of food, so much food, and water, too, so many perishables and tinned foods and things that would have kept the survivors from before alive for months, if not years. There are people in the eateries he passes leaving morsels on their plates that they're too full to eat, and all Izuku can think of is how not even 3 hours ago he probably would have been willing to carve off a finger just to stomach what these people cannot. Hell, he probably would have sacrificed an entire foot just to get a single bottle of water from any of the storefronts he can see with entire refrigerators full of the stuff. It's jarring to take it all in things the Tartarus escapees who had tried besieging Troy killed for, and things Izuku's friends and family had been killed in search of just sitting there, untouched and fresh. The worst part is that Izuku can't even blame anyone for how much waste he sees, because a year ago he had been the exact same, taking society for granted. Now that he knows what it is to have his stomach consume itself and his kidneys fail in the face of dehydration, Izuku can barely comprehend that this is the kind of life he's about to step foot into again. He doesn't think he could ever comfortably go back to living alongside this many luxuries. He feels wildly out of his depth for even laying eyes on this much sustenance, and so terribly, terribly guilty that none of the other survivors are here to do the same. All of this doesn't even come close to the feeling of being surrounded by people again, though. So many people. Businessmen and expecting mothers and elderly women petting stray cats and school kids and couples and parents and ladies behind counters and nurses on break and college kids and policemen and road workers and cafe staff and fast food employees and old men feeding birds and. There are civilians everywhere. They're laughing, and smiling, and browsing gifts for their loved ones, and entering apartments full of countless sentimental things, and buying their favorite snacks from convenience stores, and taking time to stop and admire the beauty of the city. All interactions Izuku never imagined he would ever see again, enacted by millions of people who have been dead for months. Everyone has meat on their bones, and they're breathing, and they have hearts pumping blood through their veins, and they're all thinking about whatever it is they deem worthy of their time. Most importantly, though, is the fact they are living. So many people are here, and after being without this for so long, after having been shunned by society once, in the wake of his failure at the Coffin, Izuku feels like throwing up and having a meltdown and clawing off his own skin to get away from the anxiety that flays his lungs raw every time someone glances his way. He has no idea how to act like a normal person anymore. At this point, the only way he knows how to survive is by treading the sharp side of a knife, one step away from throwing himself into bloody fights he won't win to save people who don't want to be alive. He doesn't know how to move his body without being ready to spring into action. He doesn't know how to stop ceaselessly scrutinizing everything in sight in fear of missing the warning signs of a villain attack. He doesn't know how to spare a smile at passers-by anymore, and that might just be the worst realization he's come to. To put it bluntly, Izuku doesn't know how to be. A baby screams from halfway down the train platform, and Izuku jerks back so harshly, one for all sparking instinctively across his skin, that he accidentally elbows a dent in the cement wall of the corner he's cowering in. Embarrassment darkens his cheeks, he glances around warily to make sure no one saw, then takes half a step forward to hide the property damage from view. Nana drifts to his side and glances narrowly at him from the corner of her eye. Don't stress it, Ninth. If anyone tries to charge you for the damage, you can make UA foot the bill by claiming you were just jumpy from being stalked by one of their teachers. Her comment is so misaligned with all the negative thoughts racking Izuku's brain that it catches him completely off guard. He chokes out a bark of almost laughter and quickly slaps a hand over his mouth. A sly grin creeps across Nana's face. Nearby, Ectoplasm, who the Vestiges had spotted and informed Izuku of before he even left campus, and who has at some point between the jog from UA to the station managed to acquire a white broadbrim hat, white scarf, and teal medical mask, lowers the newspaper he's holding over his face just long enough to glimpse the boy. He raises it again almost instantly in an attempt to conceal his identity, but it's pretty ineffective, considering Izuku already knows he's there. The other Vestiges, who have taken to reading the newspaper over the hero's shoulder, snicker when a gust of wind from a passing train blows the paper down enough that Ectoplasm panics and turns away to hide his face until the breeze dissipates. It's almost hilarious how poor of a job the teacher is doing to look like a totally innocent person who isn't tailing a 15-year-old. Izuku almost feels bad for how evidently underprepared the pro is for what is likely supposed to be a stealth mission. But even if the teacher had had extra time to prepare, it probably wouldn't have changed the outcome of Izuku being made aware of his presence. The hero might be good at his job, but considering Izuku has 7 ghosts literally watching over his shoulder, 6 of which have decades of combat and situational experience, even if they're rusty from the minor inconvenience of being dead, Ectoplasm would have been detected regardless of his getup. There you are, Nana continues in a softer tone when Izuku can't help the way his eyes crinkle at his teacher's antics. Her smile morphs into something more serious, but still impossibly kind. Good to have that head of yours back on Earth with us, kid. How are you holding up? Izuku shifts his hand from his mouth to rub exhaustedly at his cheeks. Never been better, he murmurs sarcastically. Nana makes a noise of sympathy and turns to look at the trains passing by on other platforms. Yeah, I guess that was a dumb question, huh? Gotta give it to ya, though, you're doing a great job keeping your cool. Her lips thin. Frustration flashes through her eyes. Still, that doesn't negate the fact that I'm sorry you can't catch a break yet. We're all sorry, Izuku. None of us thought you'd need to do so much so soon. Izuku's hand lowers. He doesn't know what to do with his limbs, so he crosses his arms and shifts his weight from foot to foot. I don't mind, he says under his breath. Maybe he's lying, but there's no point in dwelling on the idea of relaxing when he physically won't be able to until they determine the situation in Kamino. Figuring out if he remembers is more important. I need to know whether I can start changing things sooner rather than later. Nana hums, nodding absently. She chews her lip and seems to deeply consider something for a few moments before deciding to voice her thoughts. About that, actually. The hero starts hesitantly, glancing at Izuku and only continuing once he gives her an encouraging nod. I was going to wait to bring this up, and I don't think it's something we should properly discuss until after we finish at the bar, but it might be worth sharing as food for thought. So here goes, in the event All for One doesn't remember, it might actually be best if we didn't change the timeline. Izuku turns to give her an incredulous look. His lips part immediately to articulate his confusion, but Nana holds up a hand to suspend his disbelief. To a point, I mean, she corrects. I was giving it some thought earlier, and obviously we can't let what happened before happen again, but, as it stands, we might actually be at a greater advantage if we didn't make any significant moves. Do you remember the specific moment during your first year that acted as the tipping point that led to the war? Izuku frowns and shuffles through what he remembers. There's only one event that stands out as having the most publicized and influential impact on society before the war, and he just so happens to be going to the site of it right now. Kamino. Nana clicks her fingers and points at him. Exactly. Toshinori arrested All for One, and that's when everything got set in motion. Up until that point, everyone from the League was still at a manageable power level. The Meta Liberation Army hadn't been set on the path to becoming the Paranormal Liberation Front. All for One was secure. So if we made this version of the timeline predictable by letting things play out exactly as before, and only made minor tweaks to get ourselves into a more favorable position, then we could arrange for everything to come crashing down the instant he's in custody. Izuku signs as the Takedo Shinkansen finally pulls into the station with a drawn-out screech of its brakes. If we can get the authorities on board, we could get everything prepared ahead of time to spring Garaki's labs and detain Shigaraki immediately after. It would clear the board of all the major players at the same time. He bites his cheek and scuffs a hand over his chin, contemplating Nana's proposition. That might actually work. Nana gives him a small smile. Like I said, I don't think it's something we should discuss in detail until after we figure out if All for One knows, because if he does then there's no way we can rely on a plan like that, but, cross your fingers and keep it in mind. We'll chat more on the train ride back, alright? Izuku inclines his head in understanding. Before him, the bullet train slows to a stop. After doing one last visual sweep of the platform to confirm there are no villains waiting to cause chaos, he hurries to the door of the last carriage and stands to the side while a few people climb off. As one of only a couple this far down the platform, Izuku ends up being first on board. He tries his best to ignore the other passengers already seated as he makes his way to the back of the car, where he's relieved to find a row full of free seats. He squirrels himself into the corner, sitting on an angle, pressing up against the window, and toeing off his shoes so he can draw his knees to his chest. From here, he's got a view of everyone in this part of the train, and has no one at his back to worry about. It's an enormous relief to know that, at least for now, he won't be sitting in close proximity to anyone. After doing a once-over of the train car and checking he's settled in, Nana shoots Izuku a two-finger salute before floating up through the roof of the carriage. Izuku guesses that she wants to get out of the cramped space and into a nice spot to watch the scenery on their way to Kamino. Being a ghost, it's not like the hero has to worry about the speed knocking her off the train, although, seeing as she also doesn't have a physical body to hold on with, Izuku wonders if the only thing keeping her in place will be the tether that prevents the vestiges from moving too far from Izuku himself. Speaking of the other vestiges, at the same time Izuku slides into his seat, he gets a glimpse of ectoplasm taking his own spot along the opposite aisle a few rows up, ghosts in tow. In the time it took to get on the train, the teacher's done up the top button of his coat in a way that makes the high collar of his jacket cover the lower half of his face. Daigoro is keeled over in the aisle next to him, laughing and pointing between the hero and En, who's standing a little closer to Izuku. "He looks just as stupid as you, buddy." Fifth wheezes. He draws himself up, forces his face to go flat, holds a hand over his mouth, and puts on the worst attempt at an American accent Izuku's ever heard. All dark and broody, like some mysterious sheriff from the west, here ta ask about a pint o' ale and the latest rumor round town. He maintains the blank expression for a couple more seconds, then promptly devolves into more raucous belly laughs. En tips his head back and stares forlornly at the roof of the train car. "Offering to be your successor was the worst decision of my existence," he says blandly. "I should have just kept walking when I saw All for One beating your butt. I could have had a peaceful afterlife. Ah, but then you never would have come to appreciate my oozing charm. Don't describe yourself as oozing ever again. Fine. Then you wouldn't have come to appreciate my bold personality. The only thing bold about you is your follicle-free skull." Daigoro's jaw drops. He stares at En incredulously. "Oi, the puppy's got fangs. You wanna bark that line again, you lil sh? I'm just saying, back in my day if anyone from the resistance tried to pull off a disguise this bad, they would have gotten themselves killed in 3 seconds flat." Kudo is explaining nonchalantly to Yoichi and Hikage. Third is nodding along at his side like this is some sage advice. All 4 vestiges have flattened themselves horizontally side by side on the roof of the carriage, so they're out of the way of those with a pulse who are still taking their seats. Yoichi ducks his head up through the roof of the car when a passenger lifts their suitcase into the overhead storage. Izuku has no idea why he does this, considering the civilian can't see him, and their luggage would have phased through his head anyway. "I don't think his disguise is that terrible," Hikage says with a frown. "Bloody good thing you weren't in the resistance, then," Third mutters. Izuku isn't stupid. He knows what the past wielders are doing and he deeply appreciates them for it. Having distractions to keep his mind off how cramped the train car is and how many people now exist around him is doing wonders to stave off the panic lacing his veins. "Oi, kid!" Banjo yells far louder than is necessary for the confined space they're in. It's a good thing no one else can hear him. He appears to have gotten En pinned. The younger man is now halfway sunk through the floor, failing in his attempts to reach back and grasp Fifth's jacket and is jerking his head in ectoplasm's direction with a wild grin. "I just had a thought you should snap a photo of your teach. Blackmail material for when you want to get out of math this year, eh?" Before Izuku can reply, the overhead speakers ding and the Shinkansen starts to move. It turns out that Izuku was right about ghosts not being able to latch onto moving objects, because when the train grates forward, the vestiges don't. "Oh. There goes Ninth," Hikage idly hums as he, Kudo, Third and Yoichi appear to slide right over their successor's head. Yoichi waves. Izuku hides his mouth behind one hand, and waves minutely back with the other. Daigoro makes an exaggerated sound of distress as the wall of the train slides up to meet him. Then all the ghostly wielders are phasing unceremoniously through the back of the carriage. Izuku glances out the tiny window by his shoulder. After a few seconds, the vestiges come floating into view outside, skimming their arms through the air like they're flying through water. Banjo calls out words Izuku can't hear and shoves playfully at En's shoulder, causing the others to start rolling and weaving around each other in some kind of contest to see who can fly faster, even though they're all moving at the same speed. Nana eventually drifts into view at the back of the pack, and blitzes the competition by zooming past everyone in seconds. She keels over laughing in midair when they all look rather affronted. Seeing the vestiges so carefree even if it is partly for Izuku's own benefit is nothing short of weird. For as long as he's known them, they have, for the most part, been focused on nothing but the mission at hand, and while even now they still are, considering they need Izuku's head properly in the game before they reach Kamino, it's sincerely amazing to see that all 7 also appear to be actually enjoying themselves. Izuku can only imagine how elating it must feel to no longer be imprisoned inside their successor's skull, able to get a taste, for the first time in generations, of how it feels to live. Izuku lets a soft, genuine smile spread across his face. In his tiny corner of the bullet train, knees pulled to his chest, back pressed against the wall, feeling the vibration of the train's wheels beneath him and watching 7 people he loves enjoy a freedom of movement they haven't experienced in decades, Izuku finds that, for as brief a moment as this is, he can forget where they're headed and what awaits at the end of their line. He watches a beautiful, lush, alive Japan zoom past, and thinks of soft memories he hasn't recalled in years. He was, of course, already dead set on saving the world, but seeing all these small towns and green gardens and thriving city districts which, in the once future, had been wrought to nothing but dust and ash that clogged the sky and turned the world a sickly gray, Izuku's conviction just burns brighter. There is absolutely no room for failure. No matter what they find at Kamino, Izuku will forge a way to bend fate. He'll bloody his knuckles and extend his hand to everyone, and make sure that, at the end of the day, he saves them all. Izuku lets his mind coast to far-off places as the rhythmic roar of the bullet train's engine drones out the sounds of the world. His pulse beats steady, and his breath comes even for the first time since well before his foray into the past. If at some point on their journey he leans over to snap a sneaky photo of ectoplasm when the hero stoops from his chair to retrieve the newspaper he had accidentally fumbled into the aisle, no one but Izuku has to know. Boy. By the time the Takedo Shinkansen pulls into Kamino Station, Izuku thinks he has a much better grasp on his mental state. Enough to successfully see through today, at least. Determination roars hot in his chest, and as he exits the train and makes his way off the platform, he withdraws his phone from his pocket, opens his Maps app, and slowly types in the address for what will soon become the League of Villains' hideout. It's a weird feeling to realize his phone isn't as intuitive as he remembers it being, but considering Izuku hasn't used any technology at all in well over 6 months, he guesses it's only to be expected that it would take a while to readapt to modern devices. In the original timeline, Izuku had never actually been to the underground bar. When Kaken had been abducted and Izuku, Ida, Kirishima and Yaoyorozu tried to track him down, they had instead ended up at the Nomu warehouse. Despite the fact that Izuku has never so much as stepped foot in the district where the bar is located, however, he thankfully knows exactly where it is. After the disaster at the UA summer training camp, news coverage of All Might and All for One's battle had been, to put it mildly, extensive. The retirement of Japan's #1 hero after such a generational fight was something every news channel covered for months, and information released by the Kamino Ward police chief after the raid had become an enormous staple of hero discussions on almost every single forum and social media platform in existence. Most attention had, of course, been focused on the location of their battle, considering the insane degree of property damage that area had sustained. Even so, there had still been a fair amount of coverage concerning the League's original headquarters. The entire city block it was on had been sectioned off for a month while authorities scraped the building for clues on where the League may have fled to after All for One's arrest, and while they unfortunately never found anything, Izuku's thanking his lucky stars now that the dozens of mainstream media outlets had been so persistent in their reporting. The address of the bar is branded into his mind so firmly that he doesn't think he'll ever forget it. When his phone routes the location of the hideout, Izuku sees that, from the station, the estimated walk time is about 35 minutes. This obviously won't do, considering Izuku can only afford to spend an hour at most in Kamino before he needs to be back on the Shinkansen to UA. He glances around for an alley. Upon spotting one that looks relatively devoid of life, and is instead brimming with trash, he starts moving towards it but pauses when he passes a storefront containing racks of hoodies and hooks full of masks. Upon seeing this, Izuku realizes, rather belatedly, that after having come all this way he has forgotten maybe the most important detail of his entire trip: he can't let the villains learn his identity. Izuku feels like smacking himself upside the head for being so stupid, but instead settles on slinging his backpack to the ground, pulling out his wallet, and rifling through its contents until he finds enough money to buy the most discounted jacket and mask the store has to offer, the former being the most obnoxious shade of yellow Izuku has ever seen, and the latter made of a material containing patterned red and purple rabbits. He's going to look like a walking fashion disaster, but at least both are cheap enough to leave Izuku with just enough money to buy a return ticket to Muzurifu. After purchasing his disguise and putting it on, Izuku jogs down the narrow alley nearby and turns to eye the building ledges high above. The vestiges float after him, looking relatively amused by their successor's terrible new clothes, but they all quickly grow more serious when they realize what Izuku is planning to do. "Careful, kid," Nana warns. "Start off at 1%, yeah? We can't have you breaking your everything before the entrance exam." Izuku nods and shakes out his arms, bouncing on the ball of his feet to start getting his adrenaline up. In his peripherals, he sees ectoplasm peek around the corner of the alley. He has no idea if the teacher will try to stop him from doing what he's about to do, but he figures that, considering how interested Nezu must be in determining where he's going, it's more likely that the hero has been instructed to simply track Izuku rather than interfere with his mission. He hopes that the teacher's presence might actually act as a deterrent for any other heroes who see him using his quirk in public, so that no one intercepts his trip to the bar. Izuku is honestly a little nervous to use one for all. He's come to know the power inside and out by this point, but being back in his body on the very first day of having the quirk means that he has no idea whether his progress with the power has been reset. He's accidentally activated it twice now without any repercussions, though, and still knows all the theory behind how it works, so at least he theoretically shouldn't break any limbs this time. Theoretically. Izuku does as Nana suggests and starts off small. He takes a deep breath, closes his eyes, and focuses on channeling only 1% of his power throughout his body. One for All responds easily enough, faint flickers of electricity buzz beneath his hoodie, and Izuku lets out a relieved sigh when nothing immediately goes wrong. He ramps up full Cowling's output to 2%. His muscles feel like they're starting to burn, but not painfully so. He raises the power to 3%. This level feels comfortable, similar to the enjoyable burn of muscles when maintaining a steady run. He tries to go for 4%, which tightens his skin in a way that feels like it's about to tear, then 5%, which hurts like his whole body is a taut string close to snapping, so Izuku relaxes back to 3%, where he can comfortably maintain his power output. 3%, he mutters to the vestiges, keeping his voice low so ectoplasm doesn't overhear. Maybe 4% if I need it, and 5% if I push my luck, but anything higher might start damaging my body. I'll need more training before I'm back to what I was during the internship week. Any low percent is better than snapping your bones, Third remarks. Yoichi nods. I think 3% should be more than enough for today anyway, don't you think? Better get moving, boy, Kudo adds, making a shooing motion at Izuku. Izuku nods. It's funny, being in a trash-filled back alley and intending to scale the buildings on either side, it reminds him of being outside Gran Torino's flat, when he'd first started working on the idea that would eventually become full Cowling. How fitting it is to be starting from scratch in a place like this. After shifting his stance into a low, steady crouch and giving his body a few seconds to grow used to the feeling of one for all hugging his frame, Izuku launches up towards one side of the alley. He grabs hold of a thin ledge and pushes more energy into his arms to propel himself higher, then kicks at the wall to leap towards the opposite building. He repeats this motion a couple of times until he's able to crawl onto the roof, panting and more out of breath than he was expecting to be. The vestiges float up behind him, murmuring encouragements. Izuku pulls out his phone again to double-check his location while he catches his breath. From here, he has to head a good few blocks northwest, into a quieter part of town where there are more disused buildings. He fiddles with his phone longer than he needs to until N says that ectoplasm has scaled a fire escape one building over, then he takes off along the rooftops towards the bar, using this time to fully acclimatize himself to the condition of his younger body. One of the most notable things Izuku finds as he leaps between roofs and launches over streets is that no matter how much he uses his hands, he doesn't feel the bone-deep ache he had suffered ever since his first couple of months at UA, after he had shattered his arms enough times for the scars to be more than skin-deep. Those pains had gotten especially bad towards the end, particularly when exposed to the freezing air after dark. Shoyuta had eventually shown him a few massage techniques to relieve the intensity when Izuku couldn't stop himself from whining in agony one night, but seeing as Izuku had already royally effed up his arms by that point, the motions didn't do much other than provide him a psychological comfort. There had been some nights where he lost feeling in his fingers entirely, so having complete control of his hands now, without any of the discomfort he had previously learned to endure, is better than fantastic. He finds himself grinning fiercely when he grips onto drain pipes and gutters with an ease he's never experienced alongside One for All, and starts to move faster. Parkouring at this speed, jumping over stop signs and crosswalks and ignoring things that could have otherwise slowed him down had he taken a street-level route. Izuku finds himself on a rooftop 5 buildings away from the hideout in a little under 7 minutes. He heaves in gulps of air and checks his phone again to confirm he's in the right location. Then, after Banjo yells a confirmation that ectoplasm has managed to keep up and is hiding behind an AC unit a couple of buildings over, Izuku slides his mobile back into his pocket and vaults down into the alley below. "You guys said you could still get in my head, right?" he breathes once he touches down, glancing both ways to confirm no one else is nearby. "Yeah, we can," Nana confirms, drifting down behind him. "Back in the nurse bay, we figured it out after I accidentally touched your arm and realized I could directly tap into our quirk factor from there." "Perfect," Izuku murmurs, turning to Nana and extending a hand. "I'm sorry to ask, considering I know how much you're all enjoying being out here, but for now I think it would be best if everyone except First and Fourth went back in as a precaution, in case there are other ghosts around." Nana gives her successor a fond smile. "No need to apologize, kid. We all gotta do our part, right?" She reaches out towards Izuku's wrist, but as soon as she makes contact, and before she can do whatever will allow her back inside One for All, Izuku jerks away like he's been stung. "What?" Nana asks, eyebrows scrunching in worry, arms still outstretched. "What happened? Did I hurt you?" "And no, you didn't." Izuku takes a second to stare at his hand before looking up, eyes wide with shock. "It's just that I felt that," he whispers. The other vestiges make noises of surprise. "You felt that?" Banjo exclaims. "What, you mean physically?" "It's kind of," Izuku says, confused. He shakes out his arm. It wasn't exactly the same as a normal touch. It didn't have any weight behind it, but it was cold. Like, I could feel the outline of Nana's hand, but only because it was freezing. "Other side appears to be a lot more complex than we thought," Yoichi mutters, frowning and staring at Izuku's wrist. "We should probably experiment with it more when we have the time." "Agreed," Izuku mumbles. He shakes his head and extends his hand towards Nana again. "Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Try again?" Nana nods and reaches out once more. This time, Izuku is prepared for the ice that shoots through his blood upon contact. There's a moment where the freezing feeling lingers on his arm, then it's like a can of soda gets cracked open in his veins, and Nana's figure buzzes around the edges as she fades into a vague pink light. When she shudders enough out of existence that there's nothing but the pink remaining, the light wraps around Izuku's limb and sinks beneath his skin. Almost immediately, something in Izuku's skull seems to shift. Part of his brain feels heavier, somehow, in a metaphysical sense. He gets the faint impression of something, or, rather, someone moving around, then imprints of what he thinks might be emotions. Whatever it is, Izuku has to take a minute to orient himself before he remembers that he still needs to repeat the process for the other 4 vestiges. "Whoa there," En says when Izuku's head suddenly jerks up and the kid immediately whips out his arm. "Hold on, Izuku, you spaced out for a bit. Are you alright?" Izuku blinks and slowly nods his head. "Yeah, I'm fine. It's just weird. I can feel Nana inside my mind. It wasn't like that before." There's the sensation of something pressing intentionally against Izuku's skull. He frowns and lifts a hand to rub at his temples. "Sorry Nana, if you're trying to talk I can't understand what you're saying," Izuku mutters. "Might need to experiment with the quirk more, like First said." The pressure pulses in what Izuku thinks is acknowledgement, then settles down and appears to make a conscious effort to hold still. Izuku assumes that Nana is trying to be as unintrusive as possible, and is very much grateful for it. "Are you going to be okay with the rest of us joining her?" Kudo asks after a beat. Izuku hums a yes and extends his arm to the man. "I'll be fine. Just try not to move around too much, if you can help it." Kudo studies him for a moment longer, then grunts and reaches out to grasp Izuku's wrist. In a similar fashion to Nana, he vanishes into dull blue light, and Izuku's mind shifts again like it's making room for the new presence within it. The process repeats for Third, Daigoro and En, who fade into red, orange, and purple lights respectively until only Yoichi and Hikage are left drifting beside Izuku. "You good?" Yoichi asks after giving Izuku a minute to settle into the new feeling of his mind being fuller. Izuku tilts his head in a SOSO gesture. "I'll get used to it. Might take a while, but I can cope for now." Hikage nods. "You may want to start moving, then. We've already spent quite a lot of time here. Fix your mask and make sure your hair is hidden beneath your hood, then we'll be off." After doing as Hikage suggests, Izuku slips out of the alley and trudges toward the underground bar as casually as possible. He pulls on his backpack straps to adjust the bag more firmly on his back, and quickly runs through what he can possibly do to excuse his loitering by the abandoned structure. By the time the right building enters eyesight, Izuku has a plan of action prepared. He ducks his head and slides into the adjoining alley, then stoops into a crouch, slings his bag to the ground, and pulls out a notebook and pencil from inside. He has no idea whether All for One has surveillance cameras monitoring the hideout, so he ignores the vestiges when they linger for a few seconds, and instead starts writing a random, light-hearted story in his notebook, filling pages with whatever snippets and phrases come to mind. He's not writing anything specific. If anyone asks, he'll claim to have gotten inspired by the city while walking and had simply wanted a quiet place to jot down his thoughts. Yoichi and Hikage exchange a glance. Then they nod, and Fourth turns to lead the way through the wall into the underground bar. Boy. The inside of the hideout is dark and full of mold. Yoichi has to be thankful that he can't smell anything as a ghost, because he thinks that a dreary place like this might reek a little too much like the vault his brother had locked him in all those years ago, and he would very much prefer not to be reminded of such lonely times. Hikage leads the way through several lightless rooms. Although there likely aren't any ghosts old or cognizant enough to remember what Yoichi looks like, on the off chance the vestiges were wrong about All for One being absent from the bar, it would be a death sentence to walk into the same room as the villain and have him recognize his brother. Proceeding like this, Hikage can scout ahead and signal back whether a room is clear or not before Yoichi enters. After drifting through a number of dusty rooms and finding nothing of interest, the pair eventually stumble onto a spacious area containing a bar that's backlit by orange light filtering through several shelves of various vintage alcohols. They hear a very faint clicking coming from somewhere beyond a curtain that's behind the countertop and looks to be sectioning off the room from what is likely a back storage area. It's here where things start to feel truly uneasy. The bar is too quiet. Besides the clicking, and perhaps some very soft panting, there is absolutely no noise coming from anywhere in the building. Maybe that shouldn't be surprising for an abandoned structure, but if Shigaraki is here, then just like Izuku said back in the written exam, there should be ghosts. God knows how many people this villain has killed by now. He should be surrounded by the deceased, and they should, theoretically, be making a whole lot of noise. Yoichi exchanges a trepidatious look with Hikage. They both cautiously drift through the bar, and pause just outside the curtains leading into the conjoining room. From this angle, they can see that the fabric is parted just enough to get a glimpse inside without actually entering the space. The storage area beyond is pitch black, lit only by a single television screen scrolling through what appears to be some kind of simulation game. The screen outlines the figure of the person sitting before it, and based on the silhouettes of the hands latched across the man's body, the vestiges can deduce that this must be Shigaraki. He appears to be entirely absorbed in whatever video game he's playing. The villain, at first, seems to be entirely alone, but then something shifts by his side, and four eyes turn to look out at Hikage and Yoichi. When the owners of those eyes move closer, the vestiges realize that there are ghosts in here after all, just not ones that any of the One for All wielders expected. "Who are you?" a little girl, who couldn't be older than 7, asks, floating through the curtains and stopping just outside of them to stare at the vestiges with wary eyes. She has pigtails and is wearing a simple light blue dress, twirling a lock of black hair anxiously around one finger while she scratches at her transparent chest with her other hand. Something about her seems familiar, but Yoichi can't place why. "I haven't seen either of you before. What do you want?" Words evade Yoichi for a moment. He wasn't expecting to encounter a child in the bar, so he's left a little shocked by the realization that, at some point, Shigaraki must have decided to murder a kid. A beat passes finally, Yoichi opens his mouth to introduce himself, but before he can, the owner of the second pair of eyes trots into view and bumps against the girl's leg. The vestige once more finds himself at a loss for words. The dog that sidles up to the kid is very cute. It's a little white and ginger corgi, with its tongue lolling out the side of its mouth. It yips at Yoichi, and the vestige finds himself smiling and lowering into a crouch, extending a hand towards the transparent little canine. The corgi sniffs at his wrist, then gives his fingers a big lick. The vestige grins and scratches the dog behind the ear. The fact he is able to kind of feel fur for the first time since he was a very young child is an absolutely incredible thing to experience. The existence of the dog is honestly pretty strange. Yoichi wouldn't have thought that animals could become ghosts, but then again, he guesses that he hasn't really been a ghost himself long enough to know anything for certain. "You can call me First," Yoichi says softly, looking at the girl who's staring at the corgi with furrowed brows, "and my friend here is Fourth." Hikage waves minutely, but otherwise seems content to hang back behind First. "Can I ask what the name of your adorable puppy is?" The girl looks up from the dog to study Yoichi cautiously. She searches his face for a few moments before she speaks. His name is Mon, she murmurs. He seems to like you. Yoichi smiles and looks back at the corgi. Well, I like him, too. Then he remembers where they are, and his expression dims a little. Ah, forgive me, where are my manners? We're sorry for intruding, but we had a question about two people who either live in or visit this bar, and we were hoping to find a ghost who might know the answer. Is that something? Who? The little girl says sharply. The tentative curiosity Yoichi had seen in her eyes snuffs out, and suddenly the child looks to be resolutely on the defensive. Who do you want to ask about? Yoichi blinks. Well, the first is a man who I believe might only go by the name Master. The girl flinches, which indicates that yes, she is well aware of who All for One is. And the second is the boy in the room behind you. The girl's face darkens. I won't tell you anything about Tenko. He's done nothing wrong. You know who Shigaraki is? Hikage asks, eyebrows shooting up in surprise. The kid scoffs. That's not his name. Yoichi's own eyebrows are sky high. You know that his real identity isn't Tamura Shigaraki? Of course I do, she says bluntly. Do you? First and fourth exchange a look. We do, Yoichi says softly, but we were under the impression that his true name was something not even he remembered. The vestige hesitates for a second before voicing the one question he very much would like an answer to. I don't mean to pry, but could we ask for your name? I think we're missing some context about why a child as young as you knows who Shimura is. Dropping Shigaraki's birth name like that is a bit of a gamble, but considering how wide the child's eyes go and the look of disbelief that crosses her expression, it appears to be one that pays off. The kid stares at Yoichi for a long moment. Then she glances at Hikage, and looks back down at her dog. Mon stares at her with loving eyes and lets out a high-pitched yip. The kid runs her fingers gently over the pup's head, and takes a long moment to deliberate on her answer before finally deciding to trust them enough with an honest response. I know Tenko because I'm his big sister, the little girl says. She looks up at the vestiges, and Yoichi finally understands why she looks so familiar. He can't believe he didn't realize it earlier. After all, this girl very clearly has her grandmother's eyes. My name is Hana Shimura.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.